על מה אדם יודע פחות? על עצמך ועל הכוח החבוי בו. הכוח שיכול לא רק להאריך את חיי גוף האדם עד 1500 שנים, אלא גם לתת חיי נצח. מה זה הכוח הזה? למה אנשים לא יודעים על זה? איך הוא ילמד לנהל את זה, לחיות את חייו בשמחה ולנצח את המוות? כוחו של אלוהים חבוי באדם. הבזבוז שלו מוביל לאסון ולמוות. מדוע התפקיד החשוב שלו מוסתר מאנשים? אבל יחד עם זאת, כולם ממש מחפשים אותו. אילו תגליות בפיזיקה הביאו לגילוי הכוח הזה? אילו אופקים חדשים ייפתחו עבור האנושות כולה, כאשר אנשים יוכלו לאחד את הכוח הזה ולכוון אותו לכיוון הבריאה? איזו מתנה יקרה ניתנה לאדם על ידי אלוהים. באילו דרכים דומה האדם לאלוהים? כדי לדעת יותר, צפו בקליידוסקופ עובדות ב-13 באוגוסט 2022. ביוזמת משתתפי תנועת הציבור הבינלאומית AllatRa מרומניה ומולדובה.
שלום חברים יקרים, כן, אם אתם רוצים להסתיר משהו טוב, שימו אותו במקום הכי גלוי. מדהים כמה מסתורים אדם טומן בתוכו. עם כל קלידוסקופ חדש של עובדות, אני משוכנעת שאנחנו אנשים באמת יודעים מעט מאוד על עצמנו ועל היכולות שלנו. כן, ילנה, את בהחלט צודקת, וזה מצביע על כך שאנחנו עדיין צריכים ללמוד הרבה על עצמנו. בקליידוסקופ של עובדות של היום נדבר על המשאב היקר ביותר שיש לכל אדם. על מנת להבין את הנושא בצורה מקיפה, שוחחנו עם מומחים מתחומים שונים, מדענים, קמ"רים, פסיכולוגים, קוסמים, היפנולוגים. אנו מביאים את תודתנו להם על שחלקו איתנו את הידע והניסיון שלהם, ואנחנו מזמינים את כל מי שמעוניין להצטרף ליצירה מהדורות הבאות. קליידוסקופ עובדות של היום מאורגן על ידי משתתפי תנועה הציבור בינלאומי AllatRa מרומניה ומולדובה, יחד עם צוות בינלאומי. אנו משדרים בשידורי חי לאלפי אתרי סטרימינג ברחבי העולם, עם תרגום סימולטני ל-17 שפות. במחקר שלנו הסתמכנו על ידע מספרי מספרי אנסטסיה נובך ותוכניות בהשתתפות איגור מיכאלוביץ' דניאל. ילנה, את יודעת שתשומת הלב חשובה יותר ממתנה. למה לדעתך? כדי לענות על השאלה זו עלינו להסתכל מעבר לגבול הקוונטי של המציאות שלנו, ולהבין את אותן כוחות שאדם מרגיש יותר ממה שהוא יודע בפועל. שמתם לב שאנחנו תמיד שואפים למשוך את תשומת הלב של קרובי משפחה, חברים, קולגות וסתם עוברי רחוב. אנו מושכים את תשומת הלב של אנשים אחרים באמצעות כל מיני טריקים, אבל יש בינינו רבים שעוסקים באופן מקצועי בהפניית תשומת לב לעצמם. אנו מזמינים אתכם לצפות בסרטון בנושא הזה.
מה מאחד את כל האנשים האלה? הם מחפשי תשומת לב, לתשומת לב שלנו. הם מוכנים לעשות הכל, לשנות את המראה שלהם, לזעזע בתעלולים מקוממים, למרוד ואפילו לסכן את חייהם. וכל זה למען חלק מתשומת הלב שלנו. אבל למה להם? למה הם צריכים את תשומת לב שלנו? מה גורם להם ללכת לפעולות פזיזות כאלה? כל סרט נעשה למען הקהל. וכל עוד אנחנו משלמים, כל סרט ייווצר עבורנו. כל עוד אנחנו משלמים. אבל רק על מה אנחנו משלמים? שמעת פעם על ערפדים? אלה שלוקחים חיים? ציידי תשומת לב הם ערפדים, אנרגיה. אבל רק חיים הם מקבלים ברמה בלתי נראית. והדבר הכי גרוע בזה, הוא שאנחנו נותנים להם את החיים שלנו, בהתנדבות. אתה עדיין חושב שאלו אגדות? טוב, אז תראה. אנחנו מתחילים לחקות אותם, להעתיק את מעשיהם הרעים, ואת התנהגותם החצופה והמרושעת. משקיעים תשומת לב לתדמית שלהם, אנחנו מאבדים את החיים שלנו, הם עוברים דרכם. לא אכפת לנו מהחיים שלנו. האם יש לנו שנות חיים מיותרות? המחיר למופע הזה גבוה מדי. רק לדעת את האמת. אנחנו יכולים להגן על עצמנו ולהציל את חיינו.
סביר להניח שבסרטון רבים ראו מצבים ופרצופים מוכרים לחברה המודרנית. לא ככה? האם חלל המידע שלנו אינו מתמלא באופן פעיל בתוכן הזה היום? ובכל פעם יש יותר ויותר ציידים כאלה לתשומת לב. השיטות שלהם הופכות אפילו יותר אבסורדיות ומטופשות, אבל זה רק ממבט ראשון. אחרי כל זה עובד. הם טובים מאוד בלהשיג תשומת הלב שלנו, ואנחנו צריכים לחשוב על זה למה. למה אנשים מחפשים תשומת לב? מה זה נותן להם? את מי הם משרתים? כדי להבין את הנושאים הללו, אנו מציעים לצפות בקטע של תוכנית מעגל בהשתתפות איגור מיכאלוביץ' דנילו.
You know, I also remember that he once said that if a person has learned to steal a lot of attention and he suddenly finds himself in an environment.
אתה יודע, אני עדיין זוכרת את מה שאמרת פעם, שאם אדם למד לגנוב הרבה תשומת לב, ואם פתאום הוא ימצא את עצמו בשדה שאין בו אנשים, אז המערכת עדיין תבוא אליו בשביל אותו נפח.
בהחלט, אבל היא תיקח כבר אותו.
הוא עצמו.
בואו נסתכל על החיים של אנשים פופולריים רבים. הנה עוד קצת עניין. ולמה הקסם לא עובד? למשל, על אנשי ציבור שמאוד מאוד מפורסמים, זה לא עובד. נשיאים. כמה אומנים מצטיינים שם שפשוט לא יורדים מהמסך? באותו רגע, בזמן שהם על המסקים, בעוד שהתמונה שלהם הושמע מדועים למספר עצום של אנשים, ומספר עצום של אנשים גורמים לתמונות הפנטום הללו בעצמם, הקסם לא עובד עליהם. ובכן, זה יעבוד, אבל רק תאר לעצמך איזה כוח אתה צריך כדי לשבור. כמובן, לפרוץ את ההתנגדות, עצם ההגנה על המערכת עצמה. כלומר, זה מועיל למערכת, זה מעניין. זה מקור ההכנסה שלה. נניח, זה כוחה של המערכת עצמה. הרבה אנשים מבזבזים זמן, מבזבזים את חייהם, מפנים את תשומת הלב שלהם לתדמית של האדם הזה. האם אתה יכול לדמיין? כמובן שהמערכת תגן על נכסיה, אבל בואו נראה מה קורה לעתים קרובות לאותם אנשים לאחר שהם מאבדים. למשל, פלטפורמה שבה הם יכולים לקבל את תשומת הלב הזו מאנשים. כן? וכאן כמעט אותו דבר מתחיל בצורה סטריאוטיפית. וכמעט לכולם, למעט חריגים נדירים. אם אדם שינה באופן דרסטי את אורח חייו, הבין משהו, התגבר עליו וחי. או שלאדם, נניח, יש עוד פלטפורמה למשיכת תשומת לב, יש לו מה לשלם למערכת. אחרת, זה פשוט אוכל. ובכן, זה כל אחד, כולם יכולים לעקוב אחר הכל.
הוא סוג של כוח שמשפיע מאוד על חיינו וחשוב לנו מאוד. מה פירוש מילה תשומת לב? אולי באטימולוגיה של מילה יש עובדות מעניינות המצביעות על ערך של משאב זה. קסניה, יש לך פשוט הדיבור. תודה ילנה. צהריים טובים חברים. בואו נסתכל על אטימולוגיה של מילה זו בשפות שונות. מלכתחילה נחלק את המילה קשב לשני חלקים, ואז נקבל. תשומת הלב היא מעבר למאניה, מעבר למענה, מעבר לתודעה. כלומר, מה שלא קשור לשקל, למוח, מה שנמצא מחוץ למוח שלנו, מחוץ לתודעה. בתרגום מאנגלית, attention, המילה הזו שפירושה מלטינית attentum, תשומת הלב. כעת על המסכים שלכם אתם רואים דיאגרמה המראה שתשומת הלב נגזרת מהמקרה גניטיבי שפירושו להקשיב. פשוטו כמשמעותו להגיע על. הפועל היווני פרוס, פירושו ראשון הקודם, מתורגם חלק השני, היכו, השני של המילה מיוונית העתיקה הן לקבל והן לתפוס, להחזיק בכוח. כמו כן, מדענים מחשיבים את הפועל סייגת, סייתי, ואת הסנסקריט סייתי להדק, לצרף לעצמו למילים הקשורות אטימולוגית. מסתבר שימו לב, זהו ניסיון לתפוס את האמת, כאשר אדם רוצה להבין את מהות הדברים, או תשומת לב יכולה לפעול ככוח קושר אותנו לאובייקט או לתופעה שביחס אליהם יש לנו רצון להחזיק. בואו ניקח סינית. המילה לתשומת לב בסינית היא ג'וי. ההירוגליף זה מורכב משני חלקים שפירושו לזרום, לשפוך פנימה, לאסוף, לפעול פנימה, לשפוך החוצה. בתרגום פירושו מחשבה, רעיון, רצון, שאיפה, כוונה. כלומר, מסתבר איפה שיש רצון, שאיפה, משהו זורם, מתאסף, זורם. במקרה זה אפשר להניח שמדובר באנרגיה כלשהי שנמצאת מחוץ לחומר. בערבית, attention מתורגם כמילה אינדיבק, להתעורר, להיות מואר. חברים, מכל האמור לעיל נוכל להסיק מסקנה קטנה. קשב הוא חומר נוזלי, כל הזמן שנמצא מחוץ לעניין הזה, הוא לא שייך לנפש. תודה. אם אדם בכוונה לא מפנה את תשומת הלב שלו, אז היא עדיין מתפזרת באופן לא מודע ומשפיעה על העולם ועל גורלו של האדם בצורה כזו או אחרת. לכן בכל עת אמרו החכמים שחשוב לאדם להחליט על תכלית חייו ולהקדיש לזה כל הזמן. תשומת לב אם הוא רוצה להשיג. תודה לכם על תשומת הלב. אני נותנת את רשות הדיבור למנחים. תודה לך, קסניה, זה מעניין. כי אפילו הביטוי הזה, תודה על תשומת הלב שלך, אנו משתמשים ללא ערב, ללא היסוס. אבל תשומת הלב היא אכן משאב בעל ערך רב. חלוקה נכונה של כוח זה משפיע ישירות על משך חיינו. לוסיאנו, אנחנו נותנים לך את רשות הדיבור.
שלום חברים יקרים. האם אתה יודע שאדם צריך לחיות פי 10 יותר? גם החיים של בני המאה הם לא הגבול לעומת הפוטנציאל הטמון בכל אחד מאיתנו. היית אומר שזה לא ריאלי? או לשאול, למה אנשים לא חיים כל כך הרבה היום? בואו נחקור יחד ונמצא את התשובות לשאלות אלו. ובואו נבין איך תוחלת החיים קשורה לכוחה הקשב שלנו. עכשיו על המסך אתה רואה תמונות של אנשים צעירים, בכושר ויפים. בטח הבנתם שהם איפשהו בני 20-25. אבל למעשה, האישה הסינית ליו ילין בתמונה היא בת 50. בנה בן ה-23 כל הזמן צריך להסביר שזו אמא שלו, לא חברה. שוונדאוטן הסינגפורי בתמונה הוא בן 53. בעבר הוא היה צלם וכיום ידוע כדוגמן. או האי הסיני, בן 68, אוהב ללבוש בגדי נוער, מתרגל יוגה ומדיטציה. נראה שהאנשים האלה הצליחו להמציא את סם הנעורים. אני חושב שהרבה אנשים רצו להיראות אותו הדבר בגילם. המדע תיעד את המקרה של המבוגרים מבין האנשים שתאריכי לידתם ומותם מתועדים. שמה היה ז'אן קלמנט. היא חיה 122 שנים. קלמן עסקה באופן פעיל בספורט. היא שיחקה טניס, רכבה על אופניים עד גיל 100 ועסקה בסעיף. כמו כן, הפתופיסיולוג אלכסנדר בוגומולץ עסק במחקר בתחום ההזדקנות. בשנה 37 פתח מרכז לחקר תופעת אריכות ימים. משלחות של גרונטולוגים יצאו לאזורים הקווקזיים. בין הזקנים המקומיים נמצאו אנשים בגילאי 130 עד 180 שנים. אבל לאף אחד מהם לא היו תעודות לידה. על פי תוצאות המחקר, בוגומולץ כתב עבודה מוצקה, Life Extension. כפי שאמר המדען, ההוראות העיקריות של המאבק לאריכות ימים אין סובה. צריך לשמור על הרצון. זהו גירוי רב עוצמה ליצירתיות, אהבה, גירוי לחיים ארוכים. יש להכיר ב-150 שנה כאורך החיים הרגיל של אדם. כל מי שמתעניין בנושא אריכות ימים פגש את שמו של לי צ'ינגיון הסיני. לי צ'ינגיון חי עד גיל 256. נמצאו מכתבים שהוצגו לבני המאה על ידי ממשלת סין במשך 150 ו-200 שנים. פעם גבר סיני אמר משפט מעניין, כדי לחיות זמן רב, אתה צריך לשמור על הלב שלך בשקט, לשבת כמו צב, ללכת כמו יונה ולישון כמו כלב. מקורבים אליו אמרו שלי צ'ינגיונג יכול לשבת בתנוחה 1 שעות על גבי שעות, להתמכר למדיטציה. האיש האמין שזהו נפש רגועה שעוזרת לאדם לחיות 100 שנים נוספות. אני מציע לצפות בראיון עם דוקטורט, פרופסור במכון ללימודים משולבים בארצות הברית, הסופרת מריה קומן.
אם מסתכלים על התנ"ך, מאדם וחווה ועד נוח, כל האנשים חיים יותר מ-900 שנה. הנה נח, לידתו מתוארת בספר חנוך. הוא כתב 30 ספרים, והוא היחיד שמת בגיל 365. פטריארך אחר לפניו חי 950 שנה. אבל ילדיו חיו רק חצי מהתקופה הזו. בערך חצי. אפשר לומר שהם היו נציגים של סוג אחר של אנשים. ומה שמאוד מעניין הוא שחציית תוחלת החיים התרחשה הרבה פעמים. לא רק בימי נח. אחרי נח, במשך 4 דורות, תוחלת החיים הממוצעת הייתה 490 שנים. אז היו 3 דורות של אבות שחיו רק 240 שנה. התנ"ך אומר שבתקופתו של סרגון הגדול, כאשר נלקחו ערביי ישראל הצפוניים לגור במדיעה, תוחלת החיים הצטמצמה ל-120 שנה. לכן, ניתן לנו לחיות 120 שנה. ואם אנחנו חיים פחות מהתקופה הזו, אז זה נובע מלחץ בחיים. אני נותן דוגמאות מ8 דתות שונות שמדברות על אותו דבר. אל תעשה לאחרים מה שאתה לא רוצה שיעשו לך. אם כולנו נקפיד על הכלל הפשוט הזה, לא יהיו לנו מריבות. אבל אנחנו לא. ואני מקווה שכאשר אסביר באופן מדעי את תפקידם של רגשות חיוביים ושליליים, תבינו את מהות תורתו של ישוע. כאשר יוחנן האהוב, תלמידו האהוב שאל אותו מה העיקר בתורתו. הוא ענה שהוא רוצה אהבו אחד את השני. אהב את רעך, אהב את אויביך. למה אהבה? אין לנו מושג מה אהבה יכולה לעשות. לכן, אנחנו לא מתרגלים את זה. אם היינו יודעים יותר, היינו מתרגלים את זה יותר.
תודה על המידע המעניין מיריה. עוד נשמע על התפקיד שרגשות חיוביים ושליליים ממלאים בחיינו מהדוברים הבאים. וכעת נמשיך בשיחה כמה זמן אדם יכול לחיות. בתנ"ך, בברית הישנה, מצאנו מידע שמדבר גם על בני 100. בסין העתיקה, ישנה גם אגדה שאומרת שאדם מסוים בשם ג'אן והכינוי קנג חי יותר מ-800 שנה. ופנג זו כבר היה בן 767 עד סוף שושלת ין, אבל הוא לא נראה זקן וחלש. לפנג זו מיוחס ללמד על הכוח החיוני שנוצר בגוף האדם. כשהיא נהיית נדירה, אדם נהיה חולה. כשהיא מתייבשת, אדם מת. וזו נקודה מאוד חשובה. למה משמש כוח החיים הזה? איזה תפקיד ממלא כוח תשומת הלב שלנו בכך? כמה זמן אנחנו יכולים לחיות אם נשתמש בכוח הזה נכון? אני מציע לצפות בקטע מהתוכנית תמונות אובססיביות, בהשתתפות איגור מיכאילוביץ' דנילוב. כפי שאמרו הקדמונים, לכל אדם מוקצה על ידי אלוהים חיים של לפחות 1500 שנה. והם תהו מדוע אנשים חיים כל כך מעט. והתשובה הייתה פשוט מדהימה. אלוהים הוא מאוד אדיב ונדיב, והוא נותן לנו הכל. חיים ארוכים. ארוכים מאוד, ואושר, ושמחה ובריאות, הוא נותן לנו הכל. אבל למה זה קורה לנו? למה אנחנו חיים קצר? למה אנחנו חולים? מדוע אין לנו שלווה, אושר ושמחה? זו שאלה טובה, נכון?
אנחנו מנהלים את דרך החיים הלא נכונה.
מה המשמעות של אורח חיים לא נכון? אתה צריך לאכול נכון, לישון מספיק, לנוח, איכשהו לאהוב את עצמך, לטפל, איכשהו לנצל בזהירות את הגוף שלך.
מצב פסיכו-רגשי.
ובכן, המצב הפסיכו-רגשי, אנחנו צריכים להיות מרוצים מהכל. נכון? ובכן, שוב, המצב הפסיכו-רגשי שלנו, זה תלוי בגורמים חיצוניים, נכון? אם אנחנו מוקפים בצוות טוב, נפלא, שבו אנחנו מרגישים טוב, במשפחה שבה מכבדים אחד את השני, שבה הכל בסדר, דואגים אחד לשני, הכל נפלא, כן? ככה זה צריך להיות. ובכן, האם מישהו מכם ראה תנאים אידיאליים כאלה במציאות?
אין שום דבר מושלם במערכת הזו, כן.
צודקת בהחלט. אנחנו כבר כאן.
היא כבר מעוותת הפריורית.
אנחנו ממש מפנזים. למה? אם משפחה, נניח, מורכבת אפילו מ3 אנשים, ואם הם לא עוסקים בהתפתחות הרוחנית שלהם ועוד לא השיגו תוצאות מסוימות, הם לא יכולים להיות אידיאליים. ובכן, הם פשוט לא יכולים להיות. למה? כי יש להם דימויים, הם מתעצבנים, הם נלחמים על אלפא. כל הזמן עימות וכל השאר, כמו בכל צוות. במובן המילולי של המילה, אפילו ילד מנסה לשלוט ולהילחם על תשומת הלב שלנו. כן, מבוגרים. ובכן, זה מושך תשומת לב. גם אם אנחנו מבינים הכל, אנחנו שמים לב אליו. אנחנו יודעים. בדיוק כמה שהאימפ שלו אמור לגדול, כלומר, אנו יודעים אינטליגנטים, בוגרים רוחנית. והילד הוא לא יציב. הוא כבר לא יציב. הוא כבר יוצר הרבה פרובוקציות. הוא חי טוב עם דימויים. האם מישהו מלמד את הילדים שלנו להתפתח כמו שצריך? אף אחד לא מלמד במתכונת צרכנית. זה באמת. רצון חופשי, נכון? והילד מנסה בחופשיות לפנטז, ובמיוחד ב5 השנים הראשונות שם. 5 או 6 שנים לפני הזינוק הראשוני. ואין טעם לעשות משהו. בוא נראה איך הילדים גדלים. כן, הרי יש להם משחקים, פנטזיות, הם מדברים עם חברים פיקטיביים וכל דבר אחר. כלומר, הם מוציאים הרבה דברים שיועילו לנו לאורך השנים. כלומר, חייהם על דמיון. הם יוצרים הרבה. למה? זו רק התודעה המשנית, מתפתחת. היא לומדת לתמרן את האישיות. ובכן, הכל מאוד פשוט. והאדם הוא היצור היחיד כזה בעולם הזה שמסוגל להחיות את האשליה. אחרי הכל, לבעלי חיים אין ולא יכול להיות את זה. כן, חיות מפותחות יותר, הן גם חושבות בדימויים. יש להם חשיבה פרימיטיבית, אבל אין להם את הפנטזיה שיש לבני אדם. למה? שאלה פשוטה. כי אין להם מה שהחיים באמת נותנים. אדם במובן מסוים, ובכן, זה לא בסדר, אבל אדם הוא במובן מסוים כמו אל. כי באדם יש חלק מהעולם הרוחני. מה שאנו מוציאים, נניח, על השגת חיים צריך לבזבז, אבל אנחנו מוציאים אותו כדי להחיות את התמונות בראש שלי. הנה, אף אחד לא חושב על זה. אבל במציאות, תמונות אינן תוצר של המוח שלנו. לא. תמונות הן נוצרות במוח שלנו, ואנחנו יכולים לראות את זה, נניח, עם הראייה הפנימית שלנו. כל אדם רואה. ובכן, דוגמה פשוטה. כשאנחנו נלחמים או על דומיננטיות בקבוצה, ויש איזשהו מתחרה, או שאנחנו מנסים לנצח מישהו, נעורים, אהבה וכל השאר, ילד ילדה, ילד ילד. מה קורה? שיחות תמידיות, תקשורת מתמדת עם דמותו של האדם הזה. או למישהו יש מחלוקת, כן? זה לא משנה איפה אתם חברים, בעבודה, בבית, עם המשפחה, איפשהו, זה לא משנה. נתקלת בשד חזק יותר, והמשחק מתחיל לזעום לי בראש.
המיקרוקרב הזה נתמך, הוא ממשיך.
כן, ואנחנו מוכיחים משהו, אנחנו מספרים. כלומר, קודם כל יוצרים דימוי של אדם לא קיים. שוב אני אומר, יש אדם ספציפי, אבל אנחנו יוצרים דימוי של אדם לא קיים.
פנטום.
פנטום במובן המילולי של המילה. הוא אינו קיים בעולם החומרי, אך יחד עם זאת הוא קיים בעולם העדין. הוא באמת קיים. אנחנו מדברים איתו, אנחנו מבזבזים עליו את האנרגיה של חיינו. הוא חי על חשבוננו. זה מועיל ביותר למערכת עצמה. זה מועיל לתודעה שלנו. למה? אנחנו משלמים בחיינו. אנחנו משלמים על אשליה. תודה, איגור מיכאילוביץ'. מסתבר שאדם יכול לחיות לפחות 1500 שנה. המידע הזה גורם לך לחשוב מה אנחנו עושים בחיינו, לשם מה אנחנו מנצלים את הפוטנציאל שלנו, ואכן, למעשה, אנו חיים כל כך מעט, כי אנו מוציאים את כוח החיים שלנו על יצירת דימויים, על מחשבות ורגשות שליליים. אולגה תספר לנו על כמה כל זה הרסני והרסני עבור אדם.
צהריים טובים, תודה לוצ'אנו. במשך אלפי שנים טועים מדענים אנו מזדקנים, מה הגורמים והמנגנונים של תהליך הזה, והכי חשוב, האם ניתן להפוך את ההזדקנות. לאחרונה מדענים התבררו יותר ויותר שקצב הזדקנות של הגוף תלוי באינטראקציה מורכבת של גורמים, מביולוגיים ועד חברתיים. המחברים של מחקרים רבים מסכימים פה אחד כי ההשפעה העיקרית על מצב הבריאות והקצב הזדקנות מופעלת על ידי מחשבות ורגשות של אדם. נשיאת פרס נובל אליזבת בלוקרבן והפסיכולוגית אליסה אפל הגיעו למסקנה שהזדקנות היא תהליך דינמי שניתן להריץ או להאט. מדענים אומרים שתבניות נפשיות אנושיות יכולות להזיק טלומרים, חלקים חשובים ב-DNA של התא. טלומרים יוצרים מכסים בקצוות הכרומוזומים שבהם הם מתועדת המורשת הגנטית שלנו. ניתן להשוות אותם לקצוות הפלסטיק בקצוות של שרוכים שמונעים מהם להתיר. בתהליכים חלוקת התא קובעי המגן משחקים. טלומרים קצרים הם מאוד גורמים העיקריים להזדקנות בתאים אנושיים. לפי התיאוריה של דוקטור בלקרבן, הם יכולים להתאר בכך שלהאט או להזדקנות גוף. אורך הטלומרים מושפעים מאוד מאורך חיים של האדם. זה נובע מהעובדה שטלומרים לא רק מבצעים פקודה שניתן על ידי הקוד גנטי.
אם אנחנו חולים, זה פשוט בגלל שאנחנו נותנים לחשיבה שלילית להיכנס פנימה, והתאים שומעים אותה ולוכדים את האנרגיה הרטט הזו, והיא פוגעת בתאים בגופנו. בגלל זה אנחנו חולים. וכשאנחנו מבינים את זה, אנחנו יכולים לשנות את צורת החשיבה שלנו, לנקות את הזבל ולהחזיר את החיובי לצורת החשיבה שלנו. אז נוכל לעבור ולהחלים מהמחלות האלה. לכן, כאשר נוכל לשלוט בחשיבה שלנו, ברגשות שלנו, זה יעזור לנו לשלוט בגוף שלנו. ואם אנחנו תמיד מוטרדים או כל הזמן לחוצים, אז זה מה שקורה. אנחנו מרשים לעצמנו את הזבל, את התחושות האלה, וזה יזיק לנו שם, ונאמר, אוי, למה אני ככה? מאיפה יש לי את המחלות האלה? וזה קרה משהו לפני 20 שנה, משהו, כמו הבן שלך, החותן עשה לך משהו ואתה לא נותן לזה ללכת. אתה נושא את זה ברגע הנוכחי, זה מה שקרה. אתה פשוט שומר את הפינות החדות האלה של חשיבה שלילית בתוכך. וזה מה שקרה לתאים שלך, גוף זה הכל. בדרך כלל אנשים פשוט מדברים על מה שהם לא רוצים במקום לדבר על מה שהם רוצים, נכון? וחוק המשיכה פועל לשני הכיוונים. או שאתה רוצה את זה או שאתה לא רוצה את זה. לכן, כשאנשים יחלים ויחשבו על המחלה שלהם, זה יחמיר. ואנשים חולים, אבל הם מלאי חיים, הם שמחים, מאושרים, והם פשוט הולכים עם הזרם. אנשים כאלה נוטים יותר להחלים מהמחלה. ובגלל זה עובד חוק המשיכה כך אצלם. זה מה שקורה, וכאשר אנו מבינים זאת, אנו יכולים להפגין כל דבר בחיינו.
תודה מינה. קבוצת מדענים ממכון מקס פלנק הצליחה לאשר עובדה חשובה. תגובות כימיות בגוף מתרחשות ללא קשר אם הגורם ללחץ הוא אמיתי או מצב דמיוני. גוף האדם זורק את אותה כמות של קורטיזול, הן עם מחשבות שליליות המכוונות לעתיד והן לעבר. הפסיכולוגית ליסה פלדמן בארט כינתה את היכולת של המוח לסיים אסוציאציות ריאליזם משפיע. ריאליזם רגשי הוא תופעה שבה אנו חווים את כל מה שאנחנו מאמינים בו. מוקד תשומת הלב שלנו הוא שקובע את המציאות שלנו. לפיכך, בדיוק כמו מה שאנחנו אוכלים, המחשבות, הרגשות, האמנויות שלנו משפיעות על הבריאות שלנו. וכעת אני מציעה להקשיב לפרופסור ממחלקה לרפואה ניסיונית של המכון הקנדי לרפואה רגנרטיבי אונטריו, יורי זכרוב. הוא יספר לנו על התופעות כוח, המחשבות
מדענים
ותשומת
חוקרים
הלב שלנו.
תופעה זו במשך זמן רב. פעם, בשנות ה-90, ערכנו ניסוי במכון המוח. זו הייתה מעבדה מיוחדת, מעבדה סגורה באותה תקופה. איפה הייתה השאלה המרכזית? האם קיימת תופעה זו או לא? אם זה עובד או לא? התברר שכן, זה עובד. כן, הוא כן. אבל לא היינו הראשונים בכלל. תחשוב על אלן לנגר, למשל. זו הפסיכולוגית הכי קלאסית, זו הפסיכולוגית הראשונה בהרווארד שלי, שעשתה עבודה מאוד לא שגרתית, ואז כתבה ספר, וכך נכנסה להיסטוריה. מה היא עשתה? היא עשתה ניסוי נפלא מאוד. הם לקחו מנזר לא מתפקד, וכלוא שם מספר רב של אנשים בני 75. במנזר זה, המצב שוחזר מינוס 20 שנה. כלומר, היו עיתונים שסיפרו על התקופה ההיא. מקלטי טלוויזיה היו של אותה תקופה. תוכניות היו שם באותו זמן. המוזיקה ברדיו הייתה של אותה תקופה. גם המנות היו של אותה תקופה. יתר על כן, אותם אנשים, שהם זקנים, הם נטלו תרופות מסוימות. לתקופה זו הם הפסיקו לתת תרופות בכלל. ופשוט תראה מה קורה. ואחרי פרק זמן מסוים, התברר סיפור מעניין מאוד. ובכן, באותה תקופה זה לא היה כל כך מפותח. כמובן, ההגדרה של גיל ביולוגי. לא היו שעות סימולציה, אבל היו שאלונים שונים. היו ניסויים תפקודיים שבדקו ניידות מפרקים, חוזק שרירים. והתברר שאנשים על תנאי נראו צעירים יותר ב10 שנים. זה רק בגלל העובדה שהם היו בסביבה הזו. כלומר, הם בעצם חיו, נתנו לעצמם השראה שהם בני מינוס 20.
They were minus 20 years old.
הניסוי של אלן לנגר שוב מאשר מוכיח שבריאותנו ואריכות החיים שלנו תלויים ישירות בתפיסה שלנו את העולם. כדי להיפטר מהשליליות בחיינו, מספיק להפנות את תשומת הלב שלנו. מדענים מדגישים כי חשיבות חיובית היא הפעולה היעילה ביותר לשיפור המצב הפסיכו-רגשי של האדם. גישה אופטימית לחיים מפחיתה את רמת הלחץ, מחזקת את מערכת החיסון, וכך מונעת התפתחות מחלות. בספר AllatRa אמרו, הדבר המעניין ביותר הוא שאם אתה מתחיל פשוט להתעלם ממחשבות או רגשות רעים ששתפו פתאום ולהתמקד במשהו טוב, למשל מחשבות חיוביות או מעשה טוב, אז לאחר זמן השליליות הזו נסוגה, כאילו המצב הזה לא היה קיים בכלל. ואם אתה נכנע למצב רוח רע, אתה מתחיל לרחם על עצמך, וכן הלאה, באופן כללי אתה נותן את תשומת הלב שלך לרגשות שליליים. אז המצב הזה רק מחמיר ומתחיל לחיות בך. ליתר דיוק כמו תפיל, יריל את חייך. ראוי לציין כי בין הגורמים המשפיעים של שינויים במצב הרוח ניקח בחשבון גם תנודות הורמונליות בגוף האדם. האם אתם יודעים כמה זמן נמשכת פעולה הורמונלית בנו? 90 שניות בדיוק. כלומר, לאחר שהרקע ההורמונלית שוכח, תשומת הלב שלנו מושקעת בהתפרצות הרגשית השלילית הזו. פתאום גירוי 92 מתפתח לימים שלמים, או אפילו שנים של כעס, טינה וחוסר שביעות רצון. על מנת ללמוד עוד על השפעה חשיבה על מצב גוף האדם, אנו מציעים לצפות ברעיון של פרופסור במכון ללימודים משולב בארצות הברית, הסופרת מריה קומן.
כוח החיים לא ניתן אפריורי. זה תלוי במידה רבה באיך אנחנו חיים את חיינו. הבורא נתן לנו חופש בחירה. ואם אנו חווים רגשות חיוביים, האנרגיה החיונית שלנו גדלה. איך אני יכולה לאשר את ההצהרה הזו? ברוסיה, שכתוב, פיתח ציוד שיוכל למדוד את סיבוב ההילה. הילה היא הרוח שלנו. הוא גילה שכאשר אנו חווים רגשות חיוביים, ההילה מסתובבת עם כיוון השעון. וכאשר אנו חווים רגשות שליליים, ההילה מסתובבת נגד כיוון השעון. את המדידות עשיתי בעצמי. התחלתי במדידת עוצמת ההילה, גיליתי שההילה בהירה יותר כאשר אנו חווים רגשות חיוביים, ודי עמומה כאשר אנו חווים רגשות שליליים. הייתי רוצה לקבל מדידות מדויקות יותר במספרים שיספרו לי בפירוט על מה שקורה. גיליתי שכאשר אנו חושבים, רק חשיבה חיובית מספיקה כדי להגביר את האנרגיה שלך. אבל כאשר אתה חושב שלילי, האנרגיה שלך יורדת. כשאנשים חושבים על הרגעים המאושרים בחייהם, האנרגיה שלהם לא רק גבוהה יותר, היא מאוזנת יותר, ואיזון מושלם פירושו בריאות מושלמת. לכן, אם אתה רוצה להיות בריא, מוטב שתחשוב חיובי. כדאי שתחשוב על עצמך כאדם מאושר. כשאתה חושב שלילי, אז האנרגיה, לא רק האנרגיה, אלא הגוף. כשהאנרגיה יורדת, היא הופכת לא אחידה יותר. בשל העובדה שבאיבר החלש שהורשת גנטית האנרגיה יורדת למקסימום. ולפיכך, כאשר אתה חושב שלילי או חווה רגשות שליליים, אתה עושה צעד נוסף לקראת המחלה של איבר חלש זה תורשתי גנטית. רוח ההילה שלנו היא שדה אלקטרומגנטי לא לינארי, אבל לשדות לא לינאריים יש. אסביר, כאשר מים זורמים בנהר וקרקעית הנהר חלקה, אז תנועת המים מתרחשת באופן לינארי. אבל אם יש אבן, מים צריכים להסתובב סביב האבן, והתנועה שלה הופכת לא לינארית. ומאחורי האבנים יש לנו שתי מערבולות, שאחת מהן מסתובבת עם כיוון השעון. זה נקרא מערבולת, והשני, המסתובב נגד כיוון השעון, נקרא אנטי-מערבולת. עכשיו, בפיזיקה יש כלל של יד ימין. אצבעות מקופלות של יד ימין. אם אתה מסובב את האצבעות המקופלות, האגודל מראה את כיוון השדה המגנטי או את כיוון האנרגיה. לפיכך, אם כל 4 האצבעות ממוקמות בכיוון השעון, אז האגודל מצביע כלפי מטה, מה שאומר שהמערבולות מסתובבות בכיוון השעון, והמערבולות מושכות אנרגיה. האנטי-מערבולות מסתובבות נגד כיוון השעון ושואבות אנרגיה. מסתבר שכאשר אנו חווים רגשות חיוביים או חושבים חיובי, ההילה שלנו מסתובבת עם כיוון השעון ומושכת אנרגיה. לכן ההילה שלנו בהירה. וכך אנו אומרים שאנו במצב רוח מרומם. כאשר אנו חושבים שלילי או חווים רגשות שליליים, ההילה מסתובבת נגד כיוון השעון ומשחררת אנרגיה. זו הסיבה שאנו במצב רוח מדוכא כאשר אנו חווים רגשות שליליים או סתם חושבים על זה. הסבר מאוד פשוט ומאוד הגיוני. כלומר, אלוהים נתן לנו חופש בחירה. וכאשר אנו בוחרים להיות חיוביים, אוהבים, סולחים ועוזרים לאחרים, כפי שלימד ישוע, האנרגיה שלנו מתגברת. אנרגיית החיים גוברת והחיים שלנו הופכים ארוכים יותר, בריאים ומאושרים יותר. אם אתה חוב רגשות שליליים או פשוט חושב שלילי, אתה מבזבז אנרגיה ומקצר את חייך. הנה איך זה הולך. זה לא נתון אפריורי. הכל תלוי איך אתה חי את חייך. מה זה יהיה? זה תלוי בבחירה שלך. כאשר אנשים חושבים באופן שלילי בעיקר, הם נשלטים על ידי נוירוטרנסמיטורים הקשורים לחשיבה שלילית או לרגשות שליליים. לכן, הם נמצאים בחוסר איזון כימי, אבל בלב זה טמון חוסר איזון רגשי. וזו הסיבה שכאשר הם מנסים לתקן את חוסר האיזון הכימי הזה, הם עשויים להצליח זמנית, אבל אחר כך הכל חוזר לקדמותו. ב-80% מהמקרים אנשים חוזרים לסמים, כי דרך החשיבה שלהם נשארת זהה. עם זאת, אם האנשים האלה שמרגישים מומללים, בין היתר, בגלל החשיבה השלילית הדומיננטית שלהם, אם הם מבינים מאיפה נובע האומללות שלהם, זה נובע מחשיבה שלילית. אם הם מתחילים לראות איך הם חושבים, זה שלילי, אני לא צריך לחשוב שלילי. אם הם ישנו את צורת החשיבה שלהם, הם יהפכו לאנשים שונים. הם יהיו אנשים מאושרים. הם לא יצטרכו סמי הזיה ואלכוהול כדי להגיע למצב תקין ומאוזן.
תודה רבה לך, מריה. אז איכות חיים של בן אדם תלויים ישירות בכיוון תשומת הלב שלו. כל מה שקורה בראש שלנו משתקף במציאות בצורה כזו או אחרת. אנחנו בעצמנו, בכוח תשומת הלב שלנו, קונים לעצמנו הכל. מחלות, בריאות ואריכות ימים. על פי נתונים המדעיים העדכניים ביותר, בממוצע מגיעים עלינו יותר מ-6,000 מחשבות מדי יום. יחד עם זאת, 95% מהן מחשבות שחוזרות על עצמן. מה שחשבנו אתמול ולפני שבוע ונחשוב על מחר, יתרה מכך 80% מהמחשבות הן שליליות. על ידי שינוי החשיבה שלנו לכיוון חיובי, יש לנו הזדמנות לשפר את הבריאות, להגדיל את איכות ואורך חיים שלנו. אנו יכולים לחיות יותר מ1,500 שנה. הבחירה שלנו היא שקובעת לאן תופנה אנרגיה החיים שלנו. אם אתה רוצה לחיות זמן רב ולהיות בריא, התחילו לשלוט במה אתם מכניסים את הכוח תשומת הלב שלכם. תודה. תודה, אולגה. לאחר המידע שהשמעת, התברר כיצד רגישות משפיעות על איכות במשך חיינו. עובדה מעניינת. מדענים מצאו כי פעולתם של הורמונים הגורמים להתפרצות רגשית באדם נעצרו לאחר 90 שניות. ואכן נשאלת השאלה, מדוע אם כן אנו ממשיכים להתרגש במשך ימים, שבועות? למה שלא נירגע לאחר 90 שניות כשההורמונים מספיקים לעבוד? מה מעורר בנו את הרגשות הללו, ומדוע מישהו בנו רוצה שנחיה פחות ממה שהוקצב לנו? מהו מנגנון ההרס עצמי? איזה תפקיד ממלאים תמונות ופנטונים בראש שלנו הזה? רומן, אני נותנת לך רשות הדיבור.
Thank you, Elena. Good afternoon. So what is a phantom? The word phantom itself comes from the French fantôme, which in turn comes from the Greek phantasma. In the translation, it means apparition, ghost, creation of imagination, fiction. It means that the concept refers to something ephemeral, subtle, weightless. We film images or phantoms since childhood.
דימויים או פנטומים אנו עוצרים אפילו מילדות. זה פנטזיה ומשחקים עם חברים דמיוניים. תהליך הפנטזיה מעורר באופן פעיל על ידי התודעה האנושית, כלומר, התודעה מציעה דימויים שונים בראש, ולפי בחירתנו או שאנו שמים בהם את רוח תשומת הלב שלנו או לא. התודעה מתפתחת ולומדת לתמרן את האישיות בעזרת תמונות. כי האנרגיה של האדם מקוונת דרך דימויים פנטומיים על תודעה, וזו הזנה העיקרית והיחידה שלו. תמונות אינן תוצר של המוח, הם באים מבחוץ, ואז הם כבר משודרים לנו כאישיות, ואנחנו יכולים לראות את זה עם החזון הפנימי שלנו. כשאנחנו מכניסים את הכוח הקשב לתמונה של גיבור מסרט, או סתם אדם בראש שלנו, אנחנו מנהלים איתו דיאלוג, אנחנו יוצרים דימוי של אדם לא קיים, פנטום. פנטום הוא אינו קיים בעולם החומרי, אך בו זמן הוא קיים בעולם העדין. הוא באמת קיים. אנחנו מדברים איתו בראש, מוציאים עליו את האנרגיה של החיים שלנו. הוא חי על חשבוננו. האדם הוא האישות היחידה בעולם הזה שיכולה להחיות את האשליה. כי כל שהכוח תשומת הלב מושקע, האשליה הופכת למציאות כבר בעולם החומרי הזה. כל אחד יכול ליצור פנטום, רק על ידי מאמץ נפשי לכך. למשל, התחלתם להיזכר איך נופשים בים בקיץ, משחזרים במוח שלכם את הסביבה שהיא מקיפה אותך. בפעולה מנטלית דומה אתם יוצרים את הכחיל שלכם, שיופיע באותו מקום ממש, ליד הים, ויזון מאנרגיה החיים שלכם. ניתן להגדיר פנטום כי כריש מקומי של משהו, כריש אנרגיה, כריש מידע. היווצרות אנרגיה מידע ניתן להבחין בין שני סוגי של פנטומים. פנטומים סטטיים הקיימים ללא תלות באדם, אך מופיעים ברגע התבוננות. כי כל פנטונים סטטיים קשורים למקום מסוים, רוחות, פנטומים דינמיים שנוצרים על ידי התודעה האנושית דימויים מנטליים. יש מנהג טיבטי פופולרי, טולפה. טולפה היא פנטום גלוי ואך מוחשי שנוצר על ידי הדמיון וכוח הרצון של יוצרו. בשנת 1915 בטיבט קבוצה של 20 נזירים ניסתה לדמיין פנטום בדמיונם. הם עשו מדיטציה כל כך חזק שהפנטום הזה הופיע. יש מין... בואו נראה סרטון איך זה עובד.
האם אנשים יכולים ליצור פנטום? הם יכולים. ובכן, יש כאן דפוס מסוים. חייב להיות מספר מסוים של אנשים. תסלחו לי, לא 5-7 אנשים שיושבים שם ליד השולחן, אבל זה הרבה יותר. הם חייבים לשים את תשומת הלב שלהם כל כך מרוכזת שהתמונה המסוימת הזאת תיוולד. הם חייבים לעשות כל מאמץ כדי לבטא את זה, וזה באמת יכול להתגבש. אבל, ככלל, פנטום, זה לא מבנה חומרי, זה יותר ביטוי עדין, וזה בהחלט יחיה על חשבון אותם. כלומר, זה סוג כזה של הסכם. למשל, איך זה עובד? אני רק אסביר. כאן אספנו את המספר הנכון של אנשים, לא פחות. אפשר יותר, פחות לא. כמה? אני לא שם, אחרת הם יתפנקו. למרות שניתן למצוא שיטות אלו בתיאור, הן כתובות יותר בספרות הטיבטית. מה הטעם? רצינו ליצור לעצמנו, למשל, או ג'יני כזה. ואנחנו מתחילים לרכז בו את תשומת הלב עם מאפיינים מסוימים שלו. למשל, אנחנו רוצים הופיע איזה עוזר מיקי מאוס, כלומר, עכבר. הדבר המעניין ביותר הוא שאחרי זמן ממש כל מי שהיה מעורב בתהליך היצירה הזה, ובאמת עבד בריכוז. מי שסתם ישב והתבונן ולא עשה כלום, בשביל אלה, לא יעבוד. ומי שבאמת עשה כרטיסייה טובה, יתחילו לשים לב למסת העכברים שתופיע סביבם. ופתאום יופיעו עכברים. זה יתבטא. אלו הביטויים הראשונים לעובדה שזה מתחיל לעבוד. עוד יותר, בהמשך הם יתאספו, יש איזושהי לשונית, בקשות חומריות, כמו לג'יני, ומשהו איף שהוא יכול להתברר, משהו איף שהוא יכול להתחיל לעבוד. נראה שאפשר לעשות דברים בלתי אפשריים. אבל זה הכל בעולם החומרי, אם זה נעים למערכת ומועיל לה. כזה, כן, קיים, אבל צריך להבין שזו דרך ישירה לתת אישיות.
תודה לך, איגור מיכלוביץ', על מידע רב ערך, ואכן, כדי ליצור פנטום, אדם מוציא את האנרגיה לחייו, מכניס תשומת לב לתמונה, חושב על כל הפרטים עד לריח למבנה. הפנטום קשור קשר הדוק עם יוצרו וניזוק מהאנרגיה שלו, וקיומו הנוסף יהיה תלוי רק בבעלים. יצור זה מסוגל לקיים אינטראקציה עם כל חמישת החושים האנושיים. אני מציע לצפות ברעיון עם ביולוג סרגי מסלובוב.
Phantoms and mental images. What is it? This is something that exists in our world, often in an invisible form. But it exists in the form of some kind of energy information cloud. This is some kind of field, often of an incomprehensible nature, definitely not electromagnetic. This is something that can exist in the form of a visual image. There is a device, the so-called IGA device, indicator of geomagnetic anomalies. The decipher was created by Kravchenko. This device works on the registration of electromagnetic radiation, of very delicate registration. The slightest change in the electromagnetic component is caught by the device. So it can identify pathogenic zones, where there are voids, where there are some pipes, not even metallic ones. But the electromagnetic component is a consequence of the phantom itself. And by all accounts, it's not electromagnetic in nature. Well, if it hangs in the air, if it passes through all sorts of obstacles, if it moves around instantly, you can place it, transmit it over a distance. There is no electromagnetic component. I've already said that. But it does disturb the environment during its action, and the environment is usually an electromagnetic unit. It also has its own personal lifetime. That's their peculiarity of existence, self-existence, self-organization. And in some cases, if it is initially powerful, it can even improve itself, life on its own. There are such techniques when powerful psychics created, like that woman who gradually made a phantom. I read, I do not remember her last name, she was a powerful psychic. She created an assistant. She materialized it. So the one she created was a homunculus. It was like a servant. It understood that this person gave birth to it. So she could kill it too. So it had to either escape or encroach on her life. And she felt it, the author. And it turned out that this homunculus had become dangerous to her.
לא עוד עוזר כי הייתה לו איזושהי תודעה. התודעה עצמה היא אוניברסלית. נוצר לכל הטבע, בכל רמה, בכל מקום, ואפילו בצמח, ובאדם הכל. אז זה קם, נוצר, כי יש מבנה שבו. וכשהיא הבינה, היא סבלה כל כך, כי הבינה שכל כך קשה להרוס אותו. ניסיתי את זה גם כאשר למדו את העילה של האדם המקורי, ואז שלחתי לו מישהו, הנה אתה תהיה בסדר. וכשלמדתי את האורה של הבן אדם ואמרתי לו שיהיה לך טוב, מדהים, לא עסקתי בכך בפירוט, אלה בעצם אפשרות של הפעולות כאלה. העולם הזה שמונע ממחשבה, לא רק שלנו, אלה איזושהי מחשבה גלובלית כל כך מגוונת, לא מובן ומרגש, ואתה לא יודע מי אנחנו כאן בכלל. תודה, סרגי ניקיטיביץ'. כפי שאנו רואים, קל להסתבך בסיפור לא נעים עם פנטום, אבל לא תמיד אפשר, או לפעמים מאוד קשה לצאת ממנו. פרופסור צ'רנבסקי הוכיח בניסוי כי לכפול המוקצה על ידי אדם יש מאפיינים רבים של עצממים חיים, למשל מסה וצפיפות, ומסביבו יש גם שדה ביולוגי שנרשם על ידי מכשירים. פרופסור צ'רנבסקי הקליט שוב ושוב תמונות נפשיות שנוצרו על ידי המוח האנושי בעזרת חיישן אלקטרוסטטי. במאמרו אנרגיית הרק, הוא אומר, אם אתה יוצר תמונה נפשית בכל מקום, למשל בפינת החדר, אז המכשיר יתקן את הקונכיות, עילה של הפנטום הזה, אבל אם אתה מטשטש את התמונות האלה, ואז הפזים ייעלמו, המכשיר לא יוצא כלום. בואו נראה קטע מתוכנית בהשתתפות איגור מיכאלוביץ' דנילו. בואו נראה בניסוי מעניין. אנחנו גם ככה חושבים הרבה ויוצרים דמיונים. בואו נתחיל לחשוב על משהו כבד וגדול. למשל מזוודה גדולה, צבע, גודל לא משנה, אבל תתחילו לחשוב על זה 20 פעמים ביום, וכמה מזוודה עמוסה באבנים, ותחשבו על איך אתם מראים את זה, איך אתם לובשים את זה, ותראו כמה אנרגיה עוזבת אתכם. למה? אחרי הכל זה בראש. אתם הולכים לעבודה, אז תבואו, תיקחו את המזוודה איתכם ותחשבו כמה כבד לכם ותרגישו שאתם כבר נשארים ללא כוח. ומי שלא מאמין, אז אל תעשו את זה. אבל אם אתם חוזרים הביתה, אם תגיעו הביתה, תביאו גם מזוודה ולכו לעבודה איפה שלחו אותו איתכם. דמיינו בבירור את משקלה, גודלה, מדידותיה, ואתם תראו למה הפנטזיה שלך מסוגלת במישור הפיזי. כך נעלמים חיינו, ואנחנו יוצרים פנטומים, דימויים. איתם אנחנו מתווכחים, מדברים, וכאילו כל זה לא אמיתי. זה לא אמיתי, זה לא נותן לך שום דבר כאן בעולם החומרי הזה, אבל זה אמיתי ובאמת לוקח את החיים שלך, לוקח את האנרגיה שלך. אכן, אם נסתובב בראשנו עם המזוודה כזו, כל היום בוודאי תרגישו התמוטטות. פנטונים תועדו שוב ושוב בעזרת צילום. בשנת 1968, נינל סרגייבנה קולגינה העירה חומרי צילום במחשבותה. בשנת 1996 פורסמה תמונה מדהימה בעיתון אנומליה. הוא מתאר את חוקר, מתאר טונגוסקה ופנטום של נינל סרגייבנה קולגינה, המדיום המפורסם. תמונה זו צילמה על ידי בעלה של נינל סרגייבנה, ויקטור וסיליביץ' קולגין, שבמהלך הבדיקות תיעד את התוצאות הניסויים במצלמה. הוא נזכר. בהפסקה, אחד הנוכחים שאלו את נינל סרגייבנה, ננסה לשלוח את הזרימה שלך, האנרגיה שלך, לכיוון זולתו, ואנחנו ננסה לצלם את זה. וזה מה שקרה. מאחורי גבו של זולתו הופיע פנטום של קולגינה שנשלח על ידה בכוונה לעבר בן זוגה. תמונה זו הראתה בבירור שאדם יכול לשלוט בפנטום שלו ברצונו, לשלוח אותו במודע לנקודה נבחרת. עכשיו אני מציע לצפות בקטע מהתוכנית תמונות אובססיביות בהשתתפות איגור מיכאלוביץ' דנילו.
Igor Mikhailovich, and there is also the following question. For example, a person has created some images for himself and
איגור מיכאילוביץ', הנה שאלה. כן, אדם יצר לעצמו נניח כמה דימויים, והאדם מבין שזה רע. והחבר'ה שואלים את השאלה הזאת, האם אפשר להיפטר לחלוטין למשל מהתמונה הזאת? האם אפשר פשוט למחוק אותה לנצח מהזיכרון, מהתודעה? לפרמט אותה, כן? כן, לפרמט. אתם יכולים לפרמט את הזיכרון, אנחנו מבינים שלוקח זמן לפרמט מתדמית פעולה וחזקה נניח מאותו פנטום שיצרתם ושכבר שולט בכם. כדי להיפטר ממנה צריך זמן ומאמץ, אבל השאלה תיפטר מזה לנצח או לא, ובכך כמובן שלא. אתה יכול לבטל את זה, אבל אתה לא יכול להוציא את זה לגמרי, וזה עדיין יהיה קיים, וזה עדיין יהיה את החיים שלך, אבל לא באופן הכי חשוב הם הדברים עם התמונות. אנחנו יכולים לפרמט את הזיכרון שלנו, אבל הפרנה והאנרגיה של החיים נניח תחולק גם עליו. השאלה היא אם זה יהיה פעיל או לא פעיל. ובכן שיגידו, זה לא מציאותי, אתה יכול להיפטר מזה שם. נו, על מה אתם מדברים, חברים? במקרה זה אנו מספרים עובדות מוחלטות, אשר מאושרות ידי ניסויים רבים. עדיין בספק תנסו, וכן כל מה שצריך זה אתם טוב, ואתם תראו כמה, תזכרו אפילו מהילדות שלכם. לא, הם גודלים יחד עם זה, וכן אנו מולדים לגיון שלם של אלה שחיים עבורנו. לפיכך, מתוך 1,500 השנים שהוקצו לנו לחיים, אנו חיים מעט מאוד, כי הרבה מאוד חיים עבורנו. תודה רבה, איגור מיכאילוביץ'. בהתחשב בעובדה שאדם קיבל תוחלת חיים של לפחות 1,500 שנה, מגיע להבין מדוע אנו חיים בעצם כ-80 שנה בתקופה הזו. מכיוון שאנו מבזבזים אנרגיה חיונית על מחשבות ודימויים בראש, יוצרים מספר עצום של פנטומים, במודע או לא במודע. אני נותן את הרשות הדיבור למנחים. תודה, רומן. אז עכשיו שמענו מידע חשוב מאוד בנוגע לפנטומים. מסתבר שזו אותה תמונה שאנו נותנים לה את תשומת הלב. פנטומים קיימים ברמת המידע. הם מתיישבים ונשארים בתת מודע של האדם. הם לא הולכים לשום מקום, אלא ממשיכים להתקיים תוך שימוש אנרגיה החיונית שלנו. כלומר, הם חיים על חשבוננו. לכן, בפעם הבאה שתיצור עוד תמונה או פנטום, תחשבו אם אתם מוכנים לתת לו שנים מחייך. וזה לא במובן פיגורטיבי, אלא תראי משמע, כי בכל שאנו יוצרים יותר פנטומים דמויים, כך אנו חיים פחות לעצמנו. כפי שאמר איגור מיכאילוביץ', ישנן טכניקות מאפשרות לקבל מידע מלא שנאגר בתת המודע. טכניקות אלה מאפשרות רק לוודא שכל מה שנשמע, נראה וחושב על ידי אדם, לכל החיים מאחסן בתת מודע. אולג, בבקשה תספר לנו על זה.
Whether we pay attention to it or not, warning. It's attention.
לרבים היו ספקות שזה לא כך, שאדם לא יכול לזכור הכל, ועוד יותר עד פרט הקטן ביותר. רבים יגידו, זה לא אפשרי, כי אני אפילו לא זוכר מה קרה אתמול, ואתה אומר שהמידע מאוחסן על כל החיים. אתם יודעים, הנה, יש לי שאלה, למה אנחנו לא זוכרים הרבה? מדוע התודעה אוגרת את כל המידע, אך בו זמנית נועלת אותה בתת מודע, ונותנת לאדם רק חלק מיקרוסקופי ממה שכבר מאוחסן שם? ואז מהי התודעה בכלל? ואם היא פועלת כפי שהיא רוצה, ולא כפי שהאדם רוצה? האם לתודעה יש מטרות ואינטרסים משלה? כולם מכירים דוגמה, אנחנו בבית ספר למדנו כל הזמן את לוח הכפל, נוסחאות, מידע זה או אחר בלימודים, אבל כשהמורה קרא לנו ללוח, שאל את השאלה, איך לפי החוק השפל, התשובה נדרשת לא צצה בזיכרון. יש לי לוח ריק בראש, איך הכל פתאום מאופס, ובכלל כאילו אין מידע על הנושא הזה. מוכר, נכון? אבל אחרי הכל, כל המידע שאי פעם שמענו או ראינו, כולל ראייה היקפית, נרשמת בתת המודע שלנו, והתודעה נותנת לנו לא זיכרונות עצמם, אלא את הפרשנות המעוותת שלהם, זיכרונות על זיכרונות. מסתבר שהתודעה היא משהו נפרד ופועלת כפי שהיא מועילה לה. אם היא רוצה לתת לנו מידע ואם הוא לא רוצה, לא תן. אבל למה? יש לנו טכניקות שמוכיחות שכל המידע ממשיך להתקיים ונאגר בתת המודע שלנו. למשל, זה טכניקת היפנוזה. בואו נקשיב למומחה שיספר לנו מהי היפנוזה ועל הטכניקות שלו להעלאת אדם למצב של טרנס, מצב תודעה שונה. אנדרי ניקולאייביץ' פולקוב, יש לך רשות לדיבור. היפנוזה היא מצב מאוד מעניין. זה מצב של טרנס, זה מצב של ערות, מצב של שינה, זה מצב של ערות, זה מצב של תודעה אנושית שונה, שבו אדם יכול לפתור בעיות מסוימות. היפנוזה קיימת הן קלאסית והן אריקסונית. קלאסית היא היפנוזה מקוונת, אלה פקודות מסוימות, ואריקסון היא טכנולוגיית הצעות נסתרות שעוזרת גם לפתור בעיות בצורה יעילה, שינוי תודעה, עבודה עם תת מודע, עקיפית, חשיבה ביקורתית. כל היפנוזים הם מהפנטים, הם גם נכנסים לטרנס. נראה שהם נכנסים למצב הזה ומתבצע גשר בלתי נראה כזה של תקשורת, כלומר קשר בלתי נראה כזה, ערוץ, ובאמצעות הערוץ הזה גם זה מהאופן. ביחד הם פותרים את הבעיות. כאשר למשל אתה מתחיל לעבוד עם אדם, הוא כבר מראה באיזה מצב אדם נמצא. אתה מראה לו שתי אצבעות ואומר כמה אצבעות יש לו על היד. והנה האדם כבר מונה כמה אצבעות יש לו על היד. כלומר, קיול כבר מתרחש מיד. ואתה מתחיל להבין באיזה מצב אדם נמצא. אם הוא אומר לך שתי אצבעות, כלומר הוא כבר חזותי, עכשיו הוא מקיים מידע רק בעניינים, אבל הוא לא חיבר את אוזניו. אבל המידע היה, אני רק מסביר את הטכניקה של העבודה של תת המודע והטכניקות האלה. אז למעשה, אמרתי
Now,
כמה
just helps to
אצבעות
see what state
יש
the person
על
is in.
היד
What
שלי,
the little
נכון?
state is.
הראיתי 2,
Some are
אלו הם
They need to touch and
רגעי
only then they
כביכול
can feel what
שקובעים
they
את
are
מצבו
connected
של
to.
האדום. זה לא אומר
Some
שיש
to
לו
smell,
כמה בעיות
to
נפשיות
taste. And so
חמורות
all
שם.
these moments are
לא,
used in
זה
work.
רק עוזר לראות באיזה מצב אדם
When a
נמצא,
person
מה
comes,
מוביל
it's
אותו.
important to calibrate him and
מישהו
understand
קיטה לי,
which channels
מישהו,
must be used to achieve
משהו
certain
צריך
goals.
לגעת בו, ואז הוא יכול
Whether it will
להרגיש
be
רק עם
auditory,
מה הוא קשור,
visual, or
ומשהו
kinesthetic
דרך
tone.
ריח, דרך טעם, וכל הרגעים האלה כולם
Immersions can be
משמשים
different.
ביצירה.
Sometimes
כשאדם
a person
מגיע,
can immerse
אתה צריך
instantly, even with
לחיי
his
להבין
eyes open.
באמצעות אילו
A
ערוצים
person may
להגיע
not
במהירות
necessarily be
למשימות
sleeping or something like
מסוימות.
that.
אם זה
He
היה
can get
שמיעה,
into this
אז
altered state with
או
his
שזה
eyes
היה
open,
עיניים, או שזה יהיו תחושות,
and his brain begins to emit
צלילים
different
שונים. לפעמים
frequencies,
אדם יכול
which also
לצלול
change.
מיידית, גם
And one of the
בעיניים
good habits talks.
פקוחות, אז לא
We
הכרח
make, let's say,
שאדם
certain things
ישן
snap,
שם, ויש משהו
and
אחר.
these snaps
הוא יכול
correspond to
לצלול
certain
לתוך
activation of
המצב
alpha, beta,
המשתנה
gamma,
הזה
and theta waves in the brain.
בעיניים
So these
פקוחות,
moments
והמוח שלנו מתחיל לפלוט
are also
תדרים שונים.
important.
הם גם משתנים, תודה רבה, אנדריי מיקולאביץ'.
Is it possible to rely on human memory? German psychologist Hermann Ebbinghaus studied memory in 1885. He came up with the forgetting curve, also called the Ebbinghaus curve.
הפסיכולוג הגרמני הרמן אבינגהאוס הכר זיכרון ב-1985. הוא הסיק את עקומת השכחה, או שהיא נקראת גם עקומת אבינגהאוס. הוא ערך ניסוי בשינון סדרה חסרת משמעית של חברות שאינם גורמת לשום אסוציאציות. נמצא שאחרי ההחזרה הראשונה שאין לטעון בה על סדרה של חברות כאלה, השכחה עוברת מהר מאוד בהתחלה. כבר במהלך השעה הראשונה, עד 60% מכל המידע המתקבל נשכח. 10 שעות לאחר השינון נשארים בזיכרון 35% ממה שנלמד. יתר על כך, תהליך השכחה הולך לאט, ולאחר 6 ימים נשאר זיכרון כ-20% מסך החברות שנלמדו במקור. אותם כמות נשארת בזיכרון לאחר חודש. למעשה, התודעה האנושית היא מזייפת. היא שומרת על התמונה המדויקת של האירוע רק לכמה אלפיות שניות. וכאשר זיכרון לטווח ארוך מופעל, היא מעוותת לחלוטין. את האירוע ללא הכר מציגה אותה לאדם בצורה מעוותת כזאת. זיכרון במובן הרגיל שלנו הוא לא איך המידע מאוחסן בצורתו הטהורה לתת המידע של האדם, אלא בדיוק איך התודעה מציגה מידע לאדם בגרסתו מעוותת ממנו.
If a person is put in an artificially triggered trance-like state, meaning hypnosis, then the person can basically recall literally everything that he heard, everything that he saw. Let's give such a simple example. We've tried to recreate this before.
בואו ניתן דוגמה כל כך פשוטה איכשהו ניסינו לשחזר אותה. הם הכניסו אדם, הם רק אמרו לו לעמוד 15 דקות עם זרם של מכוניות. אנחנו אומרים, תראו, המכונית חייבת לנסוע, אמרו המספרים של המכונית. כשהוא ילך, אתה תנופף לו. ובכן, המצאנו את המספרים, ובכן באותם ימים שבהם ערכנו את הניסוי הזה, כמובן לא הייתה זרם כזה של המכונית כמו עכשיו, סליחה, וכי ובכן תוך 15 דקות ניסו עשרות מכוניות. למען תואר הניסוי, למה זה היה בדיוק 15 דקות, כי מצלמות הוידאו לא היו זהות לעכשיו, חבר'ה, היה מספיק לסרט ל-15 דקות של צילום, ובהרבה יותר נמוך, אנדריאביץ' עצמו צילם, כלומר את כל זרם המכוניות שעמד לפגוש אותו הוא הקליט. אז לאחר זמן, מה נתנו לבן אדם? שבוע חופש, ממש שבוע לאחר מכאן הכנסנו אותו למצב טרנס עם חבר טוב שלי, ועכשיו הוא מתחיל לשאול אותו דברים אלמנטריים. צבע מכוניות, מספרי מכוניות, אז אין שגיאות. וחשב בקוף שהתודעה במצב נורמלי יכול לזכור יותר מ3 או 5 שם. כן, אחרי זה כשהוא יצא, הוא עושה מצב הטרנס, הוא התבקש לזכור את המכוניות, זה לא עבד. למה? שוב, זרימה גדולה של המידע היא נעלמה ברמת התודעה הראשונה. אם אדם מתאמן, הוא יכול לזכור משהו, הוא יכול להתרחב, אבל הכל מאוחסן בתת מודע שלנו, עד לפרט הקטן ביותר. אז היה אופנתי לקשת מכוניות גדילים, וכן
Что показывает электроэнцефалограмма головного мозга при гипнозе?
מה מראה אלקטרואנצפלוגרמה של המוח במהלך היפנוזה? ערנות רגועה ושלווה הופכת לנמנום. ברגע זה מופיעים גלי התנודות במוח. את"ג נעשית איטיות יותר וקצביות יותר, הטווח שלהם הוא בין 4 ל-8 הרץ. מצב זה נקרא לרוב דמדומים, כי בו אדם נמצא בין שינה לערות ביכולת לראות ונראה שהוא נמצא במציאות ולא בחלום. גלי תטא הם אינדיקטור לכך שהאדם נכנס למצב תודעה שונה עמוק, כאשר התת מודע שולט. גלי תטא הם הקו הדוק בין המודע לתת המודע. ההיפנולוג סוזן פוסל תספר לנו על כאשר עושים היפנוזה חשוב מאוד לצאת מבטא לתטא. אז אני מביאה את הלקוחות שלי למצב מאוד רגוע שבו הפנטום הנפשי מפסיק להם והם נכנסים לגלי תטא, כי אי אפשר לשנות את התת מודע בלי להיות בתטא. אז אני מכניסה את הלקוחות שלי לקצב התטא, ואז אנחנו יוצרים תמונה של מה שהם היו רוצים לדמיין, להרגיש, להריח, לטעום, לגעת ולשמוע. וכל עוד אתאר את הדימוי הזה, הזרע הזה יצמח במוחם כל עוד התמונות הזו שם. זה כבר בערוץ טלוויזיה. אז אפשר לעבור בערוץ אחד לשני, אבל התמונה הזו, נניח שראיתם סרט בנטפליקס אתמול בערב, והתמונה הזו עדיין בראש שלכם מאתמול בערב, אבל אתם כבר מכינים ארוחת בוקר, אז התמונה הזו כבר נשכחה, אלא אם כן אתם רוצים לחזור ולחזור עליה שוב, אבל אתם שותלים את הזרעים האלו מעמקי החומר האפור שלכם ושותלים אותו בתת המודע שלכם. איך לשנות את התת המודע? דרך דמיון וחזרה. דמיון וחזרה. אז כשאני עושה היפנוזה עם לקוחות שלי, אני מקליטה את זה עבורם ואומר להם להאזין לו בלילה לפני השינה במשך 30 יום ולהמשיך להשתמש בדמיון שלהם ולחזור על התמונות הזו שבו ושוב ושוב. דמיון וחזרה, דמיון וחזרה, ואז התמונה נשארת כל עוד אתם מדמיינים אותה. זה כמו שצלם מצלם תמונות, כי כל שתשמור אותה יותר זמן בראש, כך גודל סיכוי שהיא תהיה בפנים. אתם תציירו אותם עליך בקלות ובטבעיות יותר באמצעות הדמיון והחזרה שלך. וכשזה שם, זה כמו זרע בתמודע שלכם. כך זה יעשוי לקחת קצת זמן עוד עד שהוא יופיע.
During hypnosis, the left hemisphere of the brain shuts down.
תודה סיוזן. במהלך היפנוזה מכבים את המספרה השמאלית של המוח, ואיתו גם הערכת המצב, שליטה והתנהגות. האדם ייפול להימספרה ימנית או המצב היפנוטי של התודעה שונה. ההמיספרה הימנית האחראית על הדמיון, ואז ההיפנולוג מתחיל לשתול, לשדר תמונות. מצב ההמיספרה הימנית באופן ואובדן יכולת לתפוס באופן ביקורתי כדי כל מידע. אין חשיבה ביקורתית, כלומר היכולת של אדם להטיל ספק במידע נכנס, לרבות או מונטאז' מקציב של טווח. אני מציע לראות את הוידאו.
There is research done in Russia and in the US, and they show the same. During prayer or meditation, the brain is not active.
בזמן התפילה או מדיטציה המוח לא פועל. התדירות היחידה היא אלפא ריתם. ברוסיה קבעו שבזמן המדיטציה
he also found that during meditation the brain is not active, only alpha rhythm is present, still functioning but sleeping, not dead but sleeping.
המוח עובד, הוא לא מת, הוא ישן.
So when you want to give us freedom of choice,
כדי לתת לנו את הזכות הבחירה לפי התכנון של אלוהים, הכל נמצא בתת מודע שלנו. ואז גיליתי שהגלים של
and anti-vortices spinning counterclockwise. And the chakras, that in Sanskrit means spinning wheels, is exact terminology. These are the alternating vortices and anti-vortices of the non-linear electromagnetic field of the spirit. And because the spirit is non-linear fields with waves, and three-dimensional images are created with laser waves, the recording in the subconscious is made with waves. And it is holographic in nature. And holographic
ליניארית נוצרים שדות גלים ודימויים תלת-מימדיים בעזרת גלי לייזר, הרי שהרישום בתת המודע נעשה בעזרת גלים. וזה הולוגרפי באופיה, והרשומה ההולוגרפית מאוד קומפקטית. אני לא מבינה למה המדענים שלנו יודעים על זה, אבל המדע שלנו נמצאת ברמה שבה אנחנו מתארים את מה שאנחנו רואים. במצב שינה בשלב המעבר ממודע לתת מודע, רואים את כל מה שנרשמה בהכרח במהלך היום. וכל זה נשלח על תת המודע לאחסון ונרשם לפי העיקרון הולוגרפי בצורה מאוד דחוסה. מדוע המדענים שלנו לא שואלים את השאלה הזו? הם יודעים ששינה היא מעבר מתמיד בין פעולה מוחית. הם רושמים זאת באמצעות אלקטרואנצפלוגרמה ופעילות תת המודע שהיא פעילות רגשית נרשמת בגלונומטר. הם לא שואלים למה הם עושים את זה. זה נעשה על מנת לחסוך בתת מודע כל מה שנרשם במהלך היום. פנטים יודעים שכל החיים שלנו מתועדים ברמת התת-מודע, כי הם מכניסים את התודעה לשינה כדי לקבל גישה על תת-מודע, והתת-מודע מספר להם, מספר להם את כל מה שקורה במהלך חייהם. הם בוחנים מה גרם לפציעה, מה גרם לבעיה שיש למטופל, ולפיכך הם יודעים שלתת המודע מחזיק תיעוד שלהם, של כל חיינו, אבל המדע שלנו מתעלם איכשהו ממה שההיפנוזה מגלה. דבר נוסף שהיפנוטים מצאו גם שאנשים מאופנזים עם תודעה, יש להם יכולת לבצע חישובים לפחות פי 10,000 מהר יותר. מה אומר? מה? חייב להיות לנו מחשב חזק יותר מהמחשב התודעה שלנו. זה קורה ברמת תת-מודע. הוא עובד עם הגלים, עם גלי הרוח, לכן זה מחשב קוונטי.
As we can see, all the information is stored in the subconsciousness, not only about the whole life.
כפי שאנחנו יכולים לראות, כל המידע מאוחסן בתת המודע, לא רק על כל החיים של האישיות הזאת, אלא גם מידע על חיים הקודמים של האנשים שקדמו לאישיות זאת. זה כמו קופסה שחורה שמתעדת את כל המידע של ספרון המטוס באינטרנט מבלי לפספס דבר. אבל איך אפשר לתעד ולאחסן כמויות עצומות כאלה של המידע? ברור שאי אפשר לעשות זה במוח מוגבל חומרי. מריה קומן, מדענית מארצות הברית, תספר לכם על זה.
There is research done in Russia and in the US, and they show the same.
ישנם מחקרים שנערכו ברוסיה ובארצות הברית, והם הראו את אותן תוצאות. במהלך תפילה או מדיטציה, המוח אינו פעיל, המוח ישן. הקצב היחיד הוא קצב אלפא, שהוא קצב הבסיסי של המוח. ברוסיה נמצא כי לא מתועדת פעילות מוחית במהלך תפילה או מדיטציה. המחקר נערך על ידי קפלן, שהיה נוירוכירורג ובילה את חייו בעבודה על המוח. הוא גילה שבמהלך מדיטציה המוח אינו פעיל, רק קצב אלפא קיים. המוח מתפקד אבל ישן, לא מת אבל ישן. כדי לתת לנו חופש בחירה, לפי תוכנית הבורא, כל מה שקשור לרוח שמגיע ממנו נמצא בתת המודע. כפי שגיליתי, גלי הרוח הם שדה אלקטרומגנטי, לא ליניארי, ובשדות לא ליניאריים יש מערבולות שמסתובבים בכיוון השעון, ואנטי מערבולות מסתובבים נגד כיוון השעון. וצ'קרות, שמשמעותן בסנסקריט היא גלגלים מסתובבים. הוא מונח מדויק מאוד. אלה הן מערבולות מתחילות ואנטי מערבולות של שדה האלקטרומגנטי הלא ליניארי של הרוח. ומכיוון שהרוח אינה ליניארית, נוצרים שדות גלים ודימויים תלת-מימדיים בעזרת גלי לייזר. הרי שהרישום בתת המודע נעשה בעזרת גלים. וזה הולוגרפי באופייה, והרשומה ההולוגרפית מאוד קומפקטית. אני לא מבינה למה המדענים שלנו יודעים על זה, אבל המדע שלנו נמצאת ברמה שבו אנחנו מתארים את מה שאנחנו רואים. במצב השינה, בשלב המעבר ממודע לתת מודע, קוראים את כל מה שנרשם בהכרה במהלך היום, וכל זה נשלח על תת המודע לאחסון ונרשם לפי העיקרון ההולוגרפי בצורה מאוד דחוסה. מדוע המדענים שלנו לא שואלים את השאלה הזו? הם יודעים ששינה היא מעבר מתמיד בין פעולות מוחית. הם רושמים זאת באמצעות אלקטרואנצפלוגרמה, והיא פעילות המודע שהיא פעילות רגשית נרשמת בגלבנומטר. הם לא שואלים למה הם עושים את זה. זה נעשה על מנת לחסוך. בתוך מודע כל מה שנרשם במהלך היום. וההיפנוטיזרים יודעים שכל החיים שלנו מתועדים ברמת התת-מודע, כי הם מכניסים את התודעה לשינה כדי לקבל גישה על תודעה, והתת-המודע מספר להם את כל מה שקרה במהלך חייהם. הם בוחנים מה גרם לפציעה, מה גרם לבעיה שיש למטופל. לפיכך הם יודעים שתת המודע מחזיק תיעוד שלהם, של כל חיינו. אבל המדע שלנו מתעלם איכשהו ממה שההיפנוזה מגלה. דבר נוסף שההיפנוטיזרים מצאו הוא שאנשים מאופנתים עם תודעה ישנם יכולים לבצע חישובים לפחות פי 10,000 מהר יותר. מה אומר זה? חייב להיות לנו מחשב חזק יותר ממחשב של התודעה שלנו. זה קורה ברמת תת-מודע, וזה כך. הוא עובד עם הגלים, עם גלי הרוח, ולכן זה מחשב קוונטי. תודה לך, מריה. ואכן, חקר העובדה התודעה האנושית דורש גישה בין תחומים והבנה שהאדם הוא יצור מורכב יותר ממה שנהוג להאמין כיום. וזה היה נהדר אם מדענים יתחילו לחקור לא רק את המעטפת הגופנית הנראית לעין, אלא גם עם מבנה האנרגית הבלתי נראה. כעת מדענים משתמשים בכלים העומדים לרשותם כולל היפנוזה, אבל כדי לשקול עד כמה הכלי הזה בטוח עבור לאדם עצמו. כפי שצוין קודם, התודעה של אדם במצב של היפנוזה לוקחת את כל ההגדרות של היפנוטיזר לאורך הנקוב, כמיצב לפעולה. בפורמט הצרכני של החברה ניתן להשתמש בכלי כמו היפנוזה כדי לתכנת אדם לשלילה, עד לנקודה שאדם לאחר ששמע מילה קוד מסוימת יכול להפוך לזומבי. זה משמש לעתים קרובות על ידי שירות מיוחדים שונים. הופכים אנשים לבובה מבוקרת בזמן הנכון. לעתים קרובות אנשים פונים להיפנוטיזרים כשהם פשוט עצלנים כדי לשנות את עצמם. פשוט עובדים על בריאות הגוף שלהם ועובדים על ההרגלים הרעים שלו. אבל מה הם ישלמו על זה אחר כך? כמובן, אף אחד מהם לא חושב על זה. אחרי הכל אדם הופך להיות תלוי במתקנים של המאפן. למעשה הוא מאבד את היכולת להפגין את רצונו במונחים של שינוי עצמו. הרי כל אחד מאיתנו חי לפי הרגלים. יש הרגלים שטובים לו, לאחרים, לנו אחרים לא. זכו כמה מאמצי נדרש כדי לשנות הרגל או לפחות הרגל חדש. כדי לעשות זאת אתה צריך רצון ופעולה משליח בפרק זמן ארוך. גישת היפנוזה יכולה להפחית משמעותית את המונחים הללו, אבל בתמורה אדם מאבד את היכולת לשנות את עצמו באמצעות כוח הרצון האישי שלו. למעשה אדם הופך להיות תלוי ברצונו של ההיפנוטיזר. מכל מכור וכמו סם. זה כל כך קל ואתם לא צריך להחליץ את עצמו. בהיפנוזה הוא הביטוי של הטבע, ראיתי באדם בשלמותו. זוהי שחרור מהנפש וניתוק מהנשמה. ההיפנוזה היא רק פונקציה של תת-מודע. בהיפנוזה האדם הופך למי שהוא באמת. אם הוא מוצב לחלוטין,
He will perceive himself on the stage. 100%. Personality doesn't give a damn.
דוגמה פשוטה, במצב של היפנוזה מציעים לאדם שהוא זמר או שחקנית, זה לא משנה, והוא ישיר. הוא ירגיש כמו 100% על הבמה שם. לא אכפת לאישיות, היא ממנת הכל. למה? זה לא משנה לה, זה הפרטים שלה אכפת, וזה מעניין את התודעה הראשונית. כלומר, למעשה, בתלת המימדית הזאת, אני העיקרי, אנחנו האגואיסט הקטן והלא מפותח הזה. למה לא מפותח? מכיוון שלתודעה הראשונית יש מגבלה בהתפתחות עד הזינוק הראשוני, כלומר קצת יותר חכם מהפרימט, אבל לא יותר. אם נשארת עם אותם בעלי חיים, זה מה שאחר כך שולט בנו. האם אתה מבין? זה מה שמתווך בין אישיות לבין התודעה המשנית, התודעה הראשונית. ההיפנוזה משפיעה על התודעה הראשונית, ואכן מתרחשים כל ההחלפות הללו, ההצעה וכל השאר. מאחורי זה, אגב, מסתתר אפקט הפלצבו, ועוד הרבה מאוד גורמים אחרים. אבל זה מאוד מעניין, כלומר, כי יש כבר ביטויים ששורשים שתת אישיות עוקרת את האישיות, או שם מה קורה לאישיות. כלום. מסתבר שאף אחד לא מחליף אף אחד, נכון? אף אחד כלום, אישיות. אם היא לא מפותחת, אבל בעצם תסלחו לי, אישיות לא מפותחת. מי עשה את הפיתוח? כמה אנשים בעולם יודעים שהם אישיות? בהתבסס על פסיכולוגיה וכל השאר, כולם יגידו, כן, אני אישיות, וכן הלאה, ובכן המונח השונה. כל האישיות שלנו סוגרת על התודעה הראשונית, לעתים רחוקות יותר על המשנית, כי שם מתעוררת בנו דיאלוגים וכדומה, ולכן אנחנו אפילו מתבוננים אבל אם אדם מתפתח מבחינה רוחנית, איך הוא מתפתח? כמו אישיות, והנה הוא מתחיל להבין שהוא אישיות, הוא מתחיל לחיות כאן, לחיות כבר כאישיות, ואז הוא רואה מהי תודעה, איך היא מתענג, הוא מבין את כל זה, ואז כמובן הוא רואה את מי אם אדם מפותח מבחינה רוחנית והמהות הרוחנית שולטת בו על החומרית, הוא אינו מתאים לא לסוגיסטים ולא להיפנוזה, כי ישנם דומינציה מוחלטת על התודעה הראשונית והשליטה על התודעה המשנית. מסתבר שכל האנרגיית החיים הולכת לא לפיתוח האישיות, אלא למימון התודעה הראשונית. בעצם האדם מפנה את תשומת ליבו לאשליה שנוצרה על ידי מוחו של ההיפנוזה, ללא תפיסה ביקורתית. תודה על תשומת הלב. אני נותנת את רשות הדיבור למנחים. תודה לך. המידע גורם לך לחשוב. כפי שהשמיעו דברינו הנכבדים, לאדם יש את הכוח שנותן לו את האפשרות לחיות כאן בגורף גשמי יותר מ-1500 שנה. והכי חשוב, כוח זה מאפשר לזכות בחיי נצח בעולם הרוח. אבל אנחנו מבזבזים את חיינו על רגשות, פנטזיות, טינה, רצונות, חסרי משמעות, יוצרים גדודי פנטומים שממשיכים לשאוב מאיתנו אנרגיה לאורך כל חיינו. אנחנו מבזבזים את מה שהגזים המפתחים ביותר ביקום מחפשים. כן, אפשר, כן, כאשר אדם מבין כל
Has anything changed?
לצפות בסרט איך לפני 25,000 שנה אנשים נלכדו לעבדות על ידי ציוויליזציית חסות נשמה שרודפות אחרי כוחה של תשומת הלב האנושי. האם משהו השתנה מאז?
Everyone tries to steal it from each other.
יש כוח, הכוח היקר ביותר ביקום האדם הוא נושא. למרות העובדה שכולנו יש את זה בשפע, כולנו מנסים לגנוב אחד מהשני. החזקים של העולם הזה עושים הכל כדי להפנות את הכוח הזה לעצמם. הכוח הזה כל כך יקר שלפני 25,000 שנה פלשו כדור הארץ על ידי גזע חייזרים חייטק האפקסיאנים, הם שיעבדו אנשים במטרה יחידה, לגנוב ולקחת מהם את המשאב היקר ביותר הזה. מהו הכוח הזה שכל כך יקר לכולם? איפה המקור שלו? כוח זה הוא כוח תשומת הלב שלנו. האפקסיאנים הם גזע החיות העליון. יש להם טכנולוגיות ענקיות הודות לכידות שלהם ולנקודות של מוח אפקטיבי, אבל אין להם נשמה, כלומר הם חיות מאוד אינטליגנטיות, ולאנשים יש נשמה, מקור אנרגיה טהורה, מקור הכוח המרכיב את כל דבר ביקום והיקום עצמו. הפרדוקס הוא שאנשים עצמם אינם מבינים את ערכה של המתנה הזו, בעוד שהאפקסיאנים מודעים לכך מאוד. הם כל כך מודעים שהם נוסעים מאות אלפי שנות אור כדי ללכד את כל מה שניתן לאדם בדיוק כך בזכות הבכורה. האינטליגנציה הכללית של האפקסיאנים עולה בהרבה על האינטליגנציה הכללית של האנושות, כי האנשים מפוצלים. ועד שאנו בני אדם נתאחד ונהפוך לציוויליזציה במובן האמיתי של המילה, נהיה חלשים מכל הבחינות. רק על ידי איחוד נוכל לכוון את המשאב היקר ביותר שלנו לכיוון של אחדות ויצירה ולהציל את עצמנו מקשיים עתידים, וכמובן נוכל להתמודד עם איום החלל העולמים. האפקסיאנים הם יצורים זרים חסכי נשמה על מנת להונות אנשים ולאלץ אותם להפנות מרצון את כוח תשומת הלב שלהם לעצמם עד שהכניסה לחברה האנושית, ועצמם קראו לעצמם אלים. עליהם התפללו אנשים כמובן אמיתי של המילה. כוח תשומת הלב הוא כל כך יקר עבור האפקסים, שהשקיעו בהם הם מרב תשומת הלב והתפללו בצורה הכי נעלבת. הם התרוממו, העניקו להם כוח על האנשים האחרים והחזירו את הבריאות והעניקו ברכות ארציות. זה מקום שבו לאנשים פשוט עדיין יש את אומנם ברמה הגנטית שאם אדם מתפלל אל האלוהים, אז אלוהים חייב לתת לו את כל מה שהוא מבקש, דברים חומריים בתפילה. האפקסיאנים בנו מקדישים בעלי צורה מיוחדת כדי להביע עליהם, ייתנו עוד יותר מהאנרגיה שלהם, וזה לא קסם, זה פיזיקה. אחרי הכל, הגיאומטריה של המבנים קשורים קשר הדוק לפיזיקה, ויש לה השפעה מצטברת או הרסנית. באותם זמנים רחוקים האנושית הצליחה להתאחד ולבקש עזרה מהאנונקים, הגזע האנושי הגבוה ביותר, והאנונקי גירשו את האפקסים מכדור הארץ, שחררו את האנושות מעבדות והעניקו לאנשים את ההזדמנות להחליט בעצמם כיצד לחיות. אך באופן מפתיע הם שחררו מעבדות האפקסית המצוד אחרי כוח הקשב בחברה האנושית לא נפסק. כבר אנשים עצמם יכלו להמציא דרכים שונות כיצד לגנוב אותה זה מזה, תוך חיקוי בעליהם לשעבר. אחרי הכל, הדתות עדיין קיימות. בנוסף לעולם החומר עם חוקיו האכזריים, יש שם עולם רוחני. זה הבית האמיתי שלנו, אבל אנשים כל הזמן שוכחים את זה, וכדי לשחזר את הידע האבוד על המהות טבע האדם ואפשרות להתפתחות הרוחנית, נשלחו שליחים מעולם הרוח ונביאים לעולם החומר. הם אמרו לאנשים איך ללמוד לשלוט בתשומת הלב שלהם, איפה וכדאי להשקיע, כדי להפעיל מקור פנימי אינסופי של כוח בעצם הנשמה. זה כל כך עצוב לראות בימינו שיש כל כך, כי אנחנו אנשים
power of Allah, and we don't need to hunt and seek to take this power from each other, for each of us can discover the source of infinite energy within ourselves.
Yes, exactly, Helena. Mankind is lucky that the Anunnaki responded to their call for help. They freed us from the slavery of the Epixians, and for 24,000 years, humanity has been deciding how to live. But have we completely rid ourselves of the legacy of the Epixians? Anyone interested in this question is invited to the Kaleidoscope Code of Gods on September 13th. For now, let's watch the trailer.
Do you know what this gesture means?
אתם יודעים מה המחווה הזו? מה משותף למחווה של הכהנים ולמומיות החייזרים שנמצאו בפרו? מדוע אנשים מעתיקים את מחוות הברכה לחייזרים מחכים? אחרי הכל אנחנו מעתיקים את אלה שאנחנו רוצים להיות כמו את אלה שאנחנו ב-13 לספטמבר 2000 צפו בשידור חי של פרויקט המחקר הבינלאומי קלידוסקופ עובדות קוד האלים. הגיע הזמן להחזיר את האמת לאנשים. ביוזמת משתתפי תנועת הציבור הבינלאומי AllatRa מישראל.
Код богов. Интересно, что это за код? The code of gods. I wonder what that code is. Even the information that was announced in the trailer is shocking. I'm really looking forward.
קוד האלים, מעניין, מה זה הקוד הזה? אפילו המידע שהוכרז בטרייבר מזעזע. אני באמת מצפה לפרסום הגיליון הזה של הקליידוסקופ עובדות. אז ב-13 בספטמבר הצטרפו לשידור חי. יש עדיין הרבה כתמים לבנים בהיסטוריה שלנו, שהאנושות אפילו לא יודעת עליהם. כן, אלנה, את בהחלט צודקת. כוחה של תשומת הלב הוא כלי, והכל תלוי במי שמשתמש בו ולמה. ההיסטוריה של הציביליזציה שלנו קדושה דוגמאות כאשר כוח תשומת הלב שימש על ידי בעלי הכוח לרעת האנושות כולה. למרבה הצער זה לא מספיק היום. רוברט, אני נותנת לך את הרשות הדיבור.
The power of attention is a creative force. Like any force, it can be directed.
תודה אולג. שלום לצופים. כפי שכבר הבנו מהנאומים הקודמים, כוח הקשב הוא כוח יצירתי. כמו כל כוח, הוא יכול להיות מופנה גם לטוב וגם לרע. בפורמט צרכני שלנו, דווקא לרע. הייתה תקופה בהיסטוריה של האנושות כאשר המדינה ניסתה לאחד את עובדתם של המוסדות רבים ושונים ולהפנות את כוח תשומת הלב של מספר עצום של אנשים ליצירת הרוע, ולא רק לכיוון, אלא לעשות זאת על בסיס ההבנה העמוקה של עקרונות תשומת הלב. שלנו ושל האינטראקציה, האנרגיה, העדינות של העולם שלנו. התוצאה היו מרשימות, ושמה של המדינה הזו היא גרמניה הנאצית. היטלר עצמו אמר פעם, מי שרואים בניאו-נציונליזם סוציאליזם רק תופעה סוציו-פוליטית, לא מבינים בה כלום. זה משפט המפתח. בואו ננסה להבין את מה ההיגיון של היטלר. זה חשוב. אחרי הכל, מה שיצרה גרמניה הנאצית בתחום המדעי והטכני, אפשר לאחר מתבוסס ליצור מגמות מדעיות וטכניות במשך עשרות שנים ולגבש למעשה את הדימוי הטכנולוגי הנוכחי של הציוויליזציה שלנו. אם לא היה מחקר אטומי של הגרמניה, לא היה נשק אטומי. עם זאת, לא יהיה אטום שלם. אולי לא יהיו טילים בליסטיות וכלי נשק היפרסונים. פרויקט של טילים בליסטיים, גרמניה במשקל של עד 30 טון, ולהיכנס למסלול להבטיח את השמדת הערים הגדולות בעולם. רשימת המציאות הארוכה, כן, כאן ורפואה, טלוויזיה, במקום, אבל איך בזכות מה הצליחו הגרמנים להגיע להצלחת טכנולוגיה כזו. כמה מילים על הרקע ההיסטורי שהפך לבסיס לפעילותו האפקטיבית של הערך השלישי בתחום הטכנולוגיה. באופן מוזר, הכל התחיל עם אלנה בלבצקי, עבודתה הדוקטרינה הסודית ב-1988 ממש פוצצה את האדמה האזוטרית של אירופה, והסיפור של ההיסטוריה של האנושות שבה גזעים של יצורים לא חומרים
made the Germans the heirs of the Aryans, where the Germanic aristocracy performed the role of spiritual teachers and supreme magicians. The pra-Germans lived on the mainland of Artogaea, with its capital at Thule. They actively used the runes as symbolic writing, which carried in itself the occult meaning. The ideas of Guido von List found wide circulation during World War I. Many German soldiers believed that the Germans were at the highest stage of evolution, and they sent to List the runes they found in the trenches everywhere, as a sign of confirmation of the correctness of his theories. The future Führer of the German nation, Adolf Hitler, was also a follower of List's theories, but far more influential on the subsequent history of the Third Reich's technological successes was Blavatsky's assertion outlined in The Isis Unveiled, that through mysticism one could obtain reliable knowledge that neither science nor religion could sometimes do.
אבל הרבה יותר השפעה בהיסטוריה שלאחר מכן של התקדמות הטכנולוגית של הערך השלישי הייתה קביעתו של בלבלצקי, יזידה הנחשפת. אפשר להשיג ידע אמין שלפעמים לא המדע ולא הדת יכולים לעשות. הצהרה זו על רקע העובדה
Many secret societies are characterized by attempting to learn what others do not know.
הגזעים לדוגמה פופולריים בקרב הגרמנים רבים הופכים למדריך לפעולה המסדרים הסודיים המתעוררים אשר יהיו בעתיד את עמוד השדה של טולה והננרבה. כאן נדרשת הזרה. אגודות סודיות רבות מאופיינות בניסיון ללמוד באמצעות שיטות סודיות מה שאין לאחרים. כאלה היו Kirovic,
being enthusiastic about the ideas of von Liszt, he dreamed of bringing the future Führer
היה מייסד אגודת טול רודולף סוברו.
And such an opportunity presented itself to him in 1918, when in the range of sight of the society Thule got a Lieutenant Hitler, who was brought to a meeting of the society by the poet, journalist, and politician Dietrich Eckart. The latter accidentally meeting Hitler, who had tried to commit suicide after an unsuccessful speech at a rally where he was booed off, invited him to attend a Thule meeting. At the meeting, Hitler suddenly fell into the Führerisch fainting state. While in it, he shouted words about the greatness of the Germans, about the need for a new war. What the members of the Thule Society heard satisfied them more than enough. The decision was made. They formed the future new Führer, the leader of the German nation. The practice and preparation of Adolf Hitler for his new mission began. He was taught hidden knowledge, ways to influence the minds of people. But the main thing was homosexual practices. Their essence was simple: to raise from a minor demon, subjugate the will of other people. One way or another, this ancient practice was also known in ancient Greece. Alexander the Great was also raised on it. It is at this point that Karl Haushofer, a representative of the secret society Green Dragon, comes into play. And from this time begins the history of one of the most effective orders in Nazi Germany, Vril Society. However, it is impossible to understand the history of the Vril Society without understanding the origins and essence of a much more global, most effective community, which was the Green Dragon. On the AllatRa TV channel in the recent past, there was a program research called Atlantis, the Elite in Search of Immortality, a study about a civilization that preceded ours. The level of its development far exceeded our level, which, however, did not save them from destruction. When the level of lawlessness created by it surpassed all understandings, it was destroyed. How it was destroyed is not the subject of this kaleidoscope. However, it should be noted that it was headed by El, a man who fancied himself a god, a man who had the all-seeing eye and the Vajra, the technical achievements of the previous civilization. It was from his name that the word elite, ingrained in our civilization, was formed. Those whom El know, his inner circle, Avalon and Elysian fields are from the same root. El believed that he was immortal because Atlantis science had long ago discovered a means of prolonging the life of the human body, which, however, did not make that he could not be killed. That's when the Order of the Green Dragon emerges as El's personal security service. Green means rebirth, eternal life, eternal spring. We see this color with the same meaning in our civilization on the dollar. Dragon, as well as serpent, have always been associated with matter. And it is the dragon as a symbol of consciousness that is the controlling system of matter. The Atlanteans knew many secrets. Their civilization actively studied consciousness and deeply understood that it is a controlling field structure and the brain is only a means of transmitting images. the Atlanteans performed experiments to bring people back to life 40 days after their death, successfully. But were they humans? Working with the consciousness opened many secrets. Its research allowed finding the proper methods of concentrating and controlling the surrounding reality. The fact that it was a way of magic and there would be a price to pay was of little concern to them. Despite all the twists and turns of subsequent human history, the order of the Green Dragon survived. Over time, it also found those whom it could and should serve. By the beginning of the 20th century, the order had an extensive network of subsidiaries to which, in one or another way, knowledge and certain practices were passed on. And a number of friendly individuals, like the same founder of the Tula Society. Haushofer himself became a member of the Green Dragon in 1909, when he was an advisor to the Japanese army. It was he whom the Green Dragon commissioned to form the correct view of geopolitics by the future Führer of the nation. Adolf Hitler, after the Berlin coup, this task was accomplished by lecturing on geopolitics in Landsberg prison to Rudolf Hess, who was appointed deputy Führer in 1933, and to Adolf Hitler himself. But that would come later. And in 1919, Karl Haushofer received important information about the eminent medium Maria Orsic, who, according to her claims, managed to contact the civilization of Aldebaran and obtain schemes of flying machines based on new physical principles. Haushofer realizes that this is true. First, it fits what the available knowledge of the Green Dragon, and second, he understands the way how Maria Orsic obtained the information. She fits his plans perfectly. A member of the Nazi Party of Austria, advocating unification with Germany, a medium ready to do anything to see things through, harsh, beautiful, principled, slightly lacking understanding of her abilities, but the Green Dragon has techniques that can refine this beautiful gem to a diamond. Techniques for working with attention, or rather, working with it correctly. It all adds up. The future Führer is being pumped up in the Tula Society, that he is a potential Führer. Haushofer had no doubt that members of the Green Dragon possessed the technique of sneaking through, and one of the possible future scenarios talked about exactly that. But the future Third Reich needs technological superiority to win. All the Germans would not be enough to destroy all the armies of the world. This problem will be solved simply. The Germans in the future will have access to the city of the gods, Asgard, with its colossal library of knowledge, preserved from the civilization of Atlantis. However, the history of the future Nazis' search for Shambhala and later Asgard is a separate story. Let us note only that the first detailed description of Asgard was preserved in the minutes from Yakov Blumkin's interrogation by the Cheka OGPU investigator, who was the first to be given the opportunity of a sightseeing excursion. There are mentions of the huge Vajra, which can melt gold into gold oxide at temperatures over 5,000 degrees. There too are mentions of a superpowered weapon that was in a military base buried under the ice of Antarctica. But this is still the future. it is still probable. Only a little later will Haushofer take an active part in opening up access to Tibet to the Nazi through the capabilities of the Green Dragon and the Yellow Hats, the Tibet-based sister order of the Green Dragon. In the meantime, he realizes that deciphering the vast knowledge requires multiple clarifications which can only be obtained through properly orchestrated contact with a more technologically advanced civilization. Haushofer receives the command to create the Vril Society. The newly created society includes representatives of the Lord of the Black Stone Order, the Black Knights, the Black Sun, structures under the control of the Green Dragon, and Maria Orsic. She was tasked with creating a group of 5 people: Maria Orsic, the medium, an assistant medium, and 3 supporting ones. After some time, the group was formed. Sigrun became the assistant medium, and Trote headed the supporting group. Thus began the history of the Vril Society. Under the Vril Society, a company was set and sent to help the German industry refine engines and other construction products. The logic is clear. If the society can gain new knowledge, it may as well, through its capabilities, clarify the perspectives of certain products and their constructional disadvantages. In time, it is this enterprise that will legalize the society in German industry and create an operative legend of the traditional scientific approach. It should not be noted that Maria Orsic's group became the inner circle of society. Members of the previously mentioned orders performed protection, provision, and communication functions. All of them became the future core of the SS. Speaking of the SS, many people think that this unit was responsible for the personal security of the Führer of the German nation. That's a little different. The SS was responsible for party security. Strange as it may sound, but the function of the Führer's personal security was taken over by the Green Dragon organization. A representative of the order, known in Berlin as the man in the green gloves, was introduced to the Führer. The introduction made a lasting impression on Adolf Hitler. It was this man that the German Chancellor referred to in subsequent private conversations as a superhuman, as he experienced a great sense of fear and a desire to crawl into a corner upon meeting him. It was the man in green gloves who effectively countered more than 4 dozen, officially 42, attempts on the Führer's life. However, Hitler himself, who took an active part in the rise of the Thule Society, could also have done something, although some of these attempts were organized by the Green Dragon himself, so that Adolf remembered who is the boss. You can't say that Hitler did not try to eliminate this control. He banned Freemasons in 1933, eventually banning the Thule in 1941, and other secret orders as well. The only legal way for them to exist was to participate in the Ahnenerbe, the mystical order of Nazi Germany itself. But what Hitler definitely could not prevent was the threat of his elimination from a distance. The acquaintance with Haushofer and his geopolitical doctrine, which involved the creation of the Berlin-Moscow-Tokyo axis, was reflected in his work Mein Kampf, In fact, this was the path that Nazi Germany followed. An alliance was offered to Stalin. The latter did not refuse, sending his authorized representative Molotov to Berlin. For the first time, the Nazi orchestra greeted Molotov with a performance of the Internationale, which was the absolute exception to the Nazis. Stalin and Hitler were already giving their zones of control. Something was going back to the USSR, India. Negotiations were going on about the USSR's control of the Bosporus, and in principle, with certain mutual concessions, everything could work out. But suddenly, the Green Dragon Order's understanding of the situation changes, and Hitler receives a command from the man in the green gloves to attack the USSR. It was unexpected. It completely contradicted Mein Kampf, but Hitler couldn't refuse to carry out the command. He was well aware of what the order was capable of. Thus began the Great Patriotic War for the Soviet people. And this is the reason for Stalin's confusion at the first stage of the Nazi invasion. It must be said that the Green Dragon supported Nazi Germany to the end. It is a well-known fact that in 1944, the streets of Berlin were flooded with Tibetans dressed in Reich military uniforms. They performed mystical rituals and silently died during the Soviet assault on Berlin. Many changed themselves to machine guns. Soviet soldiers claimed that it was these groups that put up the fiercest resistance. They did not surrender in captivity. Before they died, they performed some mystical rituals, apparently to ensure their rebirth in this earthly life. The man in green gloves himself died in this battle. The order of the Green Dragon was very powerful, but it still didn't take something into account. More precisely, its Tibetan and Japanese branches did not take it into account. This is the background of the creation of the real society. To be more precise, this is the background based on which this creation was possible. Let's return now to the members of the society and try to understand what kind of people they were and what they managed to accomplish. Thank you for your attention. I will give the floor to Anna and Elena, who will tell you more about this.
Thank you, Robert. That was very interesting, and in fact, physics and magic have always gone hand in hand. Apparently, what we call magic is a facet of physics not yet known to humankind. So, who were the major assets of the real society? The real society consisted exclusively of girls. The goal of the girls was to build a starship. They wanted to fly it to an extraterrestrial civilization that they contacted through channeling. The real's responsibility was to search for extraterrestrial intelligence and conduct research in the field of free energy. There is information about the group's plan to fly their craft to the Arctic and from the Arctic to launch it into space. It's easier for machine to reach space from the Earth's pole. As we have heard before, the real society was part of the Anunnaki. The inverted and modified rune bird was chosen as an emblem of the real society. The standard interpretation of the rune bird has to do with lost and still unknown information. Bird is a female rune. It is the gate, the door. In esotericism, it symbolizes transformation by obtaining a new knowledge, through which one begins to holistically perceive the world and see the essence of what is happening. All of these girls had incredibly long hair, because they prophesied the idea that the longer the hair, the more energy and information they could take from the surrounding space. The real girls grew their hair almost to the floor and wore it in a ponytail, which was very uncommon and sexually attractive at the time. This became a distinctive characteristic of most of the women who integrated into Maria Orsk's group in the real society. To identify themselves, members of the real wore a disc with images of their two strongest mediums, Maria Orsk and Sigrun. The image on the disc is a double biofield of the medium. Judging by this image, despite long psychophysical training, it was impossible to maintain the performance of the channel on one's own. Toward the end of the World War II, the real followers were already identified by the dikete chain emblem, which represented a mental circular connection of the real members, that is, the telepathic network. At first, the real society consisted of three very beautiful girls who looked quite similar. Beside Maria Orsk herself, there were her friends, Traute and Gudrun. Later, the group grew to 5 girls. The mediums of this group were the source of the most important information for Hitler's Germany. The first leader of the real society was Gerti, who belonged to Rhenish industrial circles. At the time, Orsk was the leader of the direction of transmedial communications. Maria had a strong-willed character. She did not care about age, rank, or regalia when communicating with people. Orsk had a gift of seeing into the future. She was born with these psychic abilities, having inherited them from her grandmother. However, at first, she was afraid of voices in her head. Maria Orsk, sometimes her last name is pronounced as Orsic or Ortish, was born in Zagreb, Austria, according to another version in Vienna. Her father was a Croatian immigrant from Zagreb, and her mother from Vienna. Her grandmother was a famous medium. In Munich, Maria came into contact with the Thule group, and soon she, together with another girl, Traute, from Munich, and several of her friends, formed an inner circle of all German society of metaphysics, better known as real society. According to this myth, Maria Orsk's group acted as the initiator of the real society. According to other sources, Maria Orsk only created her group within the real society, but it was the mediums of her group who were the source of the most important information. Thank you for your attention, and I would like to pass the floor to Елена.
Спасибо, Анна. Thank you very much, Anna. Let's talk about other participants of real society. Traute was born in South Tyrol. In the school, she met Maria, who also went to the boarding school quite early. She later lived in northern Germany, and then she came back to Vienna. At this time, she also received messages from Aldebaran, and she was instructed to contact Maria Traut. Maria and Traut understood very fast that they have a common goal, the path to the golden age. Nothing is known about the participant Sigrun except her name. Gudrun is the only girl in their group who had short hair, although I would like to point out that the length of hair does not affect a person's psychic abilities and ability to store energy. Today it is known that 2 competing groups have formed within the real society, the long-haired and the short-haired. The latter, led by Erika and Leonie, opposed the use of women's hair in biotechnological devices. The short-haired girls published a manifesto, Isai's proclamation, and withdrew from the real society. They created their own society, the Isai's ISIS Union. Thanks to the archives of the short-haired, correspondence between the ISIS Union and the real has been preserved, which is now used by German researchers. We should pay attention to the fact that in the materials of the real society there are no such words as occultism, magic or technomagic devices, but we are only talking about scientific developments. In December 1919, a small group of representatives of the Thule Society and the Society Lords of the Black Stone rented a small house in the woods near Berchtesgaden, Germany, where they went with Maria Orsic and Sigrun. Maria announced that she had received a mediumistic message written in a secret cipher of the German Templars that was unknown to her. The message contained technical information for construction of a flying machine, which came from the Aldebaran star system. It was, at that time, 68 light years away from the constellation of Taurus. The extant document of the Real Society really mentioned that these telepathic messages came from Aldebaran. Maria Orsic recorded 2 folders of papers, one in a language written in Templar cipher and the other one in the incomprehensible language. Maria herself believed that the second folder was written in some ancient Oriental language, which she identified as Pan-Babylonian. These reports were taken up by the scholars close to the Thule Society, Hugo Winkler, Peter Howard Jensen, Friedrich Gerlis, and others. They figured out that the mysterious language was actually the language of the ancient Sumerian civilization that preceded ancient Babylon. Sigrun, along with members of the Thule Society, was able to translate messages from this language and decipher strange drawings of a round flying machine. Due to financial difficulties, it took about 3 years before this project of building flying machines began to be implemented. It was not until 1922 that the machine parts began to arrive from various manufacturers. All of this was fully paid by the Thule and Vril societies. In December 1943, Maria attended a meeting organized by the Vril Society at the seaside resort in Kolberg together with a girl named Sigrun. The main purpose of the meeting was to develop the Aldebaran project. The mediums of the Real Society had received by that time all the exact information how to build a flying machine and the information concerning the inhabited planets around Aldebaran. Now they were going to organize a trip there. This project was discussed again on January 22, 1944, at a meeting of Hitler, Himmler, Schumann, a scientist professor of the Technical University in Munich, and Kunkel, a member of the Thule Society. It was decided that the Real Hunter device could be sent through the extratemporal channel at superluminal velocity to Aldebaran. According to Rothofer's testimony, the first test flight in the timeless dimension took place in late 1944. This test flight nearly ended tragically because after the flight the Real Hunter looked as if it had been flying for hundreds of years. Its interior planting looked very old, worn out, and had severe damage in several places. It is known that the main structural element of these flying machines was a red powder alloy, which is in a molten state was similar to mercury, but red in color. If you spin this red mercury at 7,200 rotations per minute, the disk with this mercury began to screen the gravitational field. While flying through an extratemporal channel at superluminal speed, the flying machine could be controlled only by a female pilot, and she had to be in a state of uninterrupted orgasm, because only in this state could a person control events while being in timeless space. The best pilot proved to be Sigrun. An interesting fact was that Maria controlled the machine mentally with a magnetic tape attached to her forehead, without traditional control levers. It is worth noting that the technical data which Maria received was used for creating other types of UFOs. The most famous of those was the Vril 7 Geist, which was built in Arada Brandenburg and flew in 1944. Maria controlled the Geist mentally with her abilities of channeling, and she did not need the headband that the Schumann made for her. Identical data would be used by the Russians to create their own UFO, which flew twice over Siberia and Leningrad and explicitly disappeared from the face of the earth. In 1945, all the girls disappeared without leaving any trace. On March 11, 1945, a letter was sent to all members of the Thule Society, which was written by Maria Oshich and ended with the words, "No one left here." This was the last evidence of her group, and since then no one has heard from Maria or any of the other members of her group. It has been speculated that they all flew away in flying saucers, either to Antarctica or to Aldebaran. A few years ago, the German science magazine PM claimed that Hitler had ordered the construction of flying saucers at the end of World War II. According to the publication, a prototype actually flew, and there were a total of 15 prototypes. The magazine quoted eyewitnesses who claimed that UFO was marked with an iron cross, the symbol of the German army, and the machine was seen flying over the Thames in 1944. In addition, the Americans reported that their radar detected this flying machine as a potential danger. Meteor Maria Oshich was repeated to have disappeared in 1945. Zebotendorf, founder of the Thule Society, committed suicide by jumping into the Bosporus. Most of the members of Thule and Vril came from the upper classes of society. After the war, many Nazi scientists were employed by NASA, where they contributed greatly to American space exploration programs. Thank you very much for your attention. Stas will tell us about the power of Vril, what was known about it in ancient times, and how it manifests itself in life. Stas, you have the floor.
Hey everyone, dear friends, thank you, Elena. The power of Vril has been used by people since ancient times. In different times, manifestations of this energy were called differently. In ancient China, for example, everyone knew that there was a certain force called qi. The word meant the breath of life. Energy, pneume, the fifth element, the life force that makes the cosmos alive. Qi is a fundamental concept in the Chinese philosophy, and not only in Chinese philosophy. Qi is found in many cultures around the world. For example, in Japan, it was ki. In India, it is called prana or shakti. The ancient Egyptians called it ka. In ancient Greece, it was ether. In ancient Rome, pneuma for Native Americans, it is great spirit. In Africa, it is known as ash. And in Hawaii, ha or mana. In the mythology of the peoples of Oceania, the life force is called Maori. In Germany, it was called the real force. The term real power, is first given in the fantasy novel Real, the Power of the Coming Race, 1871 by Sir Edward Bulwer Lytton. This fictional concept was used by Blavatsky in her work Isis Unveiled, written in 1877. She argued that it was a real way of knowing reality different from scientific and religious knowledge. About what this power is, we offer to watch an excerpt from the program The Most Valuable Currency in the Universe with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
What is behind the power of Vril? What kind of energy is it? Well, I'm putting it simpler.
If you could.
There is the power of Allat. The power of Allat gives a person tremendous opportunities. The main opportunity is the attainment of life, and it is actually intended for a person to revive the power of love within himself, to direct it towards the spiritual world, and thus to acquire life eternal, right? That is, it gives rise to reciprocal love. This is the power of Allat, but it cannot be used in our daily material life. Why? Because using the powers of Allat in Our everyday, three-dimensional material life converts a lot into anti-a lot. Our personality is capable of this.
Is personality this very converted?
Absolutely right. It is exactly personality, yes.
So it is sort of dual.
It is dual. It partially relates to the spiritual world and partially relates to the material world. That is why, when personality receives this power of a lot, or it's not real, it is a lot, it exactly converts it into anti-a lot, what they call the real power, okay? To which extent is this power, that very anti-a lot, mighty if we take it in its pure form? Well, if we take it in its pure form, let's put it this way. All the forces that exist today, all the energies that we know, and a lot of others that we don't know yet, are all nothing but a component of a lot.
In other words, electricity...
They are its electricity and whatever else, also combustion processes.
And gravitational...
Gravity and everything else. In other words, all kinds of energy that exist are nothing other than a lot. Excuse me, a lot moves the entire universe. It moves everything, even in our hand. Well, some people will say electricity, but electricity is a lot, right? Even tension in a spring would not work without the powers of a lot. Do you understand? So everything is anti-a lot. Well, it's just that, you know, how to explain it more correctly here. Let's suppose that we take crude oil, we heat it up, and we get different fractions, okay? I mean, pure gasoline, diesel, oils, and lots of other useful stuff. So each fraction is a different kind of energy formed from that very anti-a lot, or that very power of real. Therefore, with its help, you can do, excuse me, anything. You can blow up mountains and drill mines.
Yes, yes. It was described that this power is also electricity, and this is true, as you said.
Lightnings.
It could be possible to drill super hard rocks, cure people,
of course,
and even somehow regulate climate in a region.
Don't they cure nowadays? I'll tell you more. What is a nuclear reaction? It's a release of anti-a lot. This is actually the power of real. Well, that's what he called it.
The term real means universal life energy, life force, or life magnetism. The space formed by the real forces was called the real matrix or the real space. Ideas, emotions, thoughts, archetypes, visions, dreams, fantasies are also objects generated and maintained by the power of real. The real space is also inhabited by other living beings with whom one may be in contact and make informational exchanges. The Real Compendium, Volume 11 of Vasilatas, provides the following algorithm for action. To exchange information in the empirical space with the auric body, it is necessary to find a certain place for information exchange. Having found a place, a person can make an information exchange with other living beings. To make a deal, a person projects real flows through his auric body and in return receives flows containing information. Information from this space comes in the form of gestalts. Gestalts are complete visual projections of objects. A person can break the whole image into smaller parts for a more detailed study of the object's functionality and construction with his attention. Natural real streams have a tree-like form. We can observe them during lightning discharges or on topographic images of terrain, veins of various fossil metals, human nervous system. The shape of mycelium at the visible level reflects the invisible movement of the real force. As we know, electric current runs along the path of least resistance, and lightning in a thunderstorm has a tree-like structure. Current flowing through a wooden plank also has a tree-like structure. But why is such a form of current? How is the optimal route for current flow chosen? No one has yet succeeded in fooling electricity. Does it have intelligence? Nikola Tesla considered electric current to be alive. Powerful real flows have been found between the walls of rocky canyons, among boulders and trees, in and near certain caves. Flows from Earth to space and from space to Earth are also the movement of real energy. Ancient scientists erected pyramids, dolmens, and burial mounds at the places of natural manifestations of real in order to ensure a constant flow of this power. Among materials for interaction with the real flows, the best are iron, copper, carbon, and their derivatives. Other devices for interaction with real were massive metal poles in the centers of settlements, which archaeologists find in various places around the world. There is a surge of real energy whenever special star-planetary configurations connect in the night sky. Often, religious holidays are established on such days. Runes and writings have also been used since antiquity to interact with real and transmit information. In the 19th century, with the development of telegraph technology, specialists used anomaly zones with an increased flow of real to power telegraph apparatuses. As a result, the machine worked without external sources of electricity for decades. Thank you for your attention. Alexei will tell us about how this power was used for revolutionary technical discoveries.
Thank you. Thank you, Stanislav, and greetings, everyone. So, over the past century, science has stepped far forward. Electricity, aviation, chemistry, astronautics, and IT technologies are just a small list of industries in which tremendous breakthroughs occurred in the 20th century. Interestingly, often fundamental breakthroughs were made by one person, and the rest only built upon these findings. And such people are called the geniuses of our time. Their discoveries are far ahead of technological progress, but what is behind them? Hard work, innate talent, or something else? Well, to answer this question, let's talk about the great aviation designer, Roberto Bertini. It is a well-known fact that while he made a great number of fundamental discoveries in the field of aviation, Bertini was not able to do basic calculations. His contemporaries described that he could sit with his eyes closed for hours and then come back and begin to draw quickly, in great detail, his next discovery. And here's what one of Bertini's employees said. Bertini couldn't even calculate the simplest knot. He said he graduated from the institute and did not know how to do technical drawings. But he knew an incredible number of things outside of his specialty: literature, architecture, history. He played the piano, painted, and spoke many languages. Well, his machines were calculated and drawn by other people. Bertini just saw them. He sits down, closes his eyes, an hour passes, then another. Then he takes a pencil and draws, and he drew perfectly. It should be noted that he has over 60 aircraft projects that were ahead of their time, as you can see on the images that are shown on the screen. Well, for example, the model Steel 6 was able to reach 420 kilometers per hour, while its analogs at the time reached a maximum speed of 360, and 400 kilometers per hour was considered an absolute limit. Then there is a seaplane, Bertini Dar, which is in Russian, but it is a long-range Arctic reconnaissance aircraft. In late 1935, it was a flying boat with two 860 horsepower engines. And it was able to land on water, snow, and ice and take off from them. Paradox. Well, when developing complex structures, engineers conduct dozens of tests, bringing one single detail to perfection. But Bertini immediately issued the only correct solution without any tests. This means that he did not calculate the design, but received it in a finished and the only correct form. Well, similar facts are known about Tesla. During a casual walk in the park with a friend, Tesla stopped to sketch a generator that came to his mind, and subsequently he would spend a lot of time explaining how it works. Well, today, Tesla is known as one of the discoverers of the Earth's electromagnetic field, and he is the author of unique projects for producing the so-called free energy and transmitting it wirelessly to any part of the globe. But few people know that this brilliant man worked on anti-gravity projects at the beginning of the last century. In 1915, he wrote to the US Secretary of Defense, "My remotely piloted aerial machines, devoid of sustaining planes, meaning the wings, ailerons, propellers, and other external attachments, which will be capable of immense speeds and are very likely to furnish powerful arguments for peace in the near future." Let's watch a short video with Sergei Nikitich Maslobrod.
This energy is universal energy. The one that surrounds us is inexhaustible, but there is the law of conservation of energy. If something has departed, it means somewhere has arrived. You draw something from this powerful reservoir, but you yourself are like a transmitter. Which, by the way, I would like to remind you that bacteria and the great scientist Tesla also spoke about. And he also said that he was a transmitter. He was a genius scientist. He did such things. And he said he was a transmitter. And he created these works of his, these devices. He first mentally designed them, held them in his head in the form of phantom, launched them, and parts were spinning around, rubbing, all that stuff. He sees that something breaks, I'm changing a part, and he mentally changes everything, improves the device, and then he gives the final drawings, build the device. Everything works, and there is no need to test it. Where does this method of vision come from? He said that he was like a receiver.
Thank you, Sergei Nikitich. This is a really interesting and effective technique. In Germany, they knew about the possibility of obtaining free energy from the surrounding space. And this is what German scientists called the magical term vril. I would like to emphasize that Bertini and Tesla did not discover anything. They only received knowledge in exchange for vril, thanks to the tunneling practice which they were taught in the same educational institution. But tunneling is just one of many practices that allow you to work with the real energy. For example, the Third Reich occult community of the same name used special practices to accumulate this power and then exchange it for drawings of flying saucers and much more, which we heard about previously. And attention is the most valuable thing a person has, and it is the most valuable currency in the universe, for which one can buy any information from the system. But what is the price of such deal? Is it even profitable for us humans? Let's watch a fragment of the program with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danielov.
Igor Mikhailovich, if we take the real society in particular, the information which they obtained, is it information that they bought from the system, or is it a connection with aliens?
Certainly. Tatiana has just said the main thing. They bought this knowledge they retrieved, drawings and many other things, by paying for them with Allat and converting it into anti-Allat. It is indeed a very valuable exchange fund. so to say, or what to call it more correctly. Well, it is actually the most valuable currency in the universe.
Igor Mikhailovich, is this magic or not?
No, it's not magic. Any magic is based on anti-Allat, let's put it this way, but there is a tremendous difference. They worked in a group, using certain practices. The practices they used were Tibetan and Japanese. Let's say they used techniques and methods from the Yellow Hats and the Green Dragon organizations in order to achieve this result. But if we translate all of this into finance, it would be as if they used two banks, so to say, in order to pay for what they received.
Interesting.
Thus, they paid with their lives for the information they received.
In order to understand from whom the real society bought the drawings, let's watch another fragment with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich.
And who was the Vril society in contact with, if we put it simply, with those who...
Many people say, is it possible to contact the Anunnaki?
It's impossible to contact the Anunnaki.
Impossible.
Why? Because the Anunnaki, they are almost pure Allat. Almost, I emphasize. I'm not saying pure, but almost. Why would they need your anti-Allat?
Why would angels need your attention, so to say?
Absolutely right.
They want you to direct your attention
to your development.
Yes, to a good channel for every person.
That's right. As for the Apexians, they, on the contrary, would give anything you want in exchange for attention. Well, if it is sufficiently and properly generated, and the transmission is correct, you see? Not like in a joke. Dear friend, he says, I haven't received the letter where you asked me to send you money. You know, if everything is lost at the moment of transmission. So...
All right, Igor Mikhailovich, but in order to buy something from the system, you should know what you want to buy.
Yes, first of all, you should know what you want to buy. Secondly, you should obtain this currency, concentrate it in a sufficient amount in order to buy what you want, and properly impart it. Then you will get what you want.
The art of bargaining.
Of course. Bargaining and everything else. How can it be otherwise? After all, pardon me, this is the material world with beasts in the literal sense of the word, real beasts. It's just that they are very advanced intellectually.
It is important to remember that the representatives of the spiritual world and those who serve them do not need real. The system, on the other hand, desperately needs it. The system exists as long as the whole universe exists from the beginning of its inception. It is constantly learning how to cheat because the only way to overfill its tanks with energy is to trick animate beings and force them to give their power of attention to it. That's why trading with the system always occurs only in its favor. And the fate of people who try to satisfy their megalomania by exchanging their lives for knowledge from the system is unenviable, both during their lifetime and after the death of their physical body. Oh, after all, if you are unhappy in life, full of unfulfilled desires, then how can you be happy beyond? And thank you for your attention. The result of the work of various occult societies to increase the technical progress of Nazi Germany can be considered a case that occurred in 1947, 2 years after the signing of the official document on the surrender of the Nazis. And to tell you more about this, I pass the floor to Jason.
Well, we have some difficulties with Jason. Thank you. Hello. In one of the videos of AllatRa TV, Igor Mikhailovich Danilov proposed a project for connection with extraterrestrial civilizations. And not just for connection, but for getting quite specific information of technological nature, which is so necessary in our era of instability and global changes. The basis of the project, as one might easily guess, is the deepest understanding of the physics of our world, and especially its subtle material energy part. It must be said that the foundations of this understanding are laid out in the report Primordial AllatRa Physics as intelligibly as possible. However, human beings, that's how they are constantly gnawed by doubts. Is it possible in general? Let's answer right away. It is possible. And here's why. The origin of the technological breakthrough of the Third Reich was the information obtained by Anna Nerby in Lhasa, where the Tibetan monks opened to them an access to the manuscripts in the underground city of Asgard, and the activities of a group of women led by Maria Orsic. All materials on the creation of flying machines based on new principles, as well as the archives of Anna Nerby, went to the victorious state, though in different proportions, and are still not known to the public. It should only be noted that the aircrafts were constructed and were fully operational. So what proofs of the existence of the flying vehicles based on new physical principles exist in the official sources? In the official monthly magazine of the Navy established by the Russian Federation, USSR, within 1947 and 1948, materials relating to the U.S. mission High Leap in Antarctica were published. Another solid piece of evidence is the archival materials of the USSR KGB Research Institute of the Orion Project, case number 83-154-965, which addresses a similar mission, but this time of Soviet submarine cruisers. However, one of the best experts on this issue is Leonid Ivashov, retired Colonel General, President of the Academy of Geopolitical Problems, who established a research paper, The World Turned Upside Down, where all these issues are studied in detail based on the saved materials of the KGB in the early 90s. And there was also the testimony of German submariners from the Führer's personal convoy who surrendered to the Argentine authorities. In May 1945, the war with Nazi Germany ended and the world breathed freely. Joseph Stalin received documents about Adolf Hitler's suicide, on which he happily wrote, he had it coming. However, by the end of summer 1945, the situation had changed. Smersh discovered the information that Nazi Germany in 1938 and 1939 in Antarctica created Base 211, called New Berlin, and located deep under the ice in the territory known as Queen Maud Land, Antarctica, New Swabia in the German interpretation, and that there existed Führer's special convoys where the best submariners of the Third Reich were selected. It should be noted that these submarines did not take part in hostilities, although they had the best technical characteristics, which could only be surpassed by nuclear-powered submarines. During the occupation, Americans were unable to find thousands of leading specialists, either among the living or the dead, in the territories they controlled, and the submarines themselves from the Führer's personal convoy were neither sunk nor found by the Allies. Only 2 of them surrendered to the Argentine authorities. The fate of the others remained unknown. The specter of a new world war loomed before the Soviet leadership. And Führer might be alive, and thus a rebirth of National Socialism might occur. The pilot charts found by Smersh clearly indicated routes, dive degrees, and other important details, right down to the lunar tides. It turned out that New Berlin, the proper name of Base 211, was somewhere in the area of subglacial Lake Vostok, where the subterranean rivers had cut a path through the ice thickness which the convoy submarines took advantage of. In accordance with the order of the People's Commissar of the Navy, 3 submarine cruisers of the K series, 14, K-56, K-53, and K-51, with underwater guiding charts, were sent to the area of the Queen Maud Land for reconnaissance purposes. We will not describe in detail this campaign. We will only note that the mission was impossible due to the action of UFOs, more precisely, of submarines of a new type, apparently belonging to the remnants of the military forces of the Third Reich. In any case, the Soviet leadership was 100% convinced of this. When, on arrival in Antarctica, the Queen Maud Land, the cruiser K-56 tried to find passage to the New Berlin. The devices of the cruiser detected the movement around it of about 10 unknown objects moving at a speed of 66 knots, which is 3 times more than the speed of the cruiser on the surface, and over 10 times when underwater. As it was written in a memorandum signed by Comrade Merkulov, People's Commissar of State Security of the USSR, to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Bolsheviks, attacking the objects was not possible because of their abrupt change of trajectory underwater. For the new mission, it is necessary to engage the appropriate forces of the USSR Navy and to solve the question of a combat operation in this location with the involvement of the Allies' Navy. The appropriate forces were engaged, most likely the attempt, reconnaissance, and possibly seizure of Base 211, which the Soviet Union was of concern to the United States leadership, so they made the attempt alone. More precisely, their Navy. In 1947, the High Leap expedition was organized with an aircraft carrier, 12 other ocean-going surface warships, 1 submarine, and 25 combat aircraft. More than 4,000 personnel with a 6-month food supply. Powerful naval squadron for a long autonomous action. On board the aircraft carrier, there were also representatives of the British Secret Service and geographers, researchers. On January 18, 1947, the squadron set out on voyage. Arriving in the Queen Maud Land area, the expedition began to fly over the area and photograph the sites, having managed to take about 50,000 aerial photographs. Admiral R. Byrd himself flew the reconnaissance mission. The submarine, under the cover of guard ship, attempted to approach the entrance of Agartha, a designation on German pilotage charts, in an underwater position. But suddenly the squadron was attacked by flying vehicles of strange appearance and extraordinary capabilities. These unidentified objects looked like discs or helmets of the British military. They emerged from the water at breakneck. Speed, moved absolutely silently, and with beams of red light literally cut in half the fighters who tried to attack them. An allegedly declassified transcript of the testimony of the head of the mission, Admiral Byrd, before a U.S. Congressional Commission of Inquiry has appeared on the U.S. area of the Internet, stating, "We need protection from the speedy and highly maneuverable fighters of the Germans active in the polar latitudes. We cannot confirm the veracity of this report." That's the Internet. But proceeding from the general logic of what is going on and relying on former Soviet sources, which, unlike the American ones, have been to some extent declassified and, most importantly, documented, let us still assume that the squadron could well have been attacked by flying discs from the German base to 11. Personnel were subjected to an unknown atmospheric phenomenon which caused mental disorders up to turbidity of consciousness. One destroyer was sunk, an aircraft carrier was severely damaged, several aircraft were destroyed. Official American press, however, reported about drastic change of weather condition, as a result of which the squadron, having lost Murdoch destroyer, 13 aircraft, and about 40 servicemen, according to some sources, 68, they had to return to the coast of America. The U.S. authorities preferred to forget about the expedition, taking all the participants to sign a non-disclosure pledge. Note that the attacking objects, neither in the first case nor in the second, sought to destroy all the ships, cruisers of the expedition. Probably they understood that revenge to the winners, with the subsequent attraction of wider attentions to themselves, here is irrelevant. They were simply protecting the entrance to their new home, the defense of this entrance by flying machines, which appeared, thanks to Maria Orsik's ability, was apparently the best option. As for the fate of Maria Orsik, it is as mysterious as Maria herself. It is known that she was categorically against the presence of the paramilitary group Schutzstaffel, SS formation, in the Vril Society, who wanted to use Maria's main ship for military purposes. It is known that in March 1945, she sent a note to her correspondents with the message that there aren't any of us left here. What she meant by that is not known. Most likely, the entire Vril team relocated to the base 211, and who knows, perhaps the brilliant pilot Sigrun was piloting the machines which took the Admiral Byrd expedition and the Soviet cruiser by storm. Who knows? Or maybe they managed to fulfill the original plan and were able to launch to the constellation of Taurus. Who knows? Thank you for your attention. I give the floor to the host. Елена.
Спасибо спикерам за такую интересную информацию.
Thanks to all the speakers for such information, and it's interesting. Are there anyone under the ice of Antarctica right now? Why don't they make contact with us? And what are their plans for humanity? As we see, the power of Vril is multifunctional. It is said that people use this power as a rule for destructive purposes, but power is power. It is a tool with which we can achieve many things, both in technologies and in development of society and its unification. We can build a new world, beautiful and safe for everyone.
Интересно, что в современной науке уже накоплено достаточно фактов.
You're right, Елена. It's known that we have a lot of facts in current science, and we know that human can influence our world. The examples of this influence in different spheres, Jonathan will tell us.
Hello, thank you, Oleg. Continuing on the theme of how human attention can affect matter, we will talk about the research, recorded cases, and experiments that confirm this fact. One such a case occurred in the last century. Academician Boris Zolotov conducted an interesting study. A girl with diabetes learned to lower her blood sugar levels by investing her attention in an image she associated with the disease. Sensors recorded 8.9 millimoles per liter before the imaging process, and after the session, the girl managed to reduce it to 7.7 millimoles per liter. I suggest you to watch the video following.
We are talking about the fact that thought affects material objects of the surrounding world. Well, it is clear that it affects each other. We affect each other. There is no doubt about that. So by means of attention, we transmit our energy, our bioenergy to the surrounding space. We can focus it also on some object, and then, of course, we begin to interact with that object. You see, the process of learning is not just reading a book, right? It's a process of interaction with the object. And when a person studies something deeply, he penetrates into this object. That is when this interaction takes place. And this requires energy. So we can explicitly say that attention, the process of paying attention, is the process of transmitting one's biological energy to some object. Concentration of attention is the turning off of all external factors. What is deep meditation? It is the process of concentrating one's attention when a person plunges completely inside himself or connects with some spaces of the new sphere, and for him the external phenomena do not play any role. And he may sit in the middle of the busiest crossroad in the city and meditate, and it won't have any effect on him. So, scientifically speaking, there is what is called sensory deprivation. This means that at this moment, when the person concentrates on some object in earnest, his perception of the entire surrounding space is completely turned off. It is clear that the subcortex reacts to everything, but the person sees nothing, does not notice anything. Any energetic influence, be it healing, working with sensors of some kind, the influence, say, on the surrounding space, water, or anything else, this all is primarily a concentration of attention. And control of attention is the first step to control one's own consciousness. And then, as we've also mentioned, we can influence the material world around us with our consciousness, so we can cause various effects.
Thank you, Konstantin Georgievich. The power of human attention can be illustrated by the following example. In 1881, the ship called AllatRa was sailing from Liverpool to San Francisco. While the ship was far from the shore, a fire broke out on it. Captain Niels Currie and his wife and 2 daughters were among the sailors who abandoned the ship. The nearest land of the wreck was 2,000 kilometers away. After a while, the supplies of fresh water was exhausted, and the people in distress began to experience the agony of thirst. Some became desperate, some went mad, some fell into a stupor, and some tried to pray. All of them were destined to perish. But after 3 weeks of painful wandering across the sea, the shipwrecked men managed to shore safely. When Neil Currie was asked what had saved their lives, he replied, we were dreaming of fresh water. Somehow, in that state, we started to imagine the water around the dignity going from blue sea water to greenish fresh water. I mustered my strength and scooped it up. And when I tasted, it turned out to be fresh. Researchers at Princeton University have discovered what physics cannot explain and have continued to prove it for several decades. They have been studying the effect of human intention on random events generators. Scientist Dr. Roger Nielsen, who was directly involved in these experiments, will talk about it.
I think of attention as a kind of directed form of consciousness. So if I choose a certain aspect of the world to look at and to listen to, I'm giving my attention to that part of the world. In our experiments in the laboratory, when we said, we asked people to try to change the behavior of a random number generator, we said, this machine will produce a sequence of numbers. Actually, we collected 200 bits or 200 samples every second, and we made a sum of the 200 bits. The sum of 200 bits is expected to be 100 because half of them on average should be 1 and half should be 0. So we asked people to get numbers that were higher than 100, or asked them to get numbers that were lower than 100. And the way they should do that, they thought, and we also agreed, was to give their attention to this machine sitting on a table a meter or two away, no wires connecting them, but giving feedback about how the numbers are going. So we asked people, pay attention to this machine and give it your attention, intending that it produce high numbers now. And then we had another condition where we'd say, now produce low numbers. So you had to change your attention from getting high numbers to getting low numbers. And people were able to do that. As I mentioned before, they weren't always successful, but they were successful often enough and persistently enough to produce highly significant statistics, showing that the attention we give to the world makes a difference in the world. We have many, many, many millions, or actually it's many billions of neurons. And they are connected to each other in the sense that they can transmit information from one to the next and from that one to the next. I think that we are, each of us, we are in the center of a huge influx of influences from other consciousness. Otherwise, this business of global consciousness wouldn't make any sense at all. And those of us who are paying attention to the experiment, we know that there's pretty good evidence that it's a real kind of thing. Consciousness connects us to each other and to the rest of the world through our vision, through our hearing, through our various senses, but also through our internal mechanisms of consciousness. That I haven't said that very clearly yet, but what I mean to say is that beyond the senses of vision and hearing, we have also a kind of understanding like the understanding you get when you read something. Nothing really happens except that you see these marks on a page, and they get transferred visually back into your brain somehow. And your brain, because we have learned to read, our brains are able to say, I'm reading about a wonderful walk through the woods written by David Thoreau or something like that. You know? And it isn't an objective thing, but this idea, the understanding that I'm reading or what I'm reading about is a walk through the woods, it becomes part of our experience. And that's because we have consciousness of a certain very highly developed kind. I think it's important to understand that consciousness exists in many forms at many levels. People who are very serious about these kinds of philosophical questions will say consciousness is everywhere. Consciousness is actually the background against which everything else exists, or it's the matrix out of which everything arises. And that's a little bit hard for most of us to understand, but it's not a stretch at all to say my dog, whom I love and who loves me, is conscious. It isn't the same kind. He can't read, and he can't talk, except in a way that only the people close to him actually understand. And the same with other animals of various, sizes and shapes. People become friends with animals. And I read long ago something that impressed me deeply. This was about an American Indian shaman who was talking about consciousness. He said, even this rock that I'm looking at on the ground has consciousness. And we have to accept that and understand that we are not alone and we are not the only form of consciousness there is.
Thank you, Roger. These are really interesting scientific facts confirming that human beings are able to influence matter with the power of their attention. Maria Kuman, professor at the Institute of Integrated Studies in the United States, will talk about the power of attention, or, as they say, the power of belief.
What is the power of faith? Indeed, many years ago, the Russians had research done. They suggested under hypnosis, which put the conscious mind to sleep to access the subconscious. In a state of hypnosis, they told this person that he is genius piano player. And he was quite mediocre piano player. After this suggestion, he was so convinced that he is genius piano player that he played the best of all his playing. And when they measured his biological currents, they were 500,000 times stronger. This is the power of faith. 500,000 times stronger. So that's why the Bible says only the believers are blessed. If you are a believer, you have access to this coefficient of increase 500,000 times. If you are not, you don't have it. So attention can do miracles. We call them miracles because we don't acknowledge the fact that we are material, body, and spirit. They come from the spirit. They are miracles. What is the spirit? The spirit is very weak field. 1,000 times weaker, as I said, than the electromagnetic field created by the material body. And how this weak field rules and regulates everything in the body, that's what I found. It rules and regulates with the information it carries. It is informational field. Only now when we started trying to make quantum computers, we started speaking about informational fields in informational science. We are very much behind because we refuse to believe that we are body and spirit. If we would acknowledge the spirit, we would know a lot more about the informational fields, and we will not have problems making quantum computers, which will be supercomputers. As our subconscious computer is a supercomputer, the conscious computer is nothing comparing to the treasure that we have at subconscious level. Placebo is you believe that you are going to be cured of what you take. 56% of the people get cured with nothing because they believe what they were given really will help them to heal. Man means man of the creator hue. If we name ourselves humans, we need to know the value of human life. And the value of human life comes from the spirit that comes from hue. When the spirit leaves, the material body is an empty shell. If we don't understand the value of human life, we don't have the right to name ourselves human. We will be only material body, without spirit, without emotions, without compassion, without ability to love. I am always saying that if you don't have what to give, give love. Love is such a thing that the more you give, the more you have.
Thank you, Maria. Continuing with the subject of placebo, I would like to give an example which took place in 1957 and was described by the psychologist Bruno Kopfler. One of his patients was suffering from terminal cancer and had only a few days to live. But he really wanted to live. He asked his doctor to inject him with a drug called crypiosis, which in fact could not overcome the tumor. Without knowing it, but believing in the power of the medicine, the patient managed to be cured because his desire to live was very strong. However, a few months later, when the subject read an article stating that crypiosis did not cure cancer, the disease returned to him. This phenomenon was repeated several times. In the end, he still died. This case shows that a person can not only cure himself, but also ruin it. Everything depends on steadiness of intention and choice. Let's hear from Konstantin Korotov, PhD, about the placebo effect.
The state of our body is largely a state of our consciousness and our brain as a whole. And a person can suggest himself that he is healthy or that he is sick. And when a person is sick, he can change the work of his body with his consciousness. Because their body is a self-adjusting, self-organizing system. But you have to give it an opportunity. You should not interfere with the body's self-organization. It is necessary to follow the dictates of your body, the signals it gives you. And then, indeed, you can be in a good state, awake, energetic, and live such a good life for many, many, many long years. And the placebo is just that very indicator that shows a person that, yes, I can get better. And so to speak, a person starts to treat himself with an internal process. And this little pill is just a kind of a trigger, which triggers the internal process in a person. And this is now generally recognized in science. The number of examples is unimaginable, and the most difficult diseases, up to and including cancer, can be cured this way. The way you tune yourself up, the way you behave and hold yourself in this life, that same way your body will respond.
Thank you, Konstantin Georgievich. In the 1970s, Jack Schwartz from Holland astonished researchers in many laboratories in the United States with his ability to consciously control internal biological processes in his body. In research conducted at the Menninger Foundation in the Neuropsychiatric Institute, University of California, as well as in other laboratories, Schwartz led doctors to marvel when a 15 centimeters needle pierced his arm through without any sign of bleeding or pain, and without generating any brain beta wave. This type of brain wave is normally generated when one experiences pain. Even when the needle was removed, Schwartz's arm still did not bleed, and the needle marks were well healed. In addition, Schwartz could arbitrarily change the rhythm of his brain wave, extinguish cigarettes against his skin without causing burns, and even held burning coals. He claimed to have developed these abilities when the Nazi concentration camp, having had to learn to control pain in order to withstand a brutal beating. In 1947, the Dutchman Marin Danjo demonstrated something similar at the Corso Theater in Zurich. Danjo's assistant stabbed him through with a sword, hitting his vital organs, but causing neither pain nor harm. As with Schwartz, no blood was visible when the sword was removed, only a pale pink stain instead of a wound. After noise in the theater, the Swiss doctor Hans Nagli-Odrot became interested in him. He became aware of Danjo's unusual abilities and asked him to take part in a scientific study, to which Danjo agreed. After a series of investigation, Dr. Nagli-Odrot described the case to the German physicist Alfred Stettler, who, in turn, described it in his book, Psi Healing. There are many experiments on this phenomenon, and we could cite them all. But from what you have just heard, a conclusion can be drawn. Our attention is a very precious resource. It's energy which can affect matter. And if it can do that, it means we have the tremendous power. The main thing is to learn how to manage it. Thank you for your attention. I give the floor back to the host.
Thank you, Jonathan. We have the power of attention to affect matter, and this fact is proven by science. But we use that power every day, all the time, often without noticing where we are spending it. Although there are those who purposely use this power to gain material benefits. Nowadays, such a phenomenon as visualization has become popular in the world. What it is and how it works, let's look into it. Marina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Oleg. Yes, indeed. Many people are interested in visualization. So what is it? Visualization is concentrating attention on images that a person wants to realize in reality. Martha Pritula, an art therapist from Ukraine, will tell us about how visualization works.
I started using visualization before I even heard this word, and later I realized that this tool is called visualization and how it works in life. This already came with the awareness when I began to study art therapy and understand the mechanism of its work, and why in some cases it works and in others it doesn't. Visualization is the ability to draw pictures in your imagination. All of us actually do visualization. We just don't track it and are not aware that it's visualization. When some not very positive events happen to us, and if you pay attention, especially everything that is related to fear, or for example to your illness. Now, I'm studying in depth the topic of psychosomatic diseases and their correction with the help of art therapy. So when a person falls ill or presumes that he has some kind of an illness, his fantasy, his fears begin to blow up this disease. that he is just about to die from this disease. And this is also a kind of visualization for the fulfillment of the picture that a person imagines. It all depends on the density of the field. What is the density of the field? It means when many people have a similar intention. In the air, so to speak, this density of the field was created by people, and I join this density of the field, and this picture can come to life much faster. So a negative density of the field, unfortunately, is much stronger than the density of the positive intention. When this awareness comes, our task is to understand that this is just one of the options, and I can create my new intention of my healthy body, my healthy organ, and my future life. There were situations in my life when it worked. And when I had it seemed to me that I had such a special goal, and I put so much effort in it, and the space seemed to be against it, and there were a lot of obstacles. Visualization does not work without actions. In other words, from the fact that we only imagine pictures and attract these pictures, we can even attract this picture, but we will not be able to recognize it due to the fact that we have not taken any actions in that direction. The second important point is to voice your visualization, to voice it with like-minded people, sometimes just voice into space. My greatest lesson is that to achieve something is possible, but to keep it, to expand oneself, to have this inner capacity in order to have something to fill and maintain this cup, this gift, this dream that has come, also needs our development in this. There are still a lot of false dreams, not ours, imposed by society from the space. And a person looks at something, like a child. I want the same, although I have a green bike at home, but I want a red one, which I don't have. He follows this false path and wants that red bike, although he has a green one at home. It is very important to study yourself, to be able to hear your inner self. The tools of art therapy, the tools of creativity help in this when a person calms down and begins to hear what he really wants. You begin to think more clearly and focused. What effective things I can really do? Those ones which will bring me closer to my intention, to my action. Everything is born from a dream, from a desire, even if people use other kinds of tools. There are results that I got. So I dreamt of a house. I live in a house. I dreamt of children. I asked for a long time, since 2005. I dreamt of having a son. After 15 years of dreams, he came into my life. It happened when I already didn't press and didn't hold on to my dream every day. When it seems to you that you let it go, when you really let it go, I let it go and decided that it wouldn't happen. It wouldn't come true. All the events around me were arranged in such a way that it wouldn't happen. But when I said goodbye and let it go, that's when it happened. So they know. The soul wants you not to have such dependence on a dream, a tie to a dream. It wants you to be free. It wants you to do it and be free inside. We have a tool for this. This is our body, so that we could implement everything through actions, through ordinary actions. Therefore, you simply begin to attract certain events to yourself like a magnet, and the space itself helps, begins to attract. It is like a magnifying glass in the sun. You start to increase and keep increasing. Ordinary, banal actions are required. Without these actions, faith is dead, and visualization is dead, and everything is dead, no matter how important and necessary it can be. There must be actions. Concentration, the power of attention, means action. Visualization, the power of attention, means action. When there are these two things, there must be an action as a consequence. The clearer our intention, our dream, the clearer visualization, whatever it can be called, the more focused the center of our attention is. and the more vague the state is. So why should you write your wishes, your intentions every day? To concentrate your attention, to focus your attention by some specific mechanical actions. It is very important to track yourself. How is my attention during the day? Where is it? Different techniques are advised. To put a hair binder on your hand, set an alarm clock to check. Do I remember my goal, my picture? Am I there? Where is my attention? Where? Where am I? I watched the news and I was already distracted. I was already in a different direction. I was deeply touched by the story of some of my loved ones, and my attention, my all energy already flowed there. So attention is energy. How directed is the focus? And that's why there are reminder techniques to keep track of yourself throughout the day. Where does my attention go? How much time am I actually in harmony and concentration with my goal, with my intention, with my visualization? It's a very interesting process to track yourself. It turns out not so much time as we think. And our state always depends on something, but it should depend on us, and we must be conscious controllers of our state. To have tools to be able to become the owner of our state again. A human can control nothing but himself. He can keep focus and attention on pictures, but he cannot control the date when these pictures come true. He can keep focus and attention on those pictures. He can expand them, fill them with his attention, but to control in regard to the clarity and quality, it's only his state that he can control. The most important thing is to figure out which pictures are mine, from my field of spirit, and which are imposed by the mind, picked up from the space, as I said, false pictures. It is very important to get rid of those pictures so that they do not take our priceless vital energy, priceless life force, which is measured out for everyone. We do not have such an eternal earthly life, and we don't have a whole eternity, another 500 years ahead, to do everything that we wasted half our lives on, 40 years of our life. Some spent 30 years, but it's okay. I still have time. Now I understand everything. I still have time.
Thank you, Martha. There is a very clear understanding that a person has no control over anything but himself, but we can and should control what we spend our lives on. To better understand how visualization works, let's understand what happens in our brain when we draw pictures. A scientific article by Victor First, Thought Experiments with the Conscious and Unconscious, describes what happens in our brain when we mentally concentrate on a desired result. It has been established that the brain does not separate what happens in the imagination from what happens in reality. When you remember something or imagine your future actions, the same chemicals are released in your brain as in the real situation. Your brain behaves the same way, whether you are experiencing the event in reality or just imagining it. According to Hebbian theory, recognized in neuroscience, neurons that fire together wire together. By imagining the future, you create new neural connections in the brain that help you think and, most importantly, act differently. In particular, visualization stimulates the reticular activation system, an area in the brain that acts as a filter of information and allows you to notice only what's important to you. Concentration shapes our neural reality, or reality refracted through our own nervous system. Neurophilosopher Olga Duda will tell us more about this.
Neural reality is actually what we are in, because it's what we process with our neurons. It's our old neural connections and new ones, and the ability to create those connections. So, in neural reality, there is no time. I emphasize that all the time. There is no past, present, or future for your neural system. It moves according to slightly different laws. For example, if you had a huge trauma in your childhood, And you're constantly playing it out in your inner world one way or another. And even trying to transform it, you still constantly think about that trauma. Then for neurorality, you are in the past, through that focus of attention, so to speak. For it, this is your life, your reality. So you will simply not notice most of the processes in the present. Let me put it a little differently. For neurorality, it's not the time lapse, but the intensity that matters. Where there is more intensity, meaning more focus, there is reality, and you are there. Now let's consider this with another example. You have a dream, and you live with that dream every day, every hour, every minute. You cherish it, you see some kind of weights to it. You put a puzzle to a puzzle. What or who can help you with it, and so on. It means you increase the intensity. And it's not just a mental process. I want to emphasize that for neurorality, intensity, meaning your attention, is connected with all of your components. That is, the aspiration of the body. The body gets excited, or some adrenaline comes out, or it just turns on strongly when you are thinking about your dream. There is a feeling, perhaps sensation, precisely to the information that is closer to your dream, and all mental structures boil, in one way or another, around this theme. This is your focus of attention. And as it is intense, for neurorality, it's real. And all the energy, everything that is happening inside you and around you, because all your situations will sync up with what you have inside, will consequently work as one big boiler that boils your dream. This is why the focus of attention is not just words. It is a tool. Where it is directed, your neurons are working there. Neurons of your relatives are also looking there, and they add their resonances there too. Situations in the space are formed accordingly, and you get what you would really like.
Thank you, Olga. We ourselves shape that reality in which we live, either consciously or not, but everything that happens to us is the result of our choice. Where we have directed our attention, that is what we have got. This proves once again that a person must learn to control their attention. Let's watch a video with Mina Won, a certified visualization expert from the USA.
For me, visualization is putting an image into your mind, an image of what you want to realize into your life. Then you imagine it in your mind. Lots of things that we can use to visualize is the vision board. I guess you have heard about the vision board, that people do their mapping on their vision board and they see every day. And I have my vision board home, and I cut the magazine and the photos that I can print, and I put it on my vision board, and I look at it every day. And when I get into the meditation, I try to visualize what I want to manifest and not interfere with anything else but that. And but sometimes it's tricky too when I am too much concentrating on my visualization or the image that I want to manifest. It won't happen. And I realize that when we are too much concentrating on what we want to manifest in life, we can go to the other side of the stick. Apart from meditation and vision board, write it down. Writing is very important. When you want to manifest something, usually I write down everything that I want in my life. Either is down the line a few years from now or now, and write down with the feeling. I'm writing down my grateful sentences every morning.
Thank you, Mina. A very important point is, first of all, a person must answer this question: who is he and what is his or her goal? As you have said, we all want freedom. But do these material desires, in which we have invested so much effort and attention, give us freedom? Do they really make us happy? Let's listen to Anna from Romania.
Greetings, my name is Oana Paicu, I'm from Romania and I work as a probation counselor. I mostly work with offenders. Today I'll speak less about my profession and more about the topic of our conference, namely the power of attention and the way we use it in our daily life. From my personal experience of working with the law of attraction and the way to use this power, it is clear that in the beginning there was no conscious control of attention. So before obtaining or learning particular information in this regard, I, just like everyone else, used the power of attention unconsciously. I had great strength of will. It was a very strong will and very good ability to focus my attention on something that I wanted. There's a great difference between focusing your attention in the sense of programming certain actions to obtain something. For example, I want to pass an exam, and then I learn everything that needs to be learned and do my best to get a good result. But it's quite another thing when I'm thinking for hours, visualizing what that exam would be like, how it will happen, what questions I will get, and how I will answer them. There is no single current, but all of them are based on this idea, the law of attraction, and focusing of the power of attention, a very organized and systematic work to get material benefit. Okay, in the light of the new information, I started to apply those techniques, from visualization in my mind up to the creation of those tools on the board. When you cut out some pictures from magazines, let's say, and you glue them on the board, or the cultivation of that very feeling that you've already got that thing, the removal of negative thoughts regarding the desired result. Me, being a very disciplined person, I use those techniques pretty well, but not for a very long time. I don't think it lasted longer than 2 or 3 weeks because I felt extreme fatigue and a feeling of energy depletion. So every time when I was doing this sort of visualization, I felt I was making too much of an effort and it was very tiresome and something was wrong. So on an intuitive level, I clearly felt it was wrong. So eventually, of course, I gave it up because it was very tiresome. But the mindset somehow entrenched itself, and I noticed that indeed I was paying more attention to what was happening in my daily life. That was the positive part of my experience, in the sense that I saw and realized what thought patterns I had. At least a good point that I acquired from this experience is the ignoring of negative thought patterns, to the possible extent, meaning the thoughts that lead to negative consequences. Later, after I came across the teaching and the knowledge of AllatRa, I had this revelation that the law of attraction does exist, but the important point is that it must be used in a completely different way. Human mind has quite a limited ability to see solutions, because it always takes into account only those variables which are familiar to it, while a big amount of other variables may appear out of nowhere. From my personal experience, I also noticed that when an uncontrolled desire became obsessive at some point, where a certain fear couldn't be controlled, even if at this moment an emotion, a negative emotion or a desire emerged, and consequently the energy, even thoughts could not be stopped completely, while I managed to observe them from the side, that is, to treat them from the position of the observer, then over time the effect weakened greatly, in the sense that the negative scenario was not realized. There is another thing I've noticed. Material benefits that you get from using the power of attention, as in that wrong way of visualization, obsessions, desires, and so on. Even if you get what you wanted, you get it with side effects. So at a particular moment, you understand that something that you had really wanted and eventually got came with a context or with some side effects that you didn't want and certainly didn't need. Now, in my professional life, the evolution of the people I'm working with, again, somehow reinforced my conclusions based on my personal experience. They go hand in hand because the great majority of people I work with, 99% of them, do not have this information. They are not aware of the power of attention or its impact. I mean offenders and their families, the people I work with. It's clear that these people are part of the huge population that uses the power of attention unconsciously. And then they fall under the same patterns that we all know. Negative thought patterns in most cases, destructive and self-destructive ones, because these patterns are more cultivated in life. Thus, they take deep roots and strengthen. I've noticed a lot of directives, mindsets, let's say, like in computer software, in the people I have worked with, namely the negative mindset towards themselves and people around them, or society, blaming others for any personal failure, the belief that evil somehow wins and it's useless to fight it, a very strong identification with one's thoughts. No matter what comes to mind, a person thinks that he generated that thought or that emotion. And in these conditions, it's very hard to work with such a person, if his belief is very strong. Because it's very hard for him to take the position of the observer, as every person has certain directives that keep repeating. Every person has certain directives. They are not numerous. These repetitive patterns always led to the same result, meaning to the same life experience, which in turn also repeated itself. While a person didn't notice it at all and didn't make any conclusions, continuing making the same judgments of value regarding that experience. I'll give an example of a woman who has toxic relationships with the opposite gender, who has been abusing her. Somehow she keeps getting into relationships with aggressive men. This aggressive behavior is not obvious in the beginning of the relationship, but it develops with time. So in the beginning there is nothing hinting at such behavior. The man behaves very nicely later in the beginning, and later when they are together, jealousy and aggression appear. Such a person may have 3, 4, 5 relationships of such kind and would learn absolutely nothing, thinking that it's just my bad luck in life. I'm quoting here. Yes, it's a profound negative and destructive directive without even a slight understanding of why she attracts exactly this kind of person. So this attraction was on a subconscious level and was the result of how she used her power of attention for a long time. It's clear that the roots are deeper and older. Probably in her childhood there was a trauma and aggression, perhaps connected with her father or another adult, which generated this thought pattern and this attraction on a subconscious level. But the thoughts that followed later in her grown-up life and the directives that she developed strengthen and fix this pattern of behavior. Because no matter what kind of experience we take from our childhood, this experience is not controlled. The child cannot control his experiences and relationships with the people around him, especially with adults. But if this experience is later not analyzed and correctly worked on, then destructive patterns will be more powerful and they will be much harder to control. People have repetitive thoughts, emotions, and life situations, but unfortunately they don't see their interconnections. This is an observation from my own practice. The great majority of crimes and cases of violence are committed at the moment when a person loses control over his or her emotions that he or she is experiencing at that moment. I don't think they are even aware of their thoughts. The great majority don't remember what they were thinking at the moment because everything happens very fast. But emotions, being more intense and stronger, are usually remembered. The power of attention is actually an energy, pure energy. It is very much related to the quantum physics. With that experiment of the transformation of the wave into the particle, the transformation of the wave into the particle through the power of attention of the observer. When there is no observer in the experiment, the wave remains a wave, meaning pure energy. The particle represents and means materialization of this energy, which means that we, at the soul level, actually generate this pure energy. It comes from the spiritual world, and the way we direct our attention to that wave makes it materialize one way or another in the material universe, in the septonic field. There is another point here. Why do I say that silence is better than any thought? Because regardless of whether the thought is negative or positive, materialization will occur. So the thought will automatically have the effect of materialization of the wave, pure energy. And if there is no need for that, is silence not better? Because then we save this pure energy.
Thank you, Anna, for sharing your experience. Visualization is only a tool, and it's up to the individual to choose what and how to spend the given resources. Maybe it's not too reasonable to spend your life on what you can get with real actions in the material world, using your body and consciousness as tools to get everything you need. So, let's watch an excerpt on this topic from the video Energy of Life with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Why? Some people succeed in visualizing some material benefits, while others do not succeed, even though they spend exactly the same amount of time. The frequency of investment of your attention, in other words, this is magic, my friends, real magic, for which a person is deprived of life. And why is he deprived of his life? Because he wastes his power. This is indeed magic. In order for you to get a desired result in this material world, you have to cast away all other thoughts as far as possible. You shouldn't disperse your attention and should focus it precisely on the point of a desired object. For instance, if you desire a house, you must see it clearly. You must live in it, down to the smallest detail. Tell me, is it worth it? Do you want a house? Earn money and build it. If you don't have such an opportunity, do not fantasize. That's a simple example.
After all, when you take action, a completely different kind of energy is spent than when you dream.
When you spend power physically, or when you calculate something, you spend prana. Whereas when you dream, when you invest attention in a fantasy, you spend a lot. The difference is crazy. That power you can restore, for example, after having a rest or something else. Well, generally speaking, prana is also a reserve of, so to say,
fuel.
It's a tank of gasoline that is given to you for your entire lifetime. Nonetheless, its consumption actually provides for all our life circumstances, except for the sinful ones. While a fantasy is a sin, in other words, you should not fantasize, like playing a computer game, right? Meanwhile, we engage in that. We talk to someone in our heads. For instance, you have touched upon the Olympics, right? If a person is keen on sports, if he enjoys sports programs, he will definitely put himself on the podium. For sure. I mean, he lives the life of those who are shown on TV. He looks at this image, the image of an athlete or someone else, and he literally deprives himself of this vital energy, of this very power of attention. Why? Because he invests, really invests in his fantasy, which should be invested inwards, meaning that which can give life. And he doesn't turn it to God, but gives it to the devil. Well, I'm speaking in religious terms. You mustn't give to the devil what you should give to God. there is something different for the devil. This very prana, this very stock of vital energy, which is actually enough for 800 years, or even more, while we burn it out within a very short period of time. So give it to the devil, share it. It is that silver which is intended for him.
Nowadays, there are a lot of books and movies with the titles creative visualization. We suggest looking at the examples of Anya, who kept a visualization diary, and how exactly her wishes came true.
The book is in a form of a bookmark where a date was indicated when you're planning to achieve a dream, then the bookmark already achieved and a big fat tick indicated when you achieved it.
In other words, it's a template that you fill out.
Yes, it's a template. You should paste a picture in it for visualization, at which you should look, imagining that you already have it all. And then you write down in real time what exactly you want. I had a dream. A lady with a dog. Since I had no children, I wanted to take care of somebody. Well, so I wished for myself a Yorkshire Terrier dog, with all clothes, with all that stuff. I paid for it. At that time, this doggy cost a lot of money. And I waited until it grew up to a certain age so that I could take it home. My desire came true. The joy was overwhelming. On wings, I flew at night for this doggy. It was very far in a totally different city, about 6-hour drive. I came there and they said to me, "We're very sorry, but your doggy has died." But thereafter, of course, the dream came true. Is there a dog? There is, but where is it?
Can you give any other examples?
To give some other examples, well, just as simple. I wrote down in my book, I want to have a long white mink fur coat. And I was presented exactly with that long white mink fur coat. Here it's written that it was November 2011, it was already cold, and I went to a concert in the palace, Ukraine, in this fur coat. And when I returned to the clock room to take my fur coat by the ticket, it wasn't there. So, do you have it? You do. Has the dream come true? It has. What claims can you have?
It was given and then taken away.
It was given to me and then taken away from me. Have I had it? I've touched it, I've felt it, that's it. The next dream that came true in such an interesting form from me was marriage. By this age, such a fear had been drawn already that I was older and nobody needed me. If I'm already...
How old were you?
25. I was 25 years old and I wanted to get married as soon as possible. Not just get married, but get married right away. I was in a relationship with one person at that time. However, I married someone else, but very similar in appearance. Meaning the picture worked in such a way that I married not this person, but another one with an identical appearance. I married a prince most girls dream of. It was exactly the dream.
A prince of some country, right?
Yes, a prince of some very rich country. And when I looked at it all, it really came true. But I married not this person who is now here with me in my dream. I had always wanted, when I was visualizing this picture, I remember in details what I wanted. I lacked this, male courtship, beautiful, kind of unearthly. It pictured in my head, like in some movies, I wanted candles, romance, something incredible. And when I met my current husband, he was actually doing it all for me. He loaded me with flowers when I arrived, met me in a limousine and paths of rose petals. Also, I married him. I really ran to a faraway land, and I really got locked within four walls. Here you are, nobody can call you, nobody can talk to you. You wanted to run away from everything, now you have it. Here is a box for you. Live, exist. You wanted this freedom, you have it. I took you away from everything worldly. And now I understand that my wish was fulfilled. You wanted, you received. Thus, every desire fulfillment in this game which I had entered ended up with something negative, with some very distressing outcome.
So the system gave it to you and then took it back?
Yes, it took back 3 times more.
Thank you, Anna, for sharing your life experience and being honest about the consequences of playing with visualization of wishes. In the popular movie The Secret, its characters talk about how they achieved success through visualization. However, not many people know the flip side of this and how the lives of the main characters turned out to be afterwards. After all, you have to pay for everything, especially for what you have received for free. Thank you for your attention, and I give the floor to Elena.
Спасибо, Марина.
Thank you, Marina. We are broadcasted live on many streaming platforms with simultaneous interpreting on 17 languages. As we continue our kaleidoscope and look at the topic of desires, a question arises. Why sometimes our desires are fulfilled in a completely different way than we imagined and not when we wanted? Their fulfillment brings us a lot of problems. Why this happens and how the magic of wishes works, Marcela will tell us. Marcela, we give you the floor.
Thank you, Elena. Good evening. Now we have talked about visualization. After all, it is visualization that is actively promoted in society today in various literature, in films, in psychology, in sports, healthcare, business, even in schools and kindergartens. Many of us, one way or another, have encountered the phrases visualization for success, visualization of a parking lot, visualization of a deal in business, or, for example, what is also a very frequent phrase, so let's imagine, what if? Many people would say, oh, come on, it's all rubbish. I keep on dreaming and dreaming, but get no luck in love. Things are different in life. Yes, my friend, and that's true. It all depends on how much attention we give to this or that desire. If a person dreams about it from time to time, he forms an image or a phantom, and that phantom will constantly feed on his life energy. But let's say a person has dreamed a little, just occasionally, and hasn't put enough attention into this image by the standards of the animal mind system. That's why the system does not give it to him. The system takes life away, but the desire is not fulfilled. After all, if you think about it, a human simply dissipates his attention during the day to anything, like 2 billion things, 10,000 things, games and arguments in his head, dialogues in his head with someone, and so on. The huge amount of our attention is spent on watching our favorite TV series, TV shows, movies, talk shows, and then we get sucked into social networks. How can you do without watching YouTube or TikTok, Because it's through these soap operas, movies, and TikTok that the life energy goes out of us like down the drain. Has everyone felt a surge of energy after getting sucked for an hour or two into the screen of our phone, TV, or some other gadget? No. just a loss of energy and an emotional background that was embedded in the content you were watching. And then the characters from the movies and the videos we watched haunt us in thoughts and images in our heads for a long time. Is it worth it? The animal mind system constantly 24/7 on the hunt after human life energy. So when there's a lack of concentration on one's attention on what is desired, the desire often does not become reality. It's only in one's mind. My friends, did you know that visualization is one of the basic elements of magic? Yes, you heard it right. It is visualization, creation of image, a human putting his attention into the image, visualizing it in detail, gives it his life force. Let's say revives it. From the dead, it makes it alive. But this happens only at the expense of our life energy, at the expense of our life. And does it worth it? Have you thought about the consequences? What makes a person wishes come true? Let's watch a video with magicians who have dedicated their lives to magic. What do they know about it? What is attention and what is its value?
The power of a person's attention is above all the power of concentration.
Yes, attention plays a huge role in life in general and in magic in principle, because the success of rituals, in fact, depends on our attention. Because where our attention is, there is our energy as well. We must concentrate all of our attention on the intention, on the ritual, then it will be successful.
There is a popular expression, where focus goes, energy flows, and where there is energy, there will be power. I think human attention is a very material thing, and that object where we put it to, where we direct it to, resonates, feels this energy directed to it. And that's actually why rituals work. This is why our intention of something works. And the effectiveness of rituals directly depends on the amount of personal power of a human.
Your attention should be completely focused on the pouring off. Then it will be good, and there will be 100% result. And generally, it is the same with everything in life. If we reduce our concentration, if we pay our attention on some extraneous things instead of our work, then of course our work, either magical or any other, will be not of high quality. This is why everything depends on attention. Attention concentrates our energy.
Where our intention is, changes happen. If there is no intention, nothing will happen.
Our attention directs the flow of our energy. The point is that entities from the invisible world are attracted to us, to our bad qualities of character, dependencies, bad habits, the love to some pleasures. And when we direct our attention again and again to this dependence, we drain energy there, and thus we feel the entity that is somewhere near us, and it prompts us to direct our attention there again and again. I mean, everything is really very interconnected there. That's why I recommend it. You pay attention to positive, good things, not to negative things. Don't watch disturbing programs, news of that kind, because people develop a dependence on this with time as well, and it also attracts entities.
Attention in magic is probably one of the key abilities and one of the key aspects.
The power of attention is important to the invisible world precisely because we interact with them in one way or another. And again, if we concentrate on something bad, we attract entities. So a person has problems at work, he starts drinking, for example, and entities begin to be attracted, and then again, like a snowball, everything accumulates, piles up, and either a person copes with it by switching his attention, or simply goes into a swamp, so to say.
This power of attention, is it important for the invisible world?
Very, very important. Because I guess they come to us exactly to get it. It's the energy we feed them. They help us and we help them. I think it's a mutually beneficial cooperation.
If a person is fixated on something, he will concentrate his attention on it. If it's a problem of some kind, then the person will concentrate on his problem.
We direct our attention again and again to something that causes our anxiety, and so the circle. We drain energy there, we feed the entity. Everything is simple.
It's getting stronger, and it's even harder for us to get rid of it.
Yes, even harder, and we experience that fear. In the nutshell, we immerse ourselves into that fear, and it's harder to disconnect.
Where the attention is, there is our energy. Where our energy is, the situation unfolds there, and the whole world is after our attention and our energy.
Марсело, мы вас не слышим.
Marcella?
Hello, I'm here.
Marcella?
Hola, aquí estoy.
Да.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Да, мы вас слышим сейчас. Да.
Yes, we can hear you well. Okay, please proceed.
Okay, let's move on. Esa fue la frase clave. El mundo entero
Okay.
está
That was the key phrase.
nuestra atención y nuestra energía.
The whole world is hunting for our attention, our energy. So does magic exist? And what does it work for?
El mundo invisible ayuda a una persona a conseguir su
Yes,
deseo.
it exists. And it works by our energy, at the expense of our energy. The invisible world helps a person make a wish come true, but it takes away much more. It takes away our life. Yes, you heard it right. A human pays with his life for all of his desires, no matter how big or small they are. But a person can realize his desires and fulfill his desires on his own. It is most beneficial for them, because when he asks for help from the invisible world, those entities will help him in this fulfillment of his desires. He will be forced to pay off for them. And as a rule, they usually charge a very high fee, which is not favorable for a person at all. He will pay much more than he would pay if he would put his own efforts and real actions to fulfill his desires. Magicians themselves say that these entities with whom they interact have, if I may say so, a sense of humor. The request about the desire is not formulated clearly, but in general terms, then it will be fulfilled at their own discretion. And as a rule, the person who made the order doesn't always like it. So the invisible world also has a sense of humor. To wish, and then at the discretion of the system, to get nothing, or to get it, but in a highly distorted version, which clearly doesn't suit you. Always remember this: a human pays with his life for what he desires or orders. And it doesn't matter whether it's a tasty candy when you're hungry, or a luxurious mansion, or a yacht. You have to pay for everything. Human attention is very valuable. Not only we humans hunt after each other's attention, but so do those who live on the other side, the invisible side. They are exactly those who can facilitate not only the fulfillment of human desires, but also the emergence of those desires. And often these entities simply can even manifest physically. But why do they do this? Why do they need to appear metaphysically? The answer is always simple. They need the energy of life. That is our attention. We all know firsthand about paranormal manifestations, like objects start to move around in space, or we clearly feel someone's presence, we hear strange noises that no one could make at a given moment of time. So, all in all, in other words, all kind of bewildering takes place, and people can't call what's happening in any other way. Now, I would like to pass the floor to Daniel Barrios, so that Daniel, as a researcher in the field of paranormal manifestations, share with us his observations and insights on this subject. Daniel, you have the floor.
Paranormal phenomena exist. Moreover, today we know this for a fact. The fact that a person then shoots a video makes a montage, in other words, a movie. I call it that way. That's another matter. We try to work in enclaves seriously. We try to control that there is no noise pollution. We work at night because of the quiet, not because it's scarier or there is more tension in the enclaves. We go when it's quiet, so there is no noise pollution, like I said, for better control. All of this is part of the methodology by which we work, and it concerns the apparatuses we use. But those voices, those entities that we have seen, felt, perceived, are located in enclaves that we find ranging from castles, cities, abandoned villages, palaces, and so on, to your own home. First, there might be, for example, 5 of us in the enclave, and whether it's a companion, a passing entity, a soul trapped in this place, only 1 or 2 of those 5 people will be in the spotlight. They will hold the focus of this light manifestation here. Those with whom this paranormal phenomena wants to interact, these entities, spirits. We can call them by different names, just generally speaking for our understanding. But there are indeed times when we, after experiencing many manifestations, without considering the adrenaline rush or the tension in the enclave, we return in exhaustion to our machines. There are times when nothing much happens, because it's not at all that you come to enclaves and you always manage to register 50 paraphonic, psychophonic manifestations, or you see 4 entities and you have 4 sheets recorded on a video camera. No, it takes time, and patience. And that said, only 1 manifestation can happen all night. Or you'll think you've only heard one voice, but you don't even know what was answered. Then you go home to the lab, you do your forensics, and you get 10 recordings. Out of the 10, 6 for you are grade A, triple A as I call them. That is the kind of crisp voices, the way you and I talk. But when you were in the enclave, nothing seemed to happen, and you don't know why. But when you get home, before you get in the car, you talk to your colleagues and everybody realizes you are all completely devastated. I believe that energies can absorb energy, both from physical people and from the devices we bring to enclaves to try to get some kind of evidence. Let me give you an example. A castle in a villa, with a research permit that I requested and we got it. And here we were in a conference room in the castle. A very large room, a very large table. And our colleague asked to please tell him what was the landing to go up to the upper floor. We had a light sensor. It lights up if some kind of energy passes, because we are energy, both, those who are here and those who are not in our plane. And that flashlight was asked to go off, that motion sensor, and as soon as the question was finished, the light sensor was turned on. It was not turned on again all night long, only in those moments. There are moments when there are 3 candles. You ask for the middle one to go out, and the middle one goes out instantly. I think that kind of details. 10,000 words for me are intelligent, because I can't say it's coincidence. Coincidence 1, 2, 3. But when there are different enclaves that you go to, different people, there are often inexplicable phenomena. Well, maybe instead of coincidence, we're talking about causality. And this causality is more and more demonstrated every day. We were in the morgue room, in the crematorium. With the lights off, we stood in a circle and asked a question into space. And as we asked the question, I felt a hand on my right arm. And it went down like this to my back, where my shoulder blade is. Putting my hand like this, pressing slightly, squeezing a little bit, and then going down to the back of my scapula. I was silent, because when these things happen directly to me, I am silent. I don't know why, but I stay quiet and see what happens next. And so imagine this happening. I'm silent, but not a minute goes by. The girl in front of me, although we were in the dark, but I knew roughly how we were positioned, how we were standing. So the girl across the street suddenly starts screaming in the dark. We turn on the lights. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? She says, what's going on here? I've been touched. Who touched me? She starts looking left and right. Her boyfriend was on her left. My friend Gonzalo was sitting on her right. She lit a candle and looked in disbelief at both one and the other. Whether it was her boyfriend or not, she looked at everyone with disbelief. And when we asked her, what happened to you? Take a breath, calm down. Now please tell us what happened to you. She answered that it appeared that someone had touched her. Someone had touched her. I asked, can you please tell us how they touched you? See, there are things that are beyond explanation. Somebody puts their hand on my right shoulder, squeezes it a little bit. And this girl describes the same thing. Look, I noticed they put their hand on my right arm, on my right shoulder, and brought it down to my shoulder blade. Oh my God, it happened to me less than a minute ago, and it was so clear. And the evidence was so clear that this girl said, look, I can't. Please take me to a hotel and I'll come down there and go to bed. I can't stay here anymore. And it was such a phenomenon that if I had said it a minute earlier, perhaps the girl with this tension, this fear, this compulsion, yes, auto-suggestion, would have experienced even more, because I would have told her about what I had experienced in those moments. And although I would have said something that was not happening to her, her psyche could have recreated it as if it had happened to her. But because I didn't say anything, and the fact is that the exact same thing happened to her, some entity did it to me. It did the same thing to everybody else there. And it, the entity, did it to the girl as well. What could it be? Maybe she was the center of attention. Why not? We don't know 100%. We get messages, but we never know 100% what the other side looks like. The most important thing, at least for me, or the most interesting thing, is that every day through experience, it becomes clearer to me that not everything can end in this world. I consider that we are all energy. Those of us in our physical plane as well as in the astral, in other planes of existence. So energy is neither created nor destroyed, it is only transformed. So I consider that we are energy, and what we try to interact with, or whatever is in this plane, in that other plane, and also wants to interact with us. To me, in general global computation, we are all energy. We are all souls.
Thank you, Daniel. Attention is the energy of life. And since shadows, invisible beings, do not have their own source of power, do not have a source of life in themselves, they are forced to look for it elsewhere, wherever it is present. And exactly this source of life, the energy of life that is being hunted for, only a human being has it. And it is this energy that shadows and invisible beings feed on. A human, unlike animals and other beings, has a soul. The soul is the portal through which the life force flows to the personality of a human being. A human being radiates life force, and depending on where he directs his attention, that is where this vital flow is directed. That is why these beings do everything possible just to tear off a bigger and fatter piece. As we have already seen today, it is not only a human being who runs for attention, but also these invisible beings. The invisible world exists, and it, like the ocean, is full of invisible life. Thank you for your attention, and I give the floor to the hosts.
Thank you, Marcelo. Thanks to today's kaleidoscope, we see what a huge power lies in our attention. Now it's clear that magic also works through a person's attention. That's its secret. But it is important for people to understand that by using magic, they lose twice, because they waste their inner energy and money. The fulfillment of desires in this way always has negative side effects.
Yes, Elena, I agree with you. One of the biggest points of expenditures of a person's attention is the debt. You ask, how so? Every religion, every culture, every nation, in one way or another, has traditions of memorializing, commemorating, honoring the dead. Who benefits from this, and what is behind these traditions? Why do we live and give so much attention to the dead? I suggest to watch this video.
What do you think occupies the living most and is of great importance to them? The dead. Do you think it is not so? While thinking about them, we are communicating with them. While thinking about them, we are spending time with them, continuing to live by their interests. We take this baton from our parents and hand it to our children, and it has been this way for centuries. We are not even aware that the dead surround us everywhere and have an impact on the living, in the names of the streets and cities, in sculptural compositions in squares, in the world's museums and galleries. We don't even notice that the dead are present in our homes. What is behind this? Who needs it? The veneration of the dead resumes every time humanity shifts to a consumerist format of society. Having begun with the Sumerians, the tradition of honoring the dead was very pronounced in the time of the pharaohs, who immortalized their names and images. Then the representatives of royal dynasties began to imitate them, and it became a tradition. And today we put photos of the dead on monuments. The dead surround us everywhere, even on money. So what secret did the pharaohs know? And what don't we know? And what do all those in power subconsciously imitate? The pharaohs knew that when a person died and became a subpersonality, a hungry spirit, they need the attention of the living to feed themselves, and to let the energy of attention flow to them and nourish them. A person must know their name and image, and put his attention into them. And the attention of a human is vital energy, and is meant for a human to acquire immortality during his lifetime. But the point is also that all the dead serve the system. And it is profitable for the system that the living remember the dead. What did the scriptures say about this? In the New Testament, in the Epistle to the Hebrews, it is said, just as people are destined to die once, and after that to face judgment, no change in a human spiritual state is possible after his death, either by himself or through the efforts of others. The Bible teaches that a human has only one life, and that his afterlife fate is defined while he is still alive on earth. Matthew's Gospel. Another disciple said to him, Lord, first let me go and bury my father. But Jesus told him, follow me, and let the dead bury their own dead. What is said about remembering the dead in Islam? It is narrated from the words of Abu Martad al-Ghanavi. Reported the messenger, peace and blessing of Allah be upon him, said, do not pray facing graves. And the Quran says, do not ever pray over any of them who dies, nor stand over his grave. They disbelieved in Allah and his messenger, and died in iniquity. Islamic Mutazilism firmly maintains that it is actually useless to pray for the dead, because everyone has made his choice while alive and is responsible for it. By giving our vital energy to the dead, we deprive ourselves of the chance of eternal life. As it turns out, the world is ruled by the dead, and it's all about attention. As the monk Simeon of Athos said, attention is the spearhead of your struggle for salvation. Attention is the key of the mystery of existence. Attention is an indestructible shield against thoughts. Attention is a sword against the demons that are seducing you. Attention is the gateway to the kingdom of heaven. What a person invests his or her attention in, that is what he or she acquires.
All those that exist due to our attention, the dead, entities from the invisible world, phantoms, energy vampires, and in fact the system, needs our attention in order to survive. And it is ready to use any manipulation to get energy for its existence. That's why the system pushes a person from childhood to old age to hunt for the attention of others. But does the person himself need it? If each of us, all of us, humans, have our own source of life, the soul. Let's watch the video.
Friends, we have a short technical problem.
Other people's attention. We constantly want to draw attention to ourselves, often even without being aware of that. But have we ever wondered why we draw attention to ourselves? What do we lack? After all, if you think about it, we want to get other people's attention when we feel empty inside, and this hellhole is unbearable for people. That's why they start drawing other people's attention, trying to somehow escape their inner emptiness. Jean-Paul Sartre once said, "Man has a hole in his soul the size of God, and everyone fills it as best he can." So what can fill the hole if it is the size of God? The answer is obvious. Only God can fill it. When a person turns to God, starts to give him his love and lives each day in gratitude for the opportunity to love, then a person no longer feels that gaping emptiness inside. It is filled with love, and God is love itself. No amount of human attention will fill this hole in the human soul. Only true love for God makes one truly happy and fulfilled. By finding God in our souls, we become free. Free from the craving for other people's attention. Free from the desire for power and self-affirmation in the eyes of others. Because when we find God, we find our real selves. We gain eternity.
Many people dream of not depending on the opinions of others, being free inside in spirit, being self-sufficient and not dependent on the attention of others. Who are those who do not need the attention of others? Let's watch a fragment of the program with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Does an angel need other people's attention? A simple question. I'll give a simple example for those who don't understand what I mean. Tell me, do you need copper if you have a lot of gold? Well, I understand. There is human greed. You need everything. And the more the better. But would you trade gold for copper? You won't. Why? Because you have gold, while copper is cheaper. Well, again, you know, the consciousness of some people begins to say, it depends on how much gold and how much copper. Guys, don't mock it. Don't listen to your consciousness. And certainly do not troll. Just don't. You know what I'm talking about. Yes, your demons are freaking out. Yes, it's unpleasant for them to listen to this. Yes, they are foisting on you a lot of nasty thoughts right now and pushing you away. Why? Because they feel bad. It's hard for the demons to listen now. They are not interested. That's the point. But each of you feels something different. You feel hope inside, warmth, and a sense of home, don't you? Joy and love. Yet far from everyone feels love. Love has to be earned. And it takes a lot of effort to be able to feel this true love, to feel it to the extent that your wings would spread. Time would disappear, and only joy and love would remain.
While physicists have been exploring ways to use the power of attention, religions have long been working to put this priceless power to practical use. The power of attention is necessary for a human to gain eternal life, or as religions say, to gain the kingdom of God. After all, it is the ability to focus on the love of God in any situation is a skill that allows a person to overcome death. The world religions speak of focusing the believer on his inner world, on his personal feeling of love and unity with God. This is typical to any person on a spiritual path. Let's see what they say about attention in different religions.
This is the 21st century. We, as a civilization, have made significant progress in many branches of science. We are launching multi-ton ships into space. We are plunging into the depths of the ocean. But paradoxically, we still do not understand what attention is. Although today it is already clear that some experiments in physics, such as the experiment with two slits, cannot be explained without introducing such a concept as an observer who possesses the power of attention. It seems to be such an important question which is, however, not covered anywhere, but it is not so. If we look into the essence of any religion, we'll see that they all teach how to properly distribute attention. In Christianity, the investment of attention is called an inner doing, and the main point of prayer is the perfect mastery of attention. It is also mentioned that the soul of prayer is attention. As the body without the soul is dead, so prayer without attention is dead. The greatest love is not to take our attention away from God, who dwells in our heart. Simeon the Athonite. Attention to your inner learning is love to God. It is to always have Christ in your mind and heart, even if you are engaged in other things. Saint Porphyrius, the Coptic Levite. In Islam, there is such a notion as zikr. It is everlasting mentioning of Allah, God. In other words, it is directing your attention to Allah, concentrating your attention at Him. The prayer that is performed without hudur and with a heart distracted from Allah is like a body that has lost its spirit. The inducement to heed the call of the Quran, 156. In Zoroastrianism, it is said, "Him thou shouldst seek to win for us by hymns of adoration in thy mind. Now indeed have I seen it with mine eye, the kingdom of the good spirit and of good action and word, since I have learned to know Mazda Ahura through right. Let us offer him homage in the house of song, heaven." Avesta, Sacred Liturgy, and Gathas, Hymns of Zarathustra, Hymn 10, Yasna 45, verse 8, Zoroastrianism. So why, having such a huge power, a person does not use it and has no idea that it exists? Because every time the messengers from the spiritual world and the prophets restored the truth by explaining to people that their real power is the power of attention, but this knowledge was distorted. Important understandings about the control of the power of attention were obscured, and the enemies of the human race were tricked into using that power for themselves. People were unaware of that. Moreover, there is a guardian within a human. It's the true enemy of a human being. It's the one who constantly steals his power with thoughts and images in his head. They distract and do not let a human focus on the goal. This is also mentioned in all religions. In Christianity, thoughts are called demons. In Islam, they are called jinns. In prayer, a person should be firm, stand bravely, and avoid any side thoughts, either about his virtues or about his sins. An ascetic must be very careful not to fall into the net of Satan, the accuser, and not to destroy all his achievements by agreeing with the devil's treacherous suggestions. Elder Joseph Vatapedi. Thoughts are your thieves, stealing salvation from you. Watch your mind carefully, and you will force these thieves to flee, as they are afraid of attentive prayer. Simeon the Athonite. Abu Hamid Muhammad al-Tusi al-Ghazali in his book Ihya Ulum ad-Din writes, "Nothing distracts the heart from your prayer except thoughts that come to take the attention of the heart away from it. The healing remedy for bringing the heart into a state of hudur is the rejection of those thoughts. Empty thoughts exhaust the soul." Archimandrite Andreas Konanos. On leaving the thought maze, take up the careful praying. Make your prayer practice a non-stop one. Don't divide time into day and night, and you will gain attention in praying. Work diligently and pray attentively. Learn to see every thought, and you will see its treachery. Simeon the Athonite. He is very devious and cunning, and to achieve his insidious goals, he uses those thoughts, topics, and concerns that particularly disturb us. Don't pay any attention to thoughts, but pay all your attention to Christ, who dwells in your heart. Simeon the Athonite. Every moment of our lives, we waste a lot of power of attention without even noticing it. The main theft of attention occurs at the inner level, in the mind of a person, when he pays attention to thoughts and images. Almost constantly in the illusions of the material world, a person does not even live for real, and he wastes his life force into emptiness, acquiring neither material values nor spiritual ones. In fact, he loses twice. You are a human. Your primary power is attention. The right to choose is sacred. Live consciously.
In the process of preparing the kaleidoscope of facts, our participants came across an interesting article on the internet about attention and its significance for one who prays. It was an article by Chris David from Georgia. We had a chat with him. Let's see a fragment of the interview.
Yes, it is very important to be attentive during the prayer. Personally, when I listen to confessions, I notice that people often complain that they are distracted during their prayers. I would say they do not pray with attention. Attention during the prayer is very important. But many among these people often get distracted during the prayer time. This can be due to various factors. One factor, for example, is, as the saying goes, the devil's greatest victory was to make people think that he does not exist. So when we begin to pray carefully, this force tries to distract us. For example, with something that happened in the past, or we bring the problems that we worry about to the forefront, or we imagine, and so on. Everyone who has had experience in mindful prayer understands this very well. But you are avoiding the words of the prayer, and you are not concentrating. So one of the factors is the evil spirit. Imagine, the evil one will see that a person is praying attentively. Thus he tries to divert his attention to another direction, and does so in an invisible way. Not if he would appear to you and you would see him, but in an invisible way. It's very convenient. Or has there ever been an occasion when you were praying and someone calls to you? Maybe a family member would wake up, "Come, help me," or else a neighbor would come. It could be a malign influence of the devil. He can influence others as well. But there are also other factors that affect our attention. The mood factor is important. Do you know what the mood factor means? First, you must create the mood for a prayer, and then you can begin to perform the ritual of God's service. Previously, for example, in ancient Rus was such a habit. A great Russian saint father said that before starting to pray, they would sit quietly for 5 minutes, and the mood would be created for the prayer. Imagine the mood, how important it is for us. There is another factor, for example, fatigue. Everyone notices that if you are tired, your concentration is greatly reduced, and it affects prayer as well. So, when parishioners come to me and ask me, I tell them, "Dear, if you are tired, take a rest first and then read a prayer, because it rejuvenates you. It won't work if you can't focus your attention. You know how a human body works. You know all of that. Let me make this prayer, and then I'll go about my business." Unfortunately, this kind of thing doesn't happen very often. Thus, during the prayer, various factors that hinder concentration are brought out. However, I would also like to point out that a mindful prayer, focusing of attention, is not achieved so easily during prayer. It takes years and decades. Therefore, one should not feel that he will win an easy victory in this regard. It takes quite a long time to embrace a mindful prayer. What should be provided during the prayer? The first thing, from the Church's point of view, is that you should sit in the essence of things. That is, what is the meaning of things, of the words of the prayer? In other words, the most important is that your mind should not be distracted and you should understand it well. I would say that this is of a great importance. This is the first condition for a proper prayer. Other mental processes may be involved here too. For example, it is considered very dangerous to activate one's imagination, such as the Savior, angels, heaven, and so on. Therefore, a proper prayer is when you feel the words of the prayer, analyze and understand its every word. By the way, this is the most important thing, I would say, that you should pay primary attention to.
Thank you, Father David. Interestingly, the knowledge that a person needs to consciously invest the power of attention has survived to this day. In the living conversation, consciousness and personality, from the inevitably dead to the eternally alive, those who have had practical experience share their insights. You also feel those who, like you, are in constant practice, those who live by the spiritual world, who are filled with this near and dear God's love. You see His spiritual essence because you feel it from the inside, and you understand that there is something more behind it, something that unites you. And this experience, it is not like the one that was in the usual life when you are feeding your attention to consciousness, because in three-dimensionality you fed images, you fed your consciousness. And when you began to live in the spiritual world, then all your attention, it is directed through deep inner feelings towards God. Your attention is directed to home, to the source. You simply live by the Spirit. Everyone chooses how to live. Everyone chooses himself. Let's watch the excerpt from the video Friend's Hand, which tells that every second of life is valuable, and in every moment you can love. The most important thing is not to get distracted and to direct your attention to the feeling of joy and love.
You know, Igor Mikhailovich, Sufis also said that there are those people who desire this world, and there are those who desire the future world. But where are those who desire God? This is truly a very deep thought, what you are saying today. Because if a person desires God, he can be in dialogue with Him incessantly in the here and now.
Right.
Consciousness always frightens and postpones to some uncertain future. There is a fear of some uncertain future, or whether you will be with God or not. But there is an understanding that every second you can be in touch with the spiritual world, and that every second is an opportunity for such a dialogue. Because when consciousness sets some remote goals, it leads people astray a lot, and very many people say that they have some difficulties and unwillingness to perform some spiritual practices, and they postpone all of that. However, you understand that every second is an opportunity to be in dialogue, an opportunity to be in contact, an opportunity to respond to the inner call which is inside of you.
You know, I'll say that when a person has love for the spiritual world, then every moment that he is forced to be distracted by something earthly is where the pain and suffering appear. Why? Because you can give your love to the spiritual world, and at this time, receive love from God Himself, become stronger, become more alive. But you are forced to pay attention to earthly things. You see? This is what makes you suffer. But on the other hand, when you realize that you can multiply the boundless world and help a mortal being like you to gain life, that gives you wings. It really gives you wings. Then your distractions make sense. Then your disconnection from the spiritual world during these moments is justified, but you still remain with the spiritual world.
Of course, prayer is a continuous action. It's when the Holy Spirit Himself prays inside you.
Of course, it is eternal and forever. The main point is not to stop hearing Him, to constantly be in contact with Him. You know, many people also make a mistake. I've just recalled a little bit and will explain. When a person has performed a spiritual practice and got out of it, no matter whether in euphoria or in fear, as we've already discussed today, but after a while he gets distracted and the prayer inside him stops. If a person stops the prayer inside himself, the angels in him also become silent, and he breaks this connection. But it happens only when a person, let's say, has looked through a small window at God and has run to Satan. You know, that's not right. You should always remain with God. Even if you have to work a lot physically, mentally, or some other way, or communicate with a lot of people, yet who prevents you from living and being happy? Who prevents you from living, my friend? Nobody. Can anyone forbid you to love God? No one can, except yourself.
You know, Igor Mikhailovich, this reminds me of one story told by the prophet. People who were near him felt this state of grace and said to the prophet, "You know, prophet, while being near you, our hearts kind of become softer and we feel as if we are already in another world. But as soon as we step away from you and become carried away by some problems, our wives, children, and so on, we do not recognize ourselves."
Of course.
So he told them back then, "Keep that state when you leave me.
Don't lose it.
And then the angels will abide in your home too."
And many people wondered why was it so. They said, when the prophet was near, it was alive, it was there. Once he walked away, it was gone. They say, it's like being near a stove, right? When you are standing near a stove, you feel warm and good. But when you move away, there is a cold wind and the world changes. Whereas in reality, friends, nothing changes. We just lose it. We ourselves lose it by means of our own attention. We invest attention in wrong things. Meanwhile, the most important thing is our attention. We already talked about it, and we will talk more. I believe we will talk about it more than once for you to actually understand the point, even though you know it. Attention is the most important tool. Therefore, my friends, let's invest it in love, in joy.
Thank you, Igor Mikhailovich, for such valuable words. Indeed, we have everything to live, love, and be happy. Because from birth, God has endowed man with valuable gifts, which make man similar to his Creator. What perspectives are open to us by the right use of these gifts? Katerina will tell us. You have the floor.
Thank you, Oleg. There are many cosmogonic myths on Earth about the origin of this universe and what it was created for. The essence is that the great God intended to create another world, different from his own, one, and manifested his desire. If the statement doesn't sound scientific to you, then let's turn to the famous experiment in physics on the passage of the electron through the two slits. Its essence is that when the experiment is not observed by a human, the electron does not hesitate and behaves like a wave. We can say it is self-willed and present potentially in every point of space. But when the action of the electron are observed, it begins to behave more modestly, turning into a particle. An important point, the electron collapsed into a particle only when it's observed by a human. If, let's say, cats want to conduct this experiment, the electron will not be shy of them and will exhibit the property of the wave without becoming a particle, no matter how many cats are watching the experiment. Why does this happen? It was a revolutionary experiment in physics because such a concept as an observer was introduced. Later, it became clear that only human could be such an observer. This is only one of the cases where religion and science achieved unity. Because all religions, scriptures, say that human is a creation of God, has his qualities, that is, the ability to create. And if we broaden this understanding, a question arises. If human can be matter with his attention concentrating it at a certain point, then who holds our entire universe with his attention while we conduct an experiment in a laboratory? The answer is obvious. There is a super observer whom we used to call God. And many religion teachings have said that this world is a product of the thought of God who holds it with his attention. Similarly, fractally, it works within a human. We create an illusion in our head and hold it with our attention, and it lives as long as we feed it. As long as we dedicate it, we stop holding it with our attention, and it disappears. And what happens to our universe if the super observer is distracted by something else? All religion teachings said that human is like God, but in what does this resemblance manifest itself? In the infinite power hidden in the mortal shell of the body. The source of this power is the soul. The soul is the true antimatter, a particle from the outside, from the spiritual world, the world of God. The soul is only a component of the human being. It is its main potential, its portal, the direct connection of every human being with the spiritual world. It does not exist in plants or animals or any other matter, including intelligent matter. So God created a human in his own likeness, but not in his image, because God himself has no image. The aim of human's spiritual development is just the activation of this infinite source of power of creation of the soul, that is the merge of personality with the soul. A human can do this only when he overcomes in himself an egoist, when he overcomes his animal nature. After all, the management of this power is a great responsibility. It is the power which fulfills human's desires, because human is a dual by nature. The desires in him are raised mainly from the animal nature, and as a rule, they have an exclusively material vector. And the soul has one desire, to return to its true home, the spiritual world. The basis of one spiritual transformation is growing love for God and control over the thoughts of the consciousness. Everyone knows that a thought is material and has an impact both on the outer world and on the inner world of human. A thought itself without the power of attention is empty. It is simply an inactive program, an empty container, and it is the power coming from the soul, the personality that empowers the thought, which leads to its implementation. Now let's imagine that all of our uncontrolled thoughts and desires begin to be implemented. What would happen to the world? This is why a human who cannot control his thoughts and desires is not given access to power. Love for God, control of thoughts, help to people. This is the basis from which the path of spiritual transformation of human begins. Our universe is multidimensional and includes 72 dimensions. At the beginning of his path, a human is aware of himself and is an observer from the third dimension. Being an observer from the third dimension and having limited possibilities, he can change a lot in this world simply by observing, investing his attention, what he interested. But there are higher dimensions, and if you make changes in them, these changes will automatically appear in the low dimensions. It all depends on which dimension a human is observing what is happening. The beginning of human spiritual development, the simplest stage, is the merging of human's personality with the soul. In this case, a human becomes an angel and becomes aware of himself in the seventh dimension. He becomes an observer from the seventh dimension. As such, his investment of attention will lead to colossal changes in lower dimensions. The gross material world with its animal mind system is in the 6 dimensions. Going beyond these dimensions, making it possible to influence the entire material world merely by the process of one's observation. This is the essence of the fact that human is like God. After all, God creates and destroys worlds by the power of thought alone. I suggest watching a fragment of the video Love is Life with the Igor Mikhailovich Danilov participation.
When you become part of the ocean, you become the ocean itself. That's the point. And that is the power and might which many people feel when they approach the state of the utmost boundary. I'm not saying they reach the utmost boundary, but even when they approach it, they feel this power and boundlessness. They understand that even a thought in your head that is generated is capable of creating universes. This is true. You know, in my opinion, the most valuable thing that a person can gain is love that creates and generates everything. It is the simplest thing a human can create. Perhaps it's the only thing that a human can create in this world. But it opens up such opportunities for him and elevates him to such heights that it's impossible to understand it with our consciousness. Yet, at the level of perception through feelings, at the level of personality, everyone knows and understands this. That's the phenomenon.
It turns out that true creation is multiplication of love. It is the only thing that a human can create here.
Love is exactly creation, of course. It is actually the process of creation, the process of generation. And it is wonderful. And there are no obstacles there anymore.
The right of choice and the power of attention is what can transform human from a mortal observer of the third dimension into an immortal observer of the higher dimensions, capable, like God, of creating only with his thought. God is love. And if a human wants to be like God, he must become love. Then nothing will be impossible for him in this world of matter and beyond. Thank you for your attention. I give the floor to Andrea.
Ďakujem, Katka. Dobrý večer všetkým. Ľudia prosia Boha o všetko možné, čo si želajú, a pritom si neuvedomujú.
Thank you, Katharina. Greetings. People ask God for everything without even knowing that He has given people even more than they ask for. God has given us the highest gift that no other living being in the universe has. This gift consists of 2 components, that which is immutable in this world, before which both God and devil are powerless. It is the power of our attention and freedom of choice. This is what separates humans from the animal and makes him a creature like God. Just as God creates with his thought alone, so humans are able to create by choosing what to put his attention into. But unfortunately, humanity has lost this vital knowledge. As Erich Fromm said, man is the only animal for whom his own existence is a problem which he has to solve. Originally, people knew the purpose of their existence in this temporal world, knew about the possibility of their spiritual development and going beyond illusions. Every time the messengers from the spiritual world and the prophets told how this could be done with the gift given by God to each person, it was up to people to choose what to invest their attention in. According to their choice, they either became angels, eternally living spiritual beings, equal among equals in the world of the spiritual, or they became body-locked dead men, subpersonalities who experienced terrible agony and were condemned to a second final death, but it was all by the people's own choice. In this world, any resources can be recovered except time and attention. They are gone forever. Depending on what a person spends these resources on, this is the fate he will receive after death. More precisely, everything is decided during a person's lifetime. For it is said, if you did not see the kingdom of heaven when you're alive, you won't be able to see it afterwards. Attention is the main tool of personality. It decides by choice where to direct it, to the temporary material desires of consciousness or to the growing of love of God, becoming one with Him. I suggest watching an excerpt from the video about a cup of coffee with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Guys also ask the following question. When you sit down in spiritual practice and your consciousness becomes noticeably activated, there are images, thoughts, and so on, should you continue practicing at all?
Continue what? Talking with Shaitan?
This very struggle with thoughts.
Struggle. Fuss in one's head, right? What to continue? Spiritual practice? Yes, one should do it. And there's no shame if you don't succeed in it, and consciousness is very active. Let's say, you should start with simple things. It doesn't matter how many years you've been practicing prayers. You could spend your entire life attending church, temples of all kinds, or be a monk for 50 years. It doesn't matter at all. If you haven't overcome Shaitan in your head, then it means you should learn how to do it, right?
Yes.
It doesn't matter. You should start with simple, elementary things, autogenic training, meditation, or prayer practices, aimed at concentration precisely on perception through feelings. And everything will work out, but you shouldn't listen to the demon in your head. Whereas, if it's extremely difficult, then you can use the circle practice. We described it, but the lotus practice is better.
Indeed, in order to do autogenic training, you should definitely concentrate your attention.
Surely.
You know, as you've said, it's like in the grocery store. You come to buy bread, and so that you don't leave with 2 carts of goods, but know exactly what you buy.
Absolutely right.
And autogenic training will work out only if your attention is not dispersed,
of course,
but on the contrary, focused.
When you are focused on action. Why? Because life is like that. There is a lot of diverse information. Let's put it simply, our consciousness has harassed us to such an extent that it doesn't allow us to focus on one action. Here's a simple example, okay? How to learn not to pay attention to consciousness in practice, but to perform it through feelings. Let's say, to discover this spiritual practice by means of perception through feelings. You should focus your attention precisely on that, friends. A simple example. People say, is it possible to learn that? Try to take a full cup of coffee without a lid and walk through the whole city. Can we do that? We can. Even through a crowd of people, through all the traffic lights, and through all the stores, we would be able to do that. Why? Because there is a clear action in this case, right? There's a certain algorithm, you are focused. But at the same time, what are you doing? After all, you are walking, and you are also paying attention to cars.
Yes, peripherally.
Of course, but your attention is focused on the cup of coffee. Isn't it? Is it possible?
It is.
The same is possible in this case. If you are focused, you don't pay attention to the periphery.
The energy of attention is the energy of life, and a person revives with it what he wants, according to his choice. He can make himself alive or temporarily animate images, fantasies, and illusions that will live instead of him. Everything that exists in our lives we attract and pay for with our attention. Spiritual development is also stimulated and suppressed by our attention. Let's watch an excerpt from the video with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Also, you know, a lot of people, when encountering such a vivid inner experience of feelings, they worry, like, I only wish not to lose this state.
And they lose it.
I wish I don't lose it.
Why? Because they pay for not losing it, you see? When a person has acquired an experience of coming into contact with the spiritual world, regardless of the circumstances, but a flame has ignited in him, he starts worrying, I only wish it doesn't die out.
It dies out.
This is a doubt. He extinguishes that flame. In other words, what does he buy? A fire extinguisher, right? And he himself puts out his own little fire instead of supporting it, rejoicing and living. Why does it last for 2 or 3 days? Well, for some people, this surge of inner light doesn't last even a day. And that's it. Consciousness erases and removes it. Why? Because we pay for fears, we pay for doubts, for our immaturity, morality. Pardon me, there is no other way to put it. After all, this is really true. Our weak-mindedness, you cannot call it otherwise. It is precisely the strength of our consciousness, you see, which forces us to be so retarded and weak-minded. That's true. We pay for that with our lives, with our attention. Why bargain with the system and pay it for our own problems? What for? Life should be joyful, nice, and wonderful. It is understandable that we live in society, and a lot of things might happen, you know? I put it as follows, what is true life? It means not to lose the feeling of joy and love, despite everything that's going on around you. Why? Because you can do that only when you realize that your body is mortal, that everything around you is finite, while there is life eternal, and you long for this life eternal. When your entire attention and your entire human essence is focused on attaining life, that's when you will succeed in everything, and then nothing will hinder you. Even those conductors will stop waving their batons before your face, or maybe they won't stop doing that, but it will already be their problem, not yours. They will stop it. You see, our consciousness distracts us, or trolls us, to put it simply, only when and because we get distracted, succumb to it, and pay for all this. If we don't react to all its means and methods of distracting us, it calms down. If we don't pay this conductor who waves a baton in our head and sets our thinking rhythms, he will drop his baton, sit down, and nervously smoke. Why? Because he is left without an income, while his income is our life.
According to the primordial knowledge, if a person spends no more than 10% of the power of his attention on material life and 90% of his attention is focused on the state of feeling, inner love and joy, then the spiritual transformation of a person takes place. If 90% of the attention is given to the material life, the desires and thoughts of the animal nature, and 10% of the attention is directed to spiritual development, one will become a sleeping subpersonality, a subpersonality that will not be tormented. If spiritual life is given less than 10% of attention, in that case, a person forms a subpersonality during life, which subsequently means a hell of torment after death. And this is not philosophy and religion, but the immutable laws of physics. So it turns out that in a person's life, it is very important what kind of feelings he generates by his choice and accumulates during his life. Why? Because with this baggage, he will have to go beyond the boundaries after the death of the body and be responsible for his choice. Spiritual degradation of society leads to catastrophic consequences for everyone. The quality of material life also suffers. Yes, you heard it right. This is a false directive of consciousness that a person who develops spiritually lags behind in material life. Everything is just the opposite. Let's watch an excerpt from the video with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
The human ability to focus attention on something has decreased so much.
Yes. By the way, what is this related to, Igor Mikhailovich? Because they say that studies indicate that in the year 2000, a person was able to hold his attention for 12 seconds, while already in 2015, the time period was 8 seconds. So people wonder, are we becoming stupider? Or is it actually the effect of, let's say, such technological progress, social media, the internet, clip thinking?
As a matter of fact, in fact, we are becoming stupider. As for the clip thinking, it is not due to video clips, and it's not because short videos are produced. It is social media already adjusting to us. There are actually simple algorithms. In those very social media, they see perfectly well how much attention we can hold en masse. So they conclude that nowadays, a person can hold his or her attention for 8 seconds at most. Hence, they present information without changing the picture for 8 seconds maximum. Then it starts working. I mean, we perceive it all. It is all being studied and observed. As for the decline in our ability to focus attention, it is not due to a big inflow of information. It is exactly due to the acceleration of our time. In other words, we are rapidly losing our human essence as society in mass.
How does this fact affect a person's spiritual path?
Negatively. I'll put it this way, negatively. Why? Because the ability to concentrate on one thing is not just an ability, it exactly shows, let's say, a person's predisposition to perceive spiritual information, to perception through feelings. There is a direct correlation here. And the more there are people of the first type, the faster the ability to focus on something for a longer period of time declines in society as a whole. It's a problem. It's a serious problem for everyone, but it shows the state of our society as a whole and what is happening to us. Or to put it simply, people die. The number of visitors to hell increases, while the number of visitors to heaven does not. This is something to think about. Or to put it even more simply, the number of subpersonalities in new generations is much greater. Hence the decrease in our mental capacities, so to say. And the ability to concentrate is not so much intellectual abilities, but rather mental ones, meaning our freedom. Our freedom is diminishing, while this is the freedom of choice, the freedom of life. That's the end.
The spiritual power given to a person is enormous. If the majority of people in today's society can realize that simple truth, realize the frailty and temporality of the matter surrounding them, and begin to awaken spiritually, it will invariably affect the entire human society as a whole. Then the golden millennium that people have been dreaming of for centuries will come. Knowing the truth, a person can make his choice consciously. Thank you for your attention, and I give the floor to the hosts.
Thanks to the speakers for revealing such an important topic for each of us. I'm sure that before this live broadcast, many viewers didn't even realize how powerful their power was.
Yes, Yelena.
A person, by directing his attention to the soul, to the spiritual world, acquires eternal life and stays in the infinite love. And he has the opportunity to help other people.
Yes, Elena, the tremendous power of people lies in unification. Above all, in the unification of investing attention in building a beautiful future for each person. Knowing the power of attention and its possibilities, it is absolutely not difficult to build a creative format of society. Thanks to knowledge, today we can build a new civilization and embody the testament of our prophets. Dushan, tell us how this is possible.
Děkuji, Olegu. Dobrý den.
Thank you, Oleg. Greetings. Today we've seen, based on the real facts, how important the power of a person's attention is. We have found that knowledge about the power of attention has always been valuable to people. This topic was especially interesting for those people who govern our society, such as the head of states, political powers, and religious organizations. In addition, all magic is done through the power of attention. Every second, we put our attention into something, thus shaping onto reality, our reality, and consequently, we live in it. Whether we like it or not, whether reality is pleasing to us or not, we shape it ourselves. This is a fact. This entire world was created with the power of attention, and everything in this world happens because of that power. Attention is the power, the beginning of creation. The focus of attention has the ability to concentrate and accumulate certain types of energies, the search of which gives rise to action or creation of something, emotions, thoughts, actions, events, in the visible and the invisible worlds. This, in this turn, creates man's destiny both during the lifetime as well as after the death of the physical body. Whether the result of this action is positive or negative depends on the person's choice, his priorities, the everyday habit of his way of thinking, and of how much he is able to control and discipline his thoughts and emotions. Based on these facts, there is a reasonable and vital question for every person's life. Why don't we create a normal human life for ourselves? Why do we believe that something terrible, something bad can happen to us? We give it the power of our attention, but we refuse to believe that anything good can happen to us. Moreover, by collectively investing our attention into our common happy future, we can create it ourselves. So, why is it that when someone tells us that it's possible to make the world a better place, where everyone will feel comfortable and that we have all the tools to do so, we immediately get a thought without even any critical evaluation that this is utopia, this is impossible. Why does this happen? We immediately believe in the bad and put our attention there, but we meet with criticism adopt the good.
Možná to někdo nechce.
So maybe someone doesn't want that. Maybe someone wants us to think that way.
To je řečnická otázka.
This is a rhetorical question that everyone can answer for themselves. But what is certain is that the power of human attention is the most precious resource, and everything in this world happens thanks to it. As Jesus said, according to your faith, be it done to you. But what is it that we believe in? What do we put the power of attention into? After all, we get what we believe in and put the power of attention into. Think of how many times in your life you've had situations where your sincere faith and action helped you to overcome the most difficult crisis of your life. The life of a true human being, there is always room for heroic deed. Today, we invite you to put your attention to building a beautiful life for our children and the upcoming generations, to a secure, peaceful, high-tech life for absolutely every person in every corner of our planet. Let's listen to Roger Nelson, Doctor of Psychology.
We have powers that we don't recognize. We have powers that we're only beginning to understand a little. And I think it's very, very important that people be given a chance to understand better how powerful we are. So the power that we have when we give our attention to the world in front of us is to influence the development of that world over time and over the period of time that we're interested in it and maybe beyond. So we have a power that shows up in these laboratory experiments. We have a power to make what should be a random number generator be less random. Instead of being completely unpredictable, we make that random number generator produce more ones than it should have by chance. It's a beautifully constructed, extremely well-designed device, but the power of our attention is capable of changing the behavior and the output from such a device. And an immediate kind of corollary to that, and this is more familiar to most people, hardly anybody ever has a random number generator to play with, only if you come to our labs. But we think about prayer and we think about healing, and we actually, almost all of us, almost everybody I've ever talked to says, well, of course, when my friend is ill or has been injured, I send my best thoughts, my healing energies, my wishes for an improvement. And I think people don't do things like that for thousands of years. We've been doing this since we were, first became able to talk on this, on our Earth. And we don't generally waste our time doing stuff that is unsuccessful and a waste of time. So I think there's pretty good evidence that since we're still doing it, that there is a good effect when we wish for health and well-being for other people and for ourselves, for that matter. A positive attitude. We take that for granted almost. A positive attitude makes everybody feel better, and actually it makes everybody healthier a little bit, maybe even a lot. Even if only most of us, or even if only half of us come together and we are all in accord, we will have a huge effect on what happens on the planet. So I think that, that we see negative manifestations of it. We see wars happen because a lot of people have been brought together with ill feeling toward others, or something like, anger or jealousy or who knows what. So and that causes great trouble. When we do the other side of the coin, if we come together in a loving way, hoping for this bright future, then that will greatly improve the chances of actually having a bright future. And I have to say, even though I'm an optimist, I'm sometimes wondering if we have any future at all, because we're not paying attention to certain kinds of things like climate warming and so on. And we're allowing wars to happen in a time and an age when we have such good communication that we should be talking to each other. It should be possible to fix whatever the problem is before it blows up and becomes a war. It's not happening yet, but that's the goal. We should hope to become one with each other sufficiently to forever eliminate the kind of destructiveness of war. Nobody wins. Yeah. And we want everybody to win. You make me think of one of my intellectual idols, who's Buckminster Fuller. Many people know about him and his work, and some people don't. But he was one of the most amazing futurists I am aware of. He created things like the geodesic dome and a whole lot of wild and wonderful kinds of inventions. And he was a person who, when he was young, decided he would not talk. He spent 2 years not talking. And after the 2 years was over, he started talking again and never stopped. But he always had wise and wonderful things to say. And one of the, to me, most impressive things was very simple. He said, if we all work together in an organized way, the planet will support all of us in a decent way, even more than at the time he said that. I think there may have only been 6 billion of us. But he said, even if we had twice as many people, if we organized what we do, then we could support everybody in a reasonable, pleasant lifestyle. I have no doubt that's true. If we were able to somehow persuade all of the people who lead us, into what happens, to stop doing destructive things and start doing constructive things, and to shift the balance of the haves and have-nots so that there's a kind of more even distribution, even a decent distribution of resources across all the people. And we would then be in a position to work together to create, just a wonderful life for everybody. If we work together, we had a sign in our laboratory, just a little sign like that. It says, if we all work together, we can totally subvert the system. And it's a sort of funny way of putting it. But if we all work together, we can accomplish everything, anything we want. And let us be peaceful and do that. I also believe in the same way that spirit and matter and spirit and science go together. I also think that we have to have, as human beings, something that we think of as art. We have to have a kind of aesthetic component. Otherwise, I think we will lose part of what it is to be a human being. And certainly we lose part of the potential that we have as creative creatures, as people who actually can make something new, make something that never happened, never existed until now. So we have that kind of capacity to be, that's what consciousness is for, in a way, is to implement the creativity that we have that arises out of our spiritual being, I'm sure. And so there's this whole panoply of possibilities that we have. And if we exclude any of them and say, this is more important than that, we will lose the possible range of the future, the bright and beautiful future that I think we have in potential.
Děkuji, Rogerem. Ano.
Thank you, Roger, and you're absolutely right. And when you consider that there are already 8 billion of us, our coming together and putting our attention into one goal can lead to global changes. Because, as you said, if we act together, we can accomplish a lot. Today, there's a goal that can unite all of humanity to build the creative society. It is a format that implies the best and safest for the life of every person, not for some groups or countries, but for everyone. Just think about it. In the creative society, everyone's life is of the highest value. I think it's worth that we make a little effort. You can learn more about the project foundations and the activities of the participants around the world at creativesociety.com website. The link to the website is also in the description under our broadcasts. Today, we've seen some facts about how people, having united their attention to solve a certain problem, got the desired result from the system. In essence, they were bettering, or to put it simply, buying the solution they need in exchange for their attention. For attention is the most valuable currency in the universe. It's important to understand that in order to solve global problems, it is important to unite people globally and invest their attention into one goal. People who want it. Hidden in their unification is an enormous creative power that can transform the world for the better in the shortest time possible. We can do anything. Each of us has the freedom to choose. We can continue to put our attention into the development of the consumerist format of society and the programs of self-destruction for all of humanity, or we can put our attention into one goal to build the creative society, a happy and comfortable life for all without exception. Countless rivers converge into an ocean. Out of countless blocks and stones, a city is built. Countless trees make a forest. All this is the power of unity, and there is nothing impossible if you are united. The opportunities and virtues of a human being are limitless. The greatest miracle is a human being with his ability to shape his future life as he wishes and chooses. And it must be remembered that everything begins with a person and his or her choice. Thank you, and I give the floor to the hosts.
Yes, Dushan. A human is really capable of many things. People with a joint investment of attention can form a beautiful world for themselves, their children, and future generations. The world that our prophets dreamed of and told us about. There is a tremendous power of creation in a human, thanks to which we can transform not only the outer world, but most importantly, our inner world. We are moving to the end of our kaleidoscope, and I would like to express my deep gratitude to all the viewers for your time and attention and that you have given to us. In light of the current kaleidoscope of facts, this is no longer just an ordinary phrase.
Yes, Elena, that's true. Another huge thanks to our esteemed speakers and everyone who participated in the creation of this episode of the Kaleidoscope of Facts. To everyone who worked on creating the scripts for the videos, the editors, translators, simultaneous interpreters, the design team and the technical support team, and everyone who is behind the scenes. Only thanks to the solid and friendly interaction such projects become possible. And this is a real miracle, created by the people themselves with their daily work. Thank you all very much. And once again, about the miracle. Since childhood, we are looking for miracles and those who would make that miracle happen. The most amazing thing is that these possibilities are within us, within each person. Each of us can create a true miracle. At the end of our episode, let's watch a fragment of the program It Is Worth It with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
The true miracle, the most powerful and the most real miracle, is what you and I see every day in a mirror. That's really the miracle. A human being. A human being is like fire and water combined into one. These are an angel and the devil, being one and the same, but at the same time, remaining separate. It is the choice that a human makes as personality, who is half alive and half dead, inevitably alive and inevitably dead. And the choice of a human, his freedom of choice, which is given by the Lord God, is precisely the greatest miracle. I would say it is the greatest sign that God exists. Why? Because it is exactly a human who chooses whether to live or to suffer, whether to return as part of the spiritual world or to become part of the material world, to remain here. Can you imagine how truly merciful this is? Only a few can appreciate that. But it is the absence of violence in the right to choose, granted by God Himself, who, with just one thought of His, creates universes, not to mention worlds.
He wants a person himself to come to him by his own love.
And that is the value.
By means of love.
Of course, that is the value. That is the meaning of human existence. This is what humanity is created for. That is why we multiply. That's why we are here. There is no other goal. Yes, to multiply, to build a house, something else. But that's merely our way of life. That is, we are like birds. We nest and multiply. That's our inevitably dead part. But there's another part. An angel can be reborn from an ordinary bird, merely by our choice. Isn't that a miracle?
Огромное спасибо.
Спасибо.
Огромное спасибо.
Спасибо, друзья. Такой крутой калейдоскоп. Очень-очень классно.
Вы молодцы, ребятки.
Олег.
Ура!
Всем!
Я размытый фон.
Команда, идите сюда, чтобы вас все увидели.
Ребята, берите стулья.